Hello everybody, welcome back to EduTap. I hope you guys are doing absolutely good. So this video is about providing you 4000 plus MCQs for your paper 2. And we all know that what is the importance of paper 2 in the SEBI Grade A 2025. Whether it's your phase 1, whether it's your phase 2, the syllabus of paper 2 remains the same. And we know that in the syllabus of paper 2 there are 6 subjects: Commerce and Accountancy, Economics, Costing. Then you also have the components of Management, Finance and Companies Act. Right? So we want you to practice multiple MCQs, and therefore we are providing you 400 MCQs, which will be divided in two videos. So today we are covering part 1 of this particular video, wherein we will provide you multiple MCQs from different subjects. Right? So let's start. Before we start, my friend, EduTap is providing you multiple good MCQs in the form of test series also, and in the form of live crash course also. Now, in the live crash course, you will get the access to live classes, summary sheet, and much more questions, MCQs, which you can definitely use to practice. But in test series, you will only get MCQs and multiple mock tests to practice. So if you take the live crash course, then there is no need to take test series. If you only want to practice MCQs, then definitely you can go ahead and purchase the test series. And we have test series for phase 1, phase 2, and for phase 2 as well. So if you want to practice the material of both phase 1 and phase 2, then go with the test series of phase 1 plus phase 2. But if you only need to practice phase 2 material, then go with the phase 2 test series. That's it. And now let's start this video. Mind you, my friends, a recorded video will start from this particular junction. So please take your maximum participation and answer all the questions in the video. That's it. Let's start with the video now. Right. Let's start. First of all, in management, there are only 5 chapters: motivation, leadership, communication, HRD, and journal management, right? So all the 3 sessions which I will be taking on YouTube for management, I will be bringing questions from all these 5 chapters in a mixed format. Right? Let's start with the very first question. I'm waiting for you to give me your answers. In the very first question, the question is saying what? The question is straight away saying, right? The question is saying what? In management, identify the process that initiate, guide, and maintains goal-oriented behavior of an employee. Now, see, in management, things are quite easy. You might have seen this particular question somewhere else also, but over here we are revising most important concepts of your management. Yes, so first answer D. Okay. In management, identify the process that initiate, guides, and maintain goal-oriented behavior. Now, whenever you see a goal-oriented behavior, definitely we were talking about one very famous concept of management, which goes by the concept of motivation. So motivation will be the correct answer over here, which is option number B. Now, motivation is a process when you initiate, guide, and maintain. Initiate means the initial spark. Guiding means to tell you that what is right and what is wrong. And maintaining means the consistency. So if you initiate, guide, and maintain your goal-oriented behavior, then definitely you will be having a motivation process starting in yourself. And yes, it's the inner willingness of a person to make the intense and persistent efforts. Right? Inner willingness is basically your inner yes. Basically, your soul is saying that you have to do something. So that is your inner willingness of a person to make intense and persistent efforts. Intense is again what? Like on the very first day, you study very hard. So you study with great intensity. And persistent effort basically means again the discipline wala point. Right? So the correct answer over here will be option number B only, and I will rate it very easy. Correct answer will be option number B, and we know the process of motivation also. It starts from the need, then it goes towards the tension. Then from tension you have a goal-oriented behavior. Goal-oriented behavior is anything which satisfy your goal. Then you will check that whether your need is satisfied or not, and then you will collect the feedback as well. Right? Question number 2, my friends. Question number 2. Question number 2. If you have any doubt, then please post it in the chat box as well. Intrinsic motivation occurs when the people are motivated to perform in behavior or engage in an activity to earn a reward or avoid punishment. The motivation comes from outside. In the same regard, identify what? You have to identify the odd one out. Now, in this context, I think they are asking you the concept of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Right? Intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Now you have to identify one odd one. Like you have to identify the odd one out. Money, grades, praise, sense of achievement, or none of the above? What will be the correct answer over here? Motivation is the part of direction element. But in direction, you have other elements also. So that definition was referring to motivation only. Yes, the correct answer over here will be sense of achievement. Sense of achievement is intrinsic. So I'm writing I over here, right? Sense of achievement is intrinsic, whereas money, grades, marks, praise, these all are extrinsic. So I'm writing E, right? Extrinsic motivation comes from outside, intrinsic motivation comes from inside. Simple, right? So answer over here will be option number D, which we have just now decoded. Next question. Question number 3. Following are the example of content theories of motivation. Following are the examples of content theories of motivation. Now we know that there are two set of theories, content and process. In content you have Maslow, Eldeford, David McClelland, Frederick Hansberg, Douglas McGregor, William Auchi and whatnot, right? So these 5 people are there in your content. But if you see in your, I would say, process, there are multiple examples. So which of the following is an example of, following are the examples of content theories except Maslow is definitely in content-based theory. Eldeffer is also a content-based theory. Adam equity is a process-based theory. In process, we have multiple theories like Adam equity. We also have the component of Victor Vroom theory of motivation. We have B.F. Skinner theory of reinforcement, self-determination theory, cognitive evaluation theory, Clarke-Hull drive reduction theory. So those are all process. But in this particular question, two-factor theory given by Hansberg, McGregor theory of motivation is theory X and Y, right? So answer over here will be option number C. If you have given answer as C, then very good, right? Next question, question number 4. Abraham Maslow has proposed that motivation of people depends upon their needs, and these needs can be arranged in a hierarchy. Identify the need wherein Maslow explained that individual wants to be protected in the environment from his or her enemies. So we know that Maslow has given you 5 needs, right, in the hierarchy. So your level 1 is what? Your level 1 is basic physiological need. Level 2 is what? Safety and security. Level 3 is what? Level 3 is love and belongingness. Then you move to level number 4. In level number 4 you have self-esteem. And then you go to level number 5, which is self-actualization. So answer this question, come on. Question number 4. So when you are looking for protection from your environment, from your enemies, then you are referring to your safety needs, which is level number 2, which is not given in this particular case. So answer will be option number E, right? So fourth ka answer will be option number E. Self-actualization is the highest. Physiological needs basically includes your basic needs to survival. Safety needs is like safety from the environment. Social needs is like love and belongingness from the team. Self-esteem is like your recognition and the status. And self-actualization is like the topmost need wherein you try to become the best version of yourself. Question number 5 now. चलिए, question number 5. Question number 5. Which type of needs is most concrete as per Clayton P. Eldeffer? Now this Eldeffer has copied from Maslow only. Eldeffer has copied from Maslow only, right? Maslow gave 5 needs. Eldeffer condensed them into 3. These 3 needs were known as ERG, existence, relatedness and growth. Right? So which of the following is the most concrete? Concrete means what, by the way? Concrete basically means that these are available. These are seen in everybody. So everybody will have these concrete needs. Yes, the correct answer will be option number B, which is existence needs. Existence needs basically combine level 1 and level 2 of Maslow, right? So therefore the correct answer will be existence need. Growth needs are not a part of it. Interpersonal relatedness needs and none of the above never makes any sense. Growth need is level 4 and 5 of Maslow, right? Relatedness needs is level 3 of Maslow. So I hope you are able to mark your answers. The least concrete need will be what? So the least concrete need will be growth need. But existence needs will be those needs which are common to everybody. Right? Now let's move to question number 6. Question number 6 now. Question number 6 says what? McClelland theory of needs, which is also known as achievement theory of motivation. Under this, David McClelland identified 3 needs. How many needs did he identify? 3. So you have need of influence, need of achievement and need of appreciation, right? So these were the 3 needs. Now these three needs were also known as what? Manifest, social need, existence needs or development needs. These three needs, which were like need of achievement, need of power and influence, and need of affiliation, were together called as manifest needs, right? Because a person manifests them once they move ahead in your life, right? So these needs were known as manifest needs. They were also known as acquired needs. At the same time, they were also known as learned needs, right? LERND. Yes, so the correct answer over here in question number 6 will be option number A. Good. Chaliye ji, next we are going forward to question number 7. McClellan theory of needs, which we also call it as achievement theory of motivation. David McClellan identified three needs or required needs. In the same regard, McClellan found that people with high need of achievement have following feature except. So you will find all the features in, I would say what, need of achievement person, but which one you will not find, because you have to find the except one. You have to find the odd one over here. Seek to excel and thirst to avoid both high risk and low risk situation. Yes. They prefer either to do work alone with or with high achievers. There is a strong need for feedback. There is an urge for need of sense of accomplishment. They don't take responsibility for finding solutions to a problem. So your correct answer over here will be option number E. Why? Because a need of achievement person will definitely take the responsibility. Right? Rest all points were the features. Like a need of achievement person will definitely work with high achievers only. They will take strong feedback also, and there will be a strong sense of accomplishment of a task also. Right? So answer will be option number E. Let's move to question number 8 now. Question number 8. I am seeing only that Himanshu is only participating. What happened to other persons? Identify the correct statement from below. Hansberg two-factor theory is also known as motivation hygiene theory. According to Hansberg, the opposite of satisfaction is no satisfaction. According to Hansberg, the opposite of dissatisfaction is no dissatisfaction. Satisfiers and motivator provide satisfaction or motivation. Hygiene factor just decides whether employee is being satisfied or dissatisfied. Yes, so you have a good question in front of you. You have to identify the correct one. 7th, I'm looking for the answers of 8th one. Yes, the correct answer over here will be option number E again, because all the statements are correct only. You can see that Hansberg has given again motivation hygiene theory, which we also call it as two-factor theory. Your opposite of satisfaction is no satisfaction. Why? Because motivators decide between these two. Hygiene factors decide between dissatisfaction and no dissatisfaction. Motivators are internal to the job. Remember, intrinsic motivation. Hygiene factors are external to the job. External means what? Extrinsic. Right? And satisfier, yes, this point was again correct. So answer will be option number E. Good, everybody. Now question number 9. Hansberg two-factor theory basically tells about motivation hygiene theory. Okay, it states two different facets of motivation. The first one being hygiene factor or job context, and the second one is job content or satisfiers. Hygiene factors are job context or job condition also. Over here you can also write job condition. And satisfiers are job content. From the following, identify the hygiene factor. Achievement, recognition, salary, responsibility or advancement. See, achievement is definitely internal, recognition is also internal, responsibility is also internal, advancement is also internal. Basically, these are dealing with the job. But if you see for salary, salary is external factor, which is not in your hands, that will be decided by your manager. So answer over here will be option number C. Good, everybody. I can see that Himanshu is participating in the great sense, so very good, Himanshu. Question number 10. Maslow physiological security and social needs comes under Hansberg factors, whereas self-fulfillment needs comes under Hansberg dash factors. This is a kind of a tricky question, so I expect some people to go wrong. Maslow physiological security and social needs are a lower order need, right? And Hansberg lower order need is known as hygiene. So over here I will be writing what? Hygiene factors, right? And hygiene is also known as maintenance. So either answer B is correct or D is correct or both are correct. Whereas self-fulfillment needs comes under Hansberg what? So either motivator can come and satisfiers can come. So both B and D are correct. So answer will be option number E. Why? Because maintenance factor is synonymous to hygiene factor, and motivator is also a synonymous to the satisfier. So your answer will be option number E. Those who have given E, very good. Right? Now let's move to question number 11. Which of the following is a lower order need? Lower order needs means those needs which are extrinsic. A manager will try to fulfill them first. Security, relatedness, maintenance, need of appreciation, or all of the above. Security need was given to you by Maslow. Relatedness needs were given to you by Eldeffer. Maintenance was given to you by Frederick Hansberg. Need of appreciation was given to you by David McClelland. So if you see, all of them are lower order needs because the all are extrinsic. So again the answer will be option number E only. Now why I'm not waiting for you to answer these questions, because these are very easy. You could have straight away answered this question in 30 seconds. Moving forward, this image is for your own explanation. Once you get the PDF, you can refer to it. Question number 12. Douglas McGregor developed a theory that there are two basic management behavior types, theory X and theory Y. Theory X manager uses which style of approach? A very basic question. A very basic question. A very basic question. I'm looking for the answers. Question number 12. Question number 12. Douglas McGregor developed theory that there are two basic management behavior type, theory X and theory Y. Theory X manager uses which type of approach? Yes, carrot and stick approach. World famous approach, right? Stick represents punishment, carrot represents your, I would say, rewards. So if your employee is not working, you will be using carrot and stick approach, by which I mean you will be showing him rewards, you will be giving him punishment to get the work done. So the correct answer over here will be option number A only. Right? Good everybody. Next is your question number 13. Douglas McGregor developed the theory that there are two basic fundamental management behavior types, theory X and theory Y managers. Following are the assumptions which theory Y managers make, except what? Following are the assumptions which theory Y managers makes, except what? See, theory Y manager always thinks about positive stuff. So people will relish and seek responsibility. Yes, they will do. People are good at creative problem solving. Yes, they will be good, because this is the positive stuff. People are committed to the organization even if they are satisfied in their job. Okay, people will not exercise self direction and self control if they are committed to the goal. People naturally put as much of effort into their work as they do in the play or rest. So which of the following will be the assumption which will not be made by theory Y? This is the phase 2 level question. Question number 13 I'm looking for. 13th D, people will not exercise self-direction, rather people will exercise self-direction. Therefore, this is not the assumption, so answer will be option number D. Theory Y always assumes the positive stuff. Remember this. Once you see why will people not exercise self-direction, they will definitely do. Self-direction means what? That you are controlling yourself. You will control as per theory Y. Right? So D is incorrect. Now let's move to 14th. In the field of motivation, who is the founder of Theory Z? Now, actually, this question was a phase 2 question of 2024, if you recall. Right? Who has founded Theory Z? Theory Z was founded by William Auchi. Very basic question, right? Wherein he compared two nations, Japan and USA. Right? And he said that how can a American managers or how can a USA managers can overcome the challenges of Japanese manager. So 14th answer will be William Auchi. Good. Next in my list is question number 15. Currently questions are easy because today is our first class, but definitely we will increase the level once we move ahead to phase 2. Come on, I need answers for question number, I would say 15. In the field of management, identify the process by which an executive can direct, guide and influence the behavior and work of others towards accomplishment of specific goals in a given situation. Motivation, supervision, leadership or communication. Motivation, supervision, directing, leadership or communication. Yes. In the field of management, identify the process where a leader or an executive direct, guide and influence. So this is definitely leadership. Option number D will be the correct answer, because you direct means what? To give a command. Guide means what? To tell what is right and what is wrong. Influence means what? To changing the behavior itself. Right? So answer will be D over here, which is leadership. Leadership means that I will take all my employee towards the accomplishment of organizational goal, which we also call it as economic goals, which includes your profit, survival and growth. right? Question number 16 now, my friends. Question number 16. Chalo, last 10 questions to go for our part 1. Then we will meet tomorrow as well. Identify the type of a leader wherein a leader is officially appointed to manage a group and has authority to exercise over the group. Officially appointed. Officially appointed will be formal leader only, because unofficial is for informal. Manifest and unofficial was just given to confuse you. The correct answer will be option number B, which is formal leader. A formal leader will definitely be appointed by a group, right? Now let's move to the next one. Question number 17. Identify the type of a leadership wherein a leader or a manager retains as much as power as possible and he makes decision making authority as possible. Moreover, staff is not consulted nor allowed to give any input. Staff is expected to be obeyed without receiving any explanation. Informal leader, no, because in informal leader, people have the control. Formal leader, it can be, but in formal leader, you go by the rules. You do not become a dictator. Yes, the correct answer will be autocratic leader. In autocratic leader only, you try to keep as much as decision making power by yourself. So answer will be option number C. Democratic and free reign will not make any sense. Democratic is like consultative leadership, wherein you take participation from the team members. Free reign is delegative leadership, which allows you to shift the power to the group. But in this case, the answer will be option number C. Yes. Now let's move ahead to question number 18. In democratic leadership style, a manager encourages staff to be a part of decision making, keep staff informed about everything that affects their work, shares decision making, and problem solving responsibility. Democratic leadership is also known as what? Shared leadership, participative leadership, consultative leadership, or all of the above. You only tell me what will be the correct answer. Shared, participative, consultative, all of the above, or none of the above. Yes, the correct answer will be all of the above, because these all are synonyms for democratic leadership. These all are synonyms for democratic leadership, right? So answer over here will be option number D. Question number 19, my friends. 19 is quite good. Phase 2 level question. Now, laissez-faire leadership, which we also call it as delegative or free reign. Here a leader or a manager provides little or no direction, gives staff as much as freedom as possible. This type of leadership style can be used under which of the following situation, except what? Staff is highly experienced and educated. Yes, I can use, in this case, I can use delegative leadership. Delegative means what? That you are giving entire control to the team. Environment is highly stable. Yes, because in highly stable environment, you will have time to make decisions. And in laissez-faire, you can make decisions in long time. Followers have pride. Staff is unskilled. No, no, no. E is incorrect. You cannot follow laissez-faire leadership when your staff is unskilled, right? So the correct answer will be option number E over here. Okay. Next in the list is question number 20. Chalo. Question number 20 says what? Transactional leadership and transformational leadership. You answer this. Transactional leadership is also known as managerial leadership. Yes, it focuses on supervision, performance, and all that stuff. So first is correct. Transactional leader is effective in crisis and emergency situation. Yes, because in crisis and emergency situations, you have to make quick decisions. And in transactional and in autocratic and in theory X, you can make quick decisions. In transformational leadership, a leader has a great vision for a future, and he inspires, motivates, and encourages his subordinate. Transformational leader works to change or transform his or her followers' needs and redirect their thinking. Yes, transformational के लिए both the statements are correct. So according to me, the answer should be option number E. All of the above are correct. Yes, very good. I can see now two people are responding. So answer will be option number E. Next we have question number 21. Next we have question number 21. Question number 21 says what? Question number 21 basically says yes, identify the leadership style wherein a leader puts the need of others first and helps people to develop. People to develop what? People to develop, I would say, develop and perform as highly as possible. These type of leader turns the pyramid upside down, right? Now, very basic. These are the core words of servant leadership style. So if such question comes in your exam, mark your answers under 30 seconds. Yes, the answer will be servant leadership style, which was given to you by Robert Greenleaf. So the correct answer over here will be option number A. Right? Question number 22. Bureaucratic leadership is a leader. In the leadership style, a leader goes by the rule. Bureaucratic leadership was given by whom? Keith Davis, Fred Fiedler, Max Weber, Clayton P. Gracia, or David McGregor. See, bureaucratic leadership was given to you by Max Weber. He was the person who introduced bureaucratic school of management also. So answer will be option number C. Good, everybody. Right? Question number 23 now. Question number 23. Identify the leadership style wherein a leader expects loyalty and trust from employees, and it involves a dominant authority figure who acts as a patriarch or a matriarch and threats employees and partner as though the members are large and extended family. So which kind of leadership the question is talking about? Which kind of leadership the question is talking about? Please give me your answers. Which kind of leaders a question is talking about? Question is talking about paternalistic leadership only. Paternalistic leadership mein a person will have a kind of a what? A kind of a, I would say, dominating figure, and that particular person will definitely give a lot of needs. He will fulfill all the needs of the employees, and he will expect that employees will respect and stay in the company, so loyalty will follow. This is what paternalistic leadership is all about, right? So answer will be option number B over here. Next one, question number 24 is a tough one, so try to take your time and address it. As per Blake and Mountain managerial grid, which of the following leadership style is such when a manager encourages teamwork, commitment among the employees? So you have manager encourages teamwork also, so your team is also good, and you are also seeing that your employees are kind of uh, doing the work. Work is accomplished from committed people and under mutual trust and respect. So your work is also accomplished, team is also there. So it basically means that you are a 9,9 leader. 9,9 means what? Managerial leadership. I hope you know that if you have managerial grid rather, if you have managerial grid, then in this case you have 5 different type of leadership. Country club is that particular person in which leads of people dominate. Team management is basically that particular leadership in everybody tries to be happy also, and they try to contribute towards the goal also. Middle of the road is like average. Improvist style is what? Improvist style basically means worst of both the worlds. Then you have task management, a kind of a dictator. In the question, clearly 9,9 will be the answer. Right? Next, one more question, then we will wind up. Try to answer this question. Try to answer this question. Yes. Not country club, because in country club you only focus on people. But in my last question, it was clearly written that you have to work on work also, and you also keep care of your team also. Ram is a production manager who focuses entirely on achieving the work targets and efficiency, paying little attention to employee needs. According to Blake and Mountain managerial grid, which leadership style best represents Ram behavior? Which leadership style best represents Ram behavior? So leader, he is focusing on works and efficiency, paying little attention to employees. So for him, work is important. So he will have 9 score in the task. But in the team of work, in the score of 1, he will only have 1 score. I hope you know how to determine this one, right? This is basically your task management, which is option number C. Basically, if you remember this, X and Y coordinates, right? X will be basically my task and Y will be basically my people needs. So this is how you determine. So let's start with question number 1, by the way. Straight away, we are starting with question number 1. Not wasting your time, not wasting my time. Chaliye ji, so Himanshu is there like yesterday. According to Victor Vroom expectancy theory, individual motivation to put forth effort is determined by a rational calculation in which individuals evaluate their relationship. In the same regard, identify the element which explains the relationship between effort to performance. So Victor Vroom has defined motivation in 3 elements, or the products of 3 elements. First is expectancy multiplied by instrumentality, then multiplied by your valency, right? Expectancy links your effort to performance, instrumentality links your performance to outcome, and the total value which you give to your outcome is the valency. Valency can have multiple values, -1, +1 and 0. Each value tells you something. Now in this question it is clearly being asked that you have to identify the element which explain the relationship between effort to performance. So effort to performance is shown in expectancy, therefore your answer will be option number A. Right. Cool. So I have seen in the chat also many people have given the right answer. Now let's move forward to question number 2. Question number 2 is of goal setting theory, which was given to you by Edwin Locke. Now, goal setting theory states that goal setting is essentially linked to task performance. Yes, this is true. It states that specific and challenging goals along with appropriate feedback contributes to higher and better task performance. In the same regard, identify the incorrect statement regarding goal setting theory. So first, please focus that you have to identify the incorrect one. Goal should be specific, like achieving 85% of marks rather than achieving good marks. Yes, this statement is correct, because if you have specific goals, then definitely you know that what you have to achieve, which will again increase your goal performance, right? Goals should be challenging. Yes, definitely goals should be challenging, because then only they will motivate you. An easy goal can be cracked by all of us. A tough goal cannot be cracked by all of us. Therefore, there should be a moderation, a challenging goal. Better feedback of results leads to lower performance than feedback. Better feedback of results leads to lower performance. Goal setting theory assumes that individual is committed to the goals. National culture also affects. Yes, answer will be option number C, because better feedback results to lower performance. No, it results into higher performance. And this was a kind of a very basic question. If you see some questions, even if you don't know about goal setting theory, you can still say that the answer will be option number C, because this is very journal. This is very genuine. Right? Better feedback of results results into higher performance than the lack of feedback. Therefore, statement C is incorrect over here. And this is what Edwin Locke goal setting theory looks like. Quite complicated, but just remember that what is your goal performance relationship, because if your goals are strong, then definitely you will be motivated to move ahead in your life. Now let's move to question number 3. Now we are now checking your knowledge on Adam equity theory. Adam equity theory, according to this theory, there is a spatial norm via which people judge their fairness of their work by comparing their input that they contribute to the outputs they receive. This norm, like Adam equity theory, basically compares your input to your outputs, right? It compares your inputs to your outputs. Now, the question is asking that if you have a spatial norm via which people judge their fairness of their work situation by comparing their inputs that they contribute to the outputs, this norm is basically known as what? Equity norm. Equity norm is one of the most fundamental reason that why John Stacey Adam created equity theory. So therefore the correct answer of this particular question will be option number C only. Let me see in the chat how many of you are giving the right answer. Mahindra and Himanshu are giving the right answer. Good. So you compare your input to outputs. When your inputs are is equals to outputs, you will be motivated. And by the way, what are your inputs? Inputs are everything which you give to the company. Outputs are all the things which you are getting from the company. Right? Inputs can be your time, your experience, your skills, your perseverance, your energy, whatnot. Like your knowledge also is an input which you're giving to the company. Output is something which company is giving to you. So it can be salary, perks, multiple other, I would say, components of salary, right? So that is all about outputs. Company is also giving you status, recognition. So that will be my output, right? So first norm was equity norm. Your input should be is equals to output. And remember, social comparison is another norm. Social comparison means that I will be comparing my situation to that of others. This other person in this particular theory is known as referent. It's known as what? Reference. Next one, question number 4, a kind of a tough question, so try to please understand and then answer. I will read it for you. Recently, Amazon announced that it has upped the minimum wage for all US employees to $15 per hour that and was taking similar actions in other part of the world. Many applauded Amazon for the move, but it believed that the decision was influenced by a similar announcement from the other US major companies like Gravity and Walmart. Amazon aimed to ensure equitable pay to the other organizations because, according to motivation, failure to do so could lead to negative impact on employees. बताइए, based on the scenario described, which statement reflects the Adams equity theory in the context of Amazon's decision to increase wages? Biti, please tell me what will be the right answer. Based on the scenario described, which statement best reflects Adams' equity theory in the context of Amazon's decision to increase wages? A. Employees is solely determined by their absolute pay. Because of this solely, this question, the statement number A looks incorrect to me. Because solely means what? That this is the only reason. So this is an extreme statement to make. So we cannot mark A. Amazon increased wages to prevent employees from perceiving inequity between their comparison to that of their employees in a similar company. Looks good, but let's read C and D also. Equity theory suggests that all employees will be satisfied as long they are receiving regular pay increases. No, this is not correct. A is removed, C is removed, B is left. D. Amazon primarily reason for raising wages was to comply with the new labor laws. No, this is all blah blah. If you see, the correct answer according to me should be B only, because over here the employees of Amazon are comparing their salary to the other ones, right? Question number 15 now. Question number 5, not sorry 15. Question number 5. Identify the theory of human motivation that focuses on the degree to which an individual behavior is self-motivated. Self-motivated means what? Intrinsically motivated. Self-motivated means what? Intrinsically motivated. According to this theory, people prefer to feel they have control over their action and they make choices without external influence and interferences. Self-evaluation, self-determination, Victor Vroom expectancy theory, or Edwin Locke goal setting theory. See, Edwin Locke goal setting theory is not even an answer of this question, because there is nothing about goal, right? Moreover, Edwin Locke give you certain features of goal, that how your goal can motivate you. Vroom Victor expectancy theory was expectancy, instrumentality, and valency. Self-determination theory looks the correct answer, because under self-determination theory, Edward Recchi and Riyad Ryan have given the kind of a synopsis that your, I would say, intrinsic motivation will overpower extrinsic motivation through autonomy, through competency, and relatedness. So there are three elements in your self-determination theory. I hope you are aware about them. Autonomy, which is like basically your freedom. Competency is basically your skills. And then you move to the last one, which is relatedness. Relatedness is like how will you make your friends. Yes, the correct answer will be option number C. Good, all of you. Right? Question number 6. Which theory of motivation introduced the concept of homeostasis? Homeostasis is basically when your biological needs are met. Now, homeostasis was introduced under instinctive theory by Clark-Hull drive reduction theory. Now, Clark-Hull drive reduction theory is the primary one, but that homeostasis concept was carried forward in the instinctive theory of motivation also. So, if you see, the correct answer over here will be option number E, which is Clark-Hull drive reduction theory, right? Vroom never said about this. Adam again inputs and outputs. Edwin Locke no. Reinforcement theory was given to you by B.F. Skinner, and in B.F. Skinner there is no concept of homeostasis, right? So E looks the correct one to me. Yes, good. Next one, question number 7. According to Albert Bandura, self-efficacy is the belief in one's abilities to organize and execute the courses of action required to manage prospective situations. In the other word, self-efficacy is the person believe in his or her ability to succeed in a situation. In the same regard, which of the quality will not be seen in a person who has high self-efficacy? High self-efficacy means what? High self-confidence or high belief in my internal abilities. That is what self-efficacy is. Viewing challenging problem to be mastered. Yes, this is a quality of a high self-efficacy person. Develop deeper interest in activities in which they participate. Yes. From stronger sense of commitment to interest in activities. Recover quickly from setbacks. Focus on personal fallings and negative outcomes. E. E is incorrect according to me, because this is not the quality of a person who has high self-confidence. So answer will be option number E. Good, everybody, those who are saying E. Next question, question number 8. Although motivation and morale are closely related concepts, motivation is individually, morale is team-based, right? Although motivation and morale are closely related concepts, however, there exists some difference between motivation and morale. In the same regard, which of the following statement is correct? Which of the following statement is correct? Please tell me the answer of this. First, high morale essentially results in greatly motivated employees. High morale essentially results, no. High motivation results into higher morale. So motivation results into morale. Morale does not lead to higher motivation. So A is not the correct one. High morale always leads to higher productivity, no, because high morale might lead to higher productivity. High morale is a primary concern, no, because high morale is a secondary concern. High motivation is a primary concern. Morale is concerned with the overall attitude of a group towards the organization. Yes, D looks correct. So according to me, this is a very easy question. Ask in phase 2 of 2022 of PFRDA, which can, like, PFRDA and SEBI has same kind of difficulty, right? So answer will be D. Next question. Come on, this question is good. This question is good. This question is good. I expect correct answers for this. Right. This phenomena refers to the fact that people will modify their behavior simply because they are being observed. The effect gets its name from one of the most famous industrial history experiments that took place in the Western Electric Company of Chicago in the late 90s or in the late 1920s and early 1930s. The researcher concluded that workers' productivity was not being affected in the changes of working condition, but rather than the fact that someone was being concerned enough that their working conditions to conduct an experiment on it. So quite a long paragraph given to you. The phenomena which was talking about was given by whom? Now there are two people who are associated to this phenomena, Elton Mayo and Henry L. Ensberg. So answer over here will be option number D, right? Two people are involved in your, I would say what, Hawthorne experiments, which was done in Western Electric Company of Chicago, USA. Right, so there are two people, Elton Mayo and Henry L. Ensberg. Elton Mayo is not given, therefore we are choosing option number D over here. Right, answer will be option number D. Elton Mayo and Henry L. Ensberg both were there, right? So we have to choose the person who was there, right? So Henry L. Ensberger will be the correct answer. Question number 10. Functional leadership is the model that concentrates on how leadership occurs rather than focusing on how they lead. Obviously, because in functional leadership theories, you are not concerned that who is leading. You are concerned that how that particular person is leading. In the same regard, action-centered theory also explains the component of functional leadership. Who was the profounder of action-centered theory? Who was the profounder of action-centered theory? Action-centered theory was given to you by John Adair. John Adair has said what? That a leader will focus on three different elements of the leadership. First is task, then team. Team is also known as group, and then you have what? Organization. Right? Task, team, and organization. Task, team, and individual rather, not organization. It's individual if I'm not wrong. Task, team, and individual. Right? Is task, team, and individual. Good. So answer will be option number D. Task, team, and individual needs, right? Now, group needs are also known as team. They can also be known as organization level needs, right? Question number 11. Question number 11. I need the answers for 11 now. Fiedler contingency theory suggests that leaders are consistent in their behavior, which can create predictability of how they will perform in such situation. In the same regard, name the scale of questionnaire which was used by Fiedler. So Fred Fiedler has used a very popular, I would say, questionnaire to collect the data about their leader. So answer will be over here, LPC, least preferred coworker, in which you have how many questions? 16 questions which a one person has to mark from 1 to 8. Right? If you are scoring low on the least preferred core worker, then your leadership style suited to you is task. But if you are scoring very high, then people orientation leadership will suit you the best. So answer over here will be option number C, which we have discussed so far. Right? Now let's move to question number 12. Question number 12. According to Blake and Mountain managerial grid, identify the leadership style wherein a manager maintains a perfect balance. Perfect balance as in like not the good, not the bad. It's like perfect balance between the company goals and your workers' need by giving some concern to both people and to production. Now, some people will say, "Sir, perfect balance means it's a team management, which is 9,9." No, perfect balance means somewhere in between. Not good, not bad. It's like in balance. So that will be middle of the road, which is a score of 5,5 on your Blake and Mountain managerial grid. So answer will be option number E. Right? The answer will be option number E. Next, question number 13. A leader is someone who can see how things can be improved and who rallies people to move towards a better version. In the same regard, identify which leadership style is also known as life cycle theory. Now, these are very basic questions. This can be asked in your phase 1. These are very basic questions. So, which leadership style is also known as life cycle theory of leadership? The correct answer will be Hansen and Blunkart situational theory. Over here, you have 4 maturity levels, which you have to use for defining 4 leadership styles. So, telling, selling, participating, and delegative has to be applied on 4 different maturities: M1, M2, M3, and M4. Right? Yes. So, answer over here will be option number B. Right? Hansen Blunkart situational theories. So, you have 4 leadership styles for which you will apply them on the, I would say, 4 maturity styles. Telling is used for M1, selling is used for M2, participating is used for M3, and for delegating it's M4. If you want to know more about it, then please let me know, I will explain. In which leadership theory there is a dynamic relationship between leader and its follower. It explains how relationships are either contributed to growth or hold people to fall back. Or hold people back, not fall back, hold people back. Democratic, horizontal, vertical dial linkage theory, path goal theory, or none of the above. See, relationships are made as in like in group and out group. So that is made as per, I would say, vertical diard linkage theory, which we also call it as LMX, leader member exchange theory. Over here, a leader will make in group, in which he will keep all the close employees, and then he will make out group also. Out group may all the employees which are not connected to a leader are kept. Right? So in this question, the correct answer will be option number C. Right? Then comes your question number 15. Ram is an employee working in recognized MSC. On daily basis, he faces many new different situations and he sometimes end up in making wrong decisions. Therefore, he visited his mentor and his mentor advised him to use dash during low stress situations. Now, there is one particular theory which talks about stress, right? That theory was given by Fred Fiedler and Joe Gracia, right? Please tell me. Right? So I hope you remember that in this particular theory, stress becomes the most important factor. If you are having higher stress, then use experience. Right? If you are having lower stress, then use intelligence. In this case, your stress is low, so you will be using intelligence, which is option number D. Right? So this was CRT theory, cognitive resource theory, given by Fred Fiedler and Joe Gracia in 1987. Under this, you have intelligence and experience. Intelligence will be used when stress is low. Experience will be used when stress is very high. Right? These are the 2 kind of techniques which you can use, but one situational factor is stress. Right? Question number 16 now. This is as per your Gordon-Allport trait theory. Adolf Hitler of a Nazi party who rose to become a dictator of Germany. Hitler was a high task oriented person. He had a very clear vision and knowledge of the path for executing his strategy, but due to his extreme way of punishment, till today he is known as a synonymous to hate. So he is known as a synonymous to hate. Now, according to Gordon-Allport trait theory, which trait Adolf Hitler is being discussed above? Gordon-Allport has given you 3 traits, right? So you have cardinal, central, and secondary. Cardinal traits are basically those traits for which you become synonymous, like Captain Cool, MS Dhoni, right? Then you have central. Central is basically all the journal traits. Then you have secondary. Secondary is for basically situation specific. Now over here, Hitler is becoming a synonymous to hate. So this means that you are having a cardinal trait in him. So cardinal will be option number E. Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number E only. Good. Now coming to 17. Read the following statements and thereafter select the incorrect statement. So you have to read and then answer. A leader can be successful, but he might not be effective. This statement is correct because a leader is a successful basically means that he is a manager. A leader is effective, then he means he is also successful. A leader, if he is effective, then it means he is successful. Yes. Successful leaders affect the actions of subordinate, where effective leaders change the attitude of subordinate. Yes, this question also looks correct to me. This statement also looks correct to me. Then effective leadership can be used. Effective leadership can be used for bringing the changes over short time. No, it will be long time over here. So D is incorrect. Therefore, your answer will be option number D. right? I hope you know what is your successful and effective leader. Successful leaders are basically good managers. Successful leaders are basically good managers, right? These are those people who are good managers. Effective leaders are kind of transformational leaders. So, successful leader, yes, he will work for profit for the company. But when it comes to changing the lives, then effective leader is a very good person, right? चलिए, question number 18. Queen Victoria is a very famous leader who made England a prominent country. The Victorian period is named after this, and this time is also known as a unique leadership style. The Victorian period is named after her, and this time is also known for its unique, I would say, what leadership style. The Victorian era is also known as the age of individualism, and people were encouraged to use their skills and talent to make England a prominent and a strong country. People were given freedom to express themselves and be creative and innovative in achieving the goal. What kind of leadership we are talking about? Autocratic? No, because autocratic may we try to keep all the things in our hands. So this is not correct. Democratic may be, delegative may be, shared. In shared, you create multiple leaders who are ready to replace you. So I will not take shared because shared keywords are not mentioned. Servant, because in servant you turn the pyramid upside down of the power and you listen to your employees, which is again in not this case. So I am confused between democratic and delegative. Now it is clearly been said the Victorian era is also known as the age of individualism, and people were encouraged to use their skills and talent to make England a prominent country and a strong country. People were given freedom. So the highest freedom, if I'm not wrong, is given in option number C, which is your delegative leadership. Delegative leadership means what? That you are giving highest freedom to your employees so that they can do your stuff. Now, why the answer over here is not democratic? Because in democratic, the key word is what? That people will participate in your decision making process, which is not given in this particular case. Rather, you are just giving talent, freedom to your fellow country beings. So, therefore, delegative looks correct. So, answer will be C. Then comes, I would say, question number 19. Question number 19. Police officers plays a central role in the law enforcement system. They monitor criminal activity, take part in the community patrols, and respond to emergency calls, issue tickets, and make arrests, investigating crimes and testify court as needed. The criminals and common men are also fearful of the police. It is the fear which helps them enforcing the laws. Which type of power is being used as per Raven 5 form? See, reward cannot be the case because in reward power you give a reward, which in this case is absent. Legitimate power can be, coercive can be, referent cannot come because referent is like transformational. Expert maybe because police, like I will not say is an if police is an expert of criminal laws, then yes, you can mark, but over here I don't think we are talking about the expert power. So either it's coercive or legitimate. Either it's coercive or legitimate. I can see Himanshu is going with D and Chetan is going with D. Coercive, it can be legitimate also, right? Because police is getting powers from the law. Police is getting power from a law. Right, try to read the question again. They monitor criminal activity, take part in the community patrols, respond to emergency calls, issue tickets, make arrests, investigate crimes, testify in the court. The criminals and the common man are fearful of the police. Are fearful of the police. It is the fear which helps in enforcing laws. So think about it. It can be legitimate only. It has to be legitimate only. Now, why the power is not coercive over here? Because coercive will come when the police is giving punishment to the common man of India, or when the police is using any kind of force. But in this case, they are not forcing, right? Like it is clearly given that police is a law enforcement agency, law enforcement system. The criminals and common men are also fearful of police, and it is a fear which helps them enforcing law. So this part, yes, can say that it is coercive, but at the end of the day, police is not directly doing any physical assault on you. So therefore, I will mark my answer as I would say what E only. Yes, I agree that when it comes to the last point of this particular paragraph, the criminals and the common man are also fearful. So the second party is fearful, but because they think that police is kind of scary. But in this case, police is not using any physical force. So until and unless it is mentioned that the police is using physical force, you cannot use, I would say what? You cannot use coercive power, right? Now, fear to ability hai, coercive, legitimated will be like, see, I told you legitimated and coercive looks the best answer over here. But I am not choosing coercive just because, yeah, there is nothing mentioned in the question that police is doing something. For example, I assume that police will beat me. So I am assuming that yes, police has a coercive power. But at the end of the day, is police beating me? No, they are just trying to tell me that you have to work as per the normal citizen of India. Right? So this is a confusing question and these are your phase 2 level questions. I will mark my answer as legitimate because in the question it is not given that police is using the kind of what? Police is using a kind of a force over here. Right? Let's move forward. Question number 20 now. How many flaws was given by Zenger and Hackman? Folkman, sorry. But police force but police force many a time. Now you don't have to apply your assumptions. You have to tell as per the question what is question saying. Cool. Question number 20. Zenger and Folkman have given you 10 leadership mistakes which a person can make. So therefore answer will be option number C. This is straight database questions which can be there in your exam also. Next, now let's discuss 5 questions of communication, then we will wind up. The communication process refers to the step through which communication takes place between the sender and a receiver. What is the final step in the process of communication? So the first step is ideation. Like you start building the idea of the communication. The last step is feedback. So if you remember, this is the flow of communication, right? So you start developing the idea by the sender, then encoding messages, selecting medium, transmission, receiving the messages, decoding, and then sharing the feedback to the sender again. So answer will be option number C, which was feedback. Question number 2. When two people communicate in the communication, we call it as a circuit communication. Yes, we do. Likewise, the name of a communication network where group member interacts with the adjoining members only. So you can communicate to your left, you can communicate to your right. So this particular feature is only present in your circle network. It is only present in your circle network. What is wheel, by the way? Wheel looks like this. I have the chart, so I will show you. Right? This is chain. So communication happens in one direction only, either upward or downward. In your circle, it's like I can communicate to my left, I can communicate to my right. Simple. All channel is like everybody can talk to everybody. Right? Wheel is what? That there will be one centralmost person to which communication will happen. You cannot bypass him. Right? Y is like two subordinates will talk to one superior and then the message will carry it forward. Inverted V is like I can talk to my two immediate bosses immediately. Right? Question number 23 now. Which name the communication network wherein the members of the organization enjoy the highest level of flexibility? Highest level of flexibility comes under your what? Highest level of flexibility. Highest level of flexibility comes under your wheel, inverted V, circle, star, or inverted V. Inverted Y and inverted V both are written over here. The correct answer will be what? Star network, because in star network people can talk to each other, right? So your highest flexibility will be shown in star. Question number 24. In a communication channel, it is a type of a media that is used to transfer a message from one person to another. In the same regard, a business plan, consumer satisfaction survey, annual reports, employee manuals, review meetings are an example of which channel of communication? Definitely the channel of communication in this case we are talking about is formal communication. Formal, because how can an employee manual, review meetings be informal? Formal is something which will follow rules and follow proper chain of command as well, right? Although formal is slow, but it will help you to achieve the goals of your company. So answer will be A. Last question before we conclude our class for today. What is the direction of a communication when the information is exchanged between the levels of between people who are working on the same level interact with the working of higher and lower level of the organizational hierarchy across the boundaries of their reporting relationship? Who are working on the same level interact with those working with a higher level or lower level of the organizational hierarchy crossing the boundaries of their reporting relationship. So if you are crossing the boundary, then it has to be diagonal communication. If you are crossing the boundary, answer will be D, because you are crossing your reporting boundary. Like in this, what is happening? Same level people are communicating with the higher level. If the same level is there and they have not skipped, they have missed this particular word, then lateral. Lateral is like same level pe people are communicating. But over here, people are crossing their reporting relationship and doing a diagonal communication. So answer will be option number D. Okay, so this is your, if this is your department, then this is your downward communication. This is your upward communication. Same level pe lateral communication will happen. Lateral is also known as horizontal. And if people are communicating by crossing their boundaries, then this is known as your cross wire communication or diagonal communication. Below. Question number 1 now. Straight away, let's start to solve questions. In the field of communication, identify the concept which refers to the amount of information that can be transmitted from one person to another. If you know the concept, then this concept is basically about communication channel richness. So therefore your answer will be C. Now what is channel richness? Channel richness basically means that what amount of information you can pass from the sender and receiver. If you see, channel richness is basically higher for your those things or for those channels wherein you are dealing with IT, like information technology, right? For example, we are currently connected through YouTube, right? So I am able to pass a lot of information to you. But generally when it comes to formal communication like emails, bulletins, memos and letters, so therein channel richness is low, right? So channel richness is generally higher for your informal channels, but it can be low for your formal channels, right? Next, question number 2. Today, maximum of companies are following open door policy. Here, a supervisor leaves their office door opens in order to encourage openness and transparency with the employees of that company. Open door policy is an example of which channel of communication? Now see, open door policy, what happens over here is that a lot of your subordinates can directly approach to you so that they can report any wrongdoing in the company, or they want to share some suggestions, or they want to write any complaint to you, right? So in open door policy, communications flows upward. Therefore the answer of this question itself is upward communication. What is downward communication? Downward communication flows downwards. For example, if I have to give any punishment to my employee, I am a superior, I am giving my punishment to a subordinate, so that's downward communication. Or if I have to give any direction, then also I have to follow downward communication. Then you have lateral communication. Lateral communication means horizontal. For example, if a middle level manager needs to talk to another middle level manager, so that's lateral. And then you have diagonal communication. Diagonal communication is like low level employee is talking to a high level employee, right? But in this case, open door policy, the correct answer will be option number B, which is upward communication, right? Now let's move forward to question number 3. You solve it, pause the video and try to solve it. Grapevine communication is an informal or unofficial channel of communication. It has no direction, as it can happen in any direction and between people of any level, in which grapevine communication an employee spreads the information with some selected others to whom he trusts. So over here, grapevine communication means that kind of communication which can happen at any direction, right? It can go upward, downward, lateral, horizontal, or in any direction, right? So question is asking you which network of communication under grapevine. In this particular network, employee spreads the information with selected others whom he trusts. See, trust is the key word over here. And under trust, you have your cluster chain, right? You have your cluster chain. Remember, there are 4 networks of grapevine. What happens under grapevine is there are 4 networks. First is single standard. Over here, communication under grapevine happens through either upwards or horizontal. In your gossips, it's like one person is sharing the information among the group, right? In single standards, it will be upward or downward. In gossip, everybody shares the kind of a grapevine communication within their group. Probability is like you are sharing something because of any chance, like somebody just met to you, so you are just sharing that information to that particular person by chance. Cluster is like you are sharing the information based on the trust. For example, A only trusts B, C and D, so he will share the information with him. Further, D trusts E, F and G, so he will share the information with E, F, G, right? So in probability, the keyword is chance. In cluster, the keyword is your, I would say what? Trust. And in gossip, you are sharing the information within a group, right? Single standard is easy. Question number 4, or all of you, try to pause this video and try to answer this. In the field of communication, verbal communication can take place through what? So verbal communication can take place through words, right? But words can be oral or written. So therefore the answer over here will be option number E, right? Verbal communication means what? That currently I'm speaking. So this is oral communication. But if I explain everything to writing, then it will be written communication, right? Body posture, haptics, these are non-verbal communications, right? Written and oral both can be the answer. Therefore, answer is option number E. Right? Very easy. I hope you would have got this correct. Question number 5 now. Non-verbal communication is usually understood as a process of communication through sending and receiving wordless messages. Identify the type of a non-verbal communication wherein the sender uses factors such as tone, loudness, inflection, and a high pitch. So these are the keywords. Try to mark your answers. Try to pause this video and try to mark your answers. Paralinguistic, yes. Vocalic, prosodics, and paralinguistic and paralanguage all means the same only. Basically, under paralinguistic, vocalic, prosodics, and paralanguage, you are trying to get your attention of the person through modulation of your tone. If I speak so high, then definitely people will focus on what I'm speaking, right? And if I speak very low, right, in that case definitely you will never be able to focus on the stuff which I'm trying to say. So all these things means the same thing, therefore the answer will be option number E, which is all of the above. I hope you would have also got the right answer. Next question, my friend, question number 6. For communication, people also utilize eye gaze, a means to determine if someone is being honest. Normally a steady eye contact is often taken as a sign that a person is telling trust and trustworthy and is trustworthy. Shifty eyes and inability to maintain eye contact. Shifty eyes and inability to maintain eye contacts, right? So basically you are talking about just eye, and eye. So it's like if you are communicating through your eyes, this is basically known as what in the parlance of non-verbal communication. Tell me, what will be your answer? Haptics? No. Haptics deals with the touch of the hands. Proxemics? No. Proxemics deals with the personal space which you are trying to allow somebody to come into your personal space, right? Kinesics deals with your body language. The correct answer will be option number A, oculesics. So if I'm winking on you, this basically means that I'm trying to convey certain message to you, right? So if you are trying to communicate through your eyes, so that is known as oculics. Therefore, the correct answer over here, my friends, will be option number A, which is oculics. Right? Now, oculics, facial expression, gestures, haptics, and body language, all are different types of non-verbal communication. I hope you are aware of them. Next is question number 7. There are certain factors which comes in the way of smooth flow of communication. Identify the barrier where superior has lack in confidence in subordinates. A superior has a lack in confidence in subordinate is which kind of barrier? This is what question is asking. Superior doesn't trust his subordinates. So is it semantic? No, because in semantic you deal with the language. You are not able to understand the core meaning of the language. In psychological, the issue is related to your brain, but over here no brain component is involved. Organizational, no, it will be a personal barrier. Why it is not organization? Because organization has provided the facilities, but it's like superior and subordinate, they are not able to trust each other. Therefore, it's a personal issue because superior doesn't trust his subordinate. So it's a personal issue of a superior for one particular person. Therefore, the answer will be option number D in this particular case. I hope you would have got it. And personal barriers are superior and subordinate related only, right? So if superior doesn't trust the subordinates, then it's definitely a personal barrier to have. Question number 8, my friends. In Reliance, the communication is taking place between two functional managers. So communication is happening between two functional managers, right? Who are operating on the same level, although in different departments. Their communication presents a good example of which channel. So if in Reliance, two functional managers are talking, two functional means what? Middle to middle, right? A middle level manager is having a communication with the middle level manager, right? Who are operating at the same level through different departments. Their communication presents a good example of which channel of communication. So if you are communicating on the same level, then definitely it's your, I would say what? It's your diagonal, lateral, downward or vertical. It will be lateral communication, which we also call it as horizontal communication. So answer over here will be option number C. Why it is not vertical? Vertical can be upward or downward, right? Vertical can be going upward also. It can come downward also, right? Downward doesn't make any sense because the people are on the same level. Diagonal will be then only when the low level employee is talking to a higher level of employee. So you cross your reporting relationships over here. Therefore, the correct answer will be option number C. Next one, my friends, question number 9. During a job interview, Like, this question is kind of confusing, so please pause this video, try to read it and then answer it. During a job interview, Sarah noticed a distinct nonverbal cues from the interviewers. They maintained attentive eye contact, nodded affirmatively, and slightly leaned forward while she spoke. However, when discussing salary, they shifted cross arms and displayed a close body language. Focus on the word. They maintain attentive eye contact, nodded affirmatively, and lean slightly forward. So basically, your eyes, your head, because you nod with your head, right? And your overall body is trying to get involved into a communication process. So, however, when discussing a salary, they shifted, crossed their arm, displays a close body language. Despite verbal encouragement, these non-verbal signs indicated reservation and discomforts. So you have to identify that which of the following non-verbal communication is activated when the salary topic is being discussed with Sarah. So when salary was discussed, they shifted their arm, crossed their arm, they shifted, crossed their arm and displays through close body language. So when close body language is there, it has to be kinesics. Haptics is touch of hand, which is not in this case. Artifacts is your objects. Communication through objects is artifacts, which is again not provided in this case. Gestures again no, because in gestures one particular body part is involved, not entire body. Facial expression deals with your facial expressions, right? So answer over here will be option number 5, which we can also say option number E, right? Kinesics is basically that how your overall body is responding in the process of communication, right? Question number 10, my friends, come on, I need your energy. Which message or when message or information is exchanged or communicated without using any unspoken or written word, it is known as non-verbal. In the same regard, identify the type of a non-verbal communication wherein the communication takes place with the help of a human touch. Human touch is the key word for one particular non-verbal communication, that is haptics. So haptics is not given to me in the questions, right? Or in the answer rather, haptic is not given to me. So my answer will be option number E again, right? Paralinguistic, vocalic and prosodic means the same stuff only which we have just now solved, right? Artifacts is the communication through object. Therefore, the correct answer will be option number E. Next question, question number 11. So now we have done 10 questions of communication, and previously also we have done questions of leadership, motivation and all of that stuff. So let's focus on journal management now. Henry Fayol was the first to give a clear definition of management. According to him, management means what? To manage, to forecast, to plan and to organize, right? So yes, so I think I have pressed the wrong button, but not an issue. You can read the question again. According to him, to manage, to focus and to plan and to organize, to command, to coordinate. In the same regard, identify the odd one out. So basically you have been given 5 functions of management: planning, organizing, staffing, controlling. Is leadership a direct function of management? No. In place of leadership, I think directing would have made much sense, because directing is the main function. Leadership is a sub function. So I think leadership will be the odd one out over here, because over here I think directing should come. Now we know that directing has 4 different components: communication, motivation, leadership and supervision. So therefore my answer will be option number E. I am putting option number E as an odd one out, right? Moving forward to question number 12 now. Question number 12 says what? That management can be defined as a cog in a wheel. Today workers are not just motivated through wages, they have social and psychological needs. In the same regard, identify the key objective of management. Does management focus on social objective? Yes. Does management focus on personal objectives? Yes. Does management focus on economic objectives like profit, survival and growth? Yes. An economic objective is also known as organizational objective. Personal objective means that management will focus on the personal needs and the wants of the people. Social objective is the goals of the society. So does management focus on all of these? Yes. Therefore the answer will again be option number E. Right, this is very basic. If you are going wrong in this question, then you have to study a lot, right? And once you will get the PDF, you can definitely see multiple explanation which is provided to you in this particular PDF itself. Question number 13. Every business organization, irrespective of its size, has many managerial positions in the structure. These positions are created through the process of delegation of authority from top to lower level. Okay. On which level of management, ideally a foreman should or would be posted. Foreman is a low level job, right? Therefore your answer will be option number C in this particular case. Top level includes what? Top level includes all the highest paying jobs like CEO, CMO, CTO. CEO is Chief Executive Officer, CTO is Chief Technology Officer, CMO is Chief Marketing Officer, right? So top level includes this cream of the people. This is also known as executive level. Middle level includes your departmental heads. You have your purchase department head, sales department head, inventory department head, accounts department head, right? But low level includes your foremen, supervisors, multiple of the employees who are directly working on the lowest level, right? So answer over here will be option number C. Very easy. And remember, journal manager is a part of a top level. Do remember, because journal manager is like overall, I would say what? He or she is guiding the overall organization, right? So answer will be option number C in this case. 14 now, come on. Try to answer 14. Identify the correct statement from below. Identify the correct statement from below. Effectiveness refers to the extent to which organization achieve its objective. Okay, yes, the statement looks correct. Effectiveness is externally focused, yes. Efficiency is relationship between input to output. Efficiency denotes how much inputs have been used to produce a given level of outputs. Right, so read the statements. The question is asking you about effectiveness and efficiency. Yes, if you know that the correct answer will be option number E again. And I don't know why many answers in the today's class is E. But the correct answer will be E only, because effectiveness means what? That you try to reach to your goal. Effectiveness means what? That you try to reach your goal. Your end goal is basically effectiveness. But how you reach to that particular goal is efficiency. And efficiency is also a relationship between input to output. But vice versa of efficiency is productivity, which is a ratio of output to input. Right? But input to output is efficiency. Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number E. And do remember, effectiveness is doing the right things, sahi kaam karna. Efficiency is doing the sahi kaam in the sahi manner. You are doing the correct work in the correct manner, right? Question number 15 now. Try to answer this question. Pause this video and try to answer it. To perform management functions and assume multiple roles, manager must be skilled. Robert Carts identified 3 managerial skills essentially linked to the successful management. In the same regard, identify the skill which relates to the ability of a manager to think logically, and it helps the manager to develop new ideas. These skills enable manager to break down the problem into smaller part. So if you see, identify the keywords first of all. Identify the skill which has the ability of manager to think what? To think logically and helps the manager to develop new ideas. Technical skills is all about doing the work. So technical will not be the answer. Design skills are diagnostic skills. So over here in design skills, you have a problem and then you try to solve it. Conceptual skills, I think, can be the best answer, but let me read ahead also. Logical skill was not given by Robert Carts. Human skill is all about dealing with people. So according to me, the correct answer should be option number C. Right, because Robert Carts has given you 3 skills. You have your conceptual skills, wherein you try to set the strategy of the company, the vision of the company. Then you have technical skills. Technical skills is what? The know-how of to do, the know-how, basically the basic knowledge to do a job. Human skill is basically dealing with the humans, right? And therefore in the question, the correct answer will be option number C. Next one, question number 16. The scientific management is also known as Taylorism after its founder Frederick Winslow Taylor in USA. Taylorism is also known as the father of scientific management. From the following principle, identify the principle which relates to mental revolution. Mental revolution means what? Mental revolution basically means that you are changing your attitude for your superior. Superior is also changing the attitude for you. So it's like total good attitude only which is being swapped by each other. Everybody will have positive vibes. This is what mental revolution is. So mental revolution was given under the principle of science, not the rule of thumb? No. Was it given under harmony, not discord? No. Was it given under cooperation, not individualism? The answer will be yes, because over here you are focusing on teamwork now. You are not focusing on one single person. The development of each and every person, again, no. See, answer will be option number C. And remember, F.W. Taylor has given you multiple good stuff. So remember all of them because they are important, like the principles, the techniques, all of them are important, right? Question number 17 now. Taylor has proposed various techniques of applying scientific management. Identify one such technique of scientific management which helps the management in bringing the much needed specialization, and it also helps in doing the quality supervision. Is it scientific supervision? Is it functional supervision? Or is it functional foremanship? Is it science not the rule of thumb? Or is it functional low-level managers? So Taylor introduced specialization at a lower level through functional foremanship. So answer over here will be option number B. Don't get confused between functional supervision. This is not even a word. The correct answer was functional supervision, wherein 8 different posts were created, and all of these 8 posts were divided into 2 different departments, planning and production. Right? So the correct answer will be option number B. So you have a factory manager, planning and production, and then you have different bosses. Like instruction card clerk will prepare the instructions, route clerk will prepare the route path, time and cost clerk will set the standard of time and cost, disciplinarian will basically make sure that all the people are in discipline. Speed boss will ensure the speed of the completion of task. Gang boss will make sure that all the tools are ready when the people join the company. Repair boss is there for repairing the tool if anything goes broke out. And and your inspector is basically a quality manager in the company. And then you have multiple workers who directly report to them. Right? So answer will be option number B. Question number 18 now. Henry Fayol is also known as the father of modern operational management. Yes, Henry Fayol has given you 14 principles of management based on the management experiences. Which principle of Henry Fayol explains that employees should receive only orders from one and one superior? Employees should receive orders from one superior. So out of 14 principle, if you understand the most important one, you cannot say this that all the principles are not important. But yes, if you see the most important and the most priority one will be unity of command. Because in unity of command you try to receive order from one particular boss only. So it's like one person, one boss. It's like one person is equals to one boss. We have unity of direction also, but in unity of direction the major essence is that everybody is walking in the same direction. Everybody is walking in the same direction. That's unity of direction. But over here one person is controlling the one, I would say what? One person is controlling one person. So that will be unity of command. So answer will be option number C. Right? Unity of direction means what? Everybody is walking in the same direction. Unity of command means what? Getting orders from one person only. Right? So answer over here will be option number C. Right? Unity of command. Smooth order of command was nothing. Unity in action, unity of order, this is not important. Right? But all the 14 principles, if you are able to recall them, it's good. Now moving to question number 19. In the field of management, who is considered the father of human relation school or human relation model of management? Human relation, Elton Mayo, straight away. Human relation is a neoclassical theory. Classical is like Taylor, Fayol, and then you have your Max Weber, right? But when it comes to your, I would say what, neoclassical. Neoclassical is like modern classicals. So over here you have human relation. Human relation approach was given to you by Elton Mayo. Therefore, my answer will be option number D. Cool. Now let's shift our focus to the HRD chapter, right? In organization, if an employee has a change in a job within the organization where a new job is substantially equal to the old terms and pay, equal. So is this a promotion? No, because if promotion happens, then employee moves upward, right? And then it will be termed as what? Promotion? No. Half promotion is not even a word. Transfer, shifting, or temporary promotion. What is your answer? Yes, the correct answer will be option number C, which is transfer. In transfer, what happens is that you have a kind of an employee who is shifted from one department to the another one. So transfers are also known as horizontals. Because what happens is previously I was working as purchase department. Now I'm working as a sales department. So you are shifting from one department to the other one. So it's shifting from purchase to sales. But has my responsibility increased? The answer is no. Is my pay increased? The answer is no. So you are just shifting from one department to the another one. So that's transfer. Right? Question number 21. Not all transfers are bad. Identify the type of a transfer where transfer is done to make employees skilled. Yes, now this is very important that you are shifting your employees not just to increase his workload. You are trying to make him more skilled. So if it is there, like it is a part of job rotation also, once you skill your employee, then basically you are using versatility transfer. Versatility transfer means what? That my employee is training in purchase also, he is training in sales also, he is training in accounts also. So he is becoming a one-man army. So that's versatility transfer. Production transfer is like in one department, when the need is there, you will transfer the employees in that department. Right? So that's production transfers. Shift transfer is like very easy. Morning shift, say if you have been transferred to the night shift. So that's your shift. Remedial transfer is like mistake. For example, I was transferred to Gurgaon, but that was a very bad call by the company. Now they have rectified their mistake and now they have posted me again in Mumbai. So that's remedial transfer. It's like mistakes it posting ho gayi thi, and then you are recalling that particular person. Next question, question number 22. Identify that basic drives that creates the urge to take up a certain type of a career. It refers to the personal sense of a type of a work individual wants to pursue and what work or career means to an individual. So is it a path? Is it an anchor? Is it a motivator? Or is it a career satisfying factors? Yes, the correct answer over here will be option number B. It's a career anchor. Career anchor means what? That you are getting motivated to do one particular job. You are willing to change. You are willing to change your job. You are willing to change your career through career anchors. So career anchors are basically pulling you. They are pulling you that what kind of job or an urge to do the job is. Right? Question number 23. Career plan sets career path for an employee. In the same regard, identify the concept which ensures that employee is well equipped before he moves to the next ladder in hierarchy or makes horizontal movement from one line to the another one. So career plan sets the path for an employee. In the same regard, identify the concept which ensures that employee is well equipped before he moves to the next ladder. So is it career advancement? Is it career development? Is it career promotion? Or is it, I would say what? Is it career movement? You only tell me. Yes, the correct answer will be career development, because in career development what happens is you move ahead from one part of your career to the another one. For example, I am a teacher right now, but if I have to go to a new career, then I will be going for a career development role, right? 24. This is a kind of a mix of HRD and accounts. In the field of HRM, employees are often rewarded with the financial incentives. Identify that type of financial incentive wherein employees are given a share of a company in such a way they enjoy long-term benefits due to appreciation in share price. So you are being given some, I would say what, shares of the company in such a way that they have long-term benefits due to appreciation in the share price. So shares are being distributed to your employee, and that is done under employee stock option plan. Therefore your answer will again be option number E, right? Last question of the day. Last question of the day is question number 25. Identify the sub HRD system where an employee performs is increased with the increase in his ability and knowledge. See, ability is increased through development. Knowledge can be increased through training. Therefore, the answer will be option number A. And this is SEBI Grade A Phase 2 2022 question. So, career and training and development basically means what? Training is given for one particular job. Like for example, if I have to increase his ability to do a job or future abilities, then it's training, right? Development is like long term. I will be making sure that you stay with the company for long term, right? So that training and development. So answer will be option number A in this case. Rest all options were just given to confuse you. So let's start. First of all, today we are doing basic questions related to accounts, and we will also try to do some basic numericals. Chaliye. Which of the following events will be recorded in the books of account? So you have to first answer question number 1. Is it value in the change of human resource of the company? No. Why? Because this is a non-monetary transaction. Changes in managerial policy? Again, no, because you cannot have any monetary value assigned to managerial policies, right? Appointment of personnel? No, because again over here we don't have any monetary data or any data which is related to monetary terms, right? But if I purchase stationery on credit, over here definitely this is an economic event. Economic event means what? Those events which can be measured in the money. It has some monetary value and it will definitely impact the financial health of your company. These are your economic events, right? Therefore the correct answer over here will be option number D itself, right? And there are two types of economic events, internal and external. Internal economic events are happening inside the company. For example, salary paid to the employees, right? But external economic events are happening in the, outside the company, by which I mean between the company and some other party. For example, companies making a payment to a supplier, companies collecting a payment of any different goods sold, right? So economic event can be internal and external, right? Therefore the correct answer over here will be option number D. Moving forward, so this is the explanation which definitely you can read and you can enhance your understanding once you get the PDF. Question number 2. The first step of the process of accounting is what? Is it recording? Is it identifying? Is it measurement? Or is it communication? Even if you apply your basic sense, the process of accounting starts from identification. Identification of what? Identification of economic events. Identification of economic events. Recording of what? Again, recording of economic events. But first you identify that whether this is an economic event or not. Then you record it in multiple different books of accounts, right? Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number A, right? And if you see the overall process, first you identify, then you measure it, then you record it, and then you communicate. So first you identify that whether this is an economic event or not. Once your measurement is done, like measurement in the terms of monetary value, right, then you record it, and then you communicate it to multiple different users of your accounting information, right? For example, let's say I'm purchasing some goods on credits, or if I'm selling something, so this will be an economic event, right? Then you will ask me, sir, what is the total value of purchase? So you will say 10,000 rupees or 12,000 rupees, whatever the case is, right? Then you will record it in different books of accounts, and then finally you will communicate the required information to the interested users. Interested users are basically those people who have certain stake in your company, right? So this is what question number 2 is all about. Remember, the first is identification, then you move to measurement, and then you move to recording, right? But if your measurement is done in the first step itself, then directly you can go to recording as well. But remember this one, like identify, measure, record, and communicate. Identify, measure, record, and communicate. Very basic, nothing tough to understand till this particular point. Next, question number 3. Reliability, relevance, understandability, and comparability are popular referred to as what? Reliability, reference, understandability, and comparability are referred to as qualitative characters of accounting information. Qualitative as in like these are telling you certain nature of accounting. Reliability will tell you whether this information is free from errors or not. Relevance will tell you that whether the information which is provided to you, is it relevant to the current time period or not. Understandability basically will tell you that whether the information which is provided to you, is it understandable to the layman terms or not. Comparability will again help you to compare the balance sheet, income statement of one company to the other company. So these are your qualitative characters. Quantitative characters are basically dealing with the numbers itself, right? For example, the total level of profit and loss. So that is quantitative, but in accounts we generally study the qualitative one. Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number B, right? Remember, qualitative characteristics are important for you, so please study them from whatever source you are studying. I have told you the basic meaning of reliability, relevance, understandability, and comparability. Next, question number 4. Who who among the following would be classified as an external user of accounting? So there are two users of accounting, right? Internal and external. The question is asking you that which one is external. See, business unit manager is a manager working in the company. Financial officer is again a manager working in the company. SEBI, is SEBI working in your company? No, right? SEBI is external. Therefore, your answer will be option number C. Vice president, line supervisors are again different type of managers who are directly working in the company. Now, why these people are interested? Definitely because they have certain stake in it. Like today a line supervisor or a line manager or a business unit manager will draw salaries from the company only, right? So if company doesn't have money to pay salaries, their life will be impacted. So these people are internal to the company. These people are internal to the company. Therefore, my friend, they will be known as internal users. And if you see SEBI, which is not directly working in the company, will be known as external. In external, you can also count your Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. All these are external users of the accounting information, right? So the right answer will be option number C, which we have discussed so far. Now let's move forward to question number 5. Question number 5 says what? As an information system, accounting is what? As an information system, is accounting is viewed as a chronological record of financial transactions of an organization. It can be correct, but we have to read the other things also. It is used as a process that links information source, the accountant, to the set of receivers by means of channel of communication. Okay. It is viewed as a means of determining the true income of the entity, namely the change in wealth over the time. It is used as service which is deemed in the society, with accountants being willing to and capable of providing it. See, D is incorrect, C is also incorrect, because over here you are providing information. So you are connecting your accountant with a different set of receivers. So therefore the correct answer will be option number B. See, whatever accounts we are making, and if you ask me the most general definition of accounting, it is basically the language of business. via which language, via this language, business communicates to multiple people. For example, if I have to check that what are the total profit and losses for a business, so business will tell me the number through profit and loss. So accounting information system is basically a way via which an accountant communicates the information to different financial users. So therefore, my friends, over here the correct answer will be option number B, right? So you can see multiple explanation is coming on your screen, but when it comes to information system, remember accounting is viewed as a process that information source that links the information source to multiple set of receivers, right? And you can read about this particular overall definition by yourself. That will help you to understand different viewpoints of accounting, right? Next question, capital is one of the most important accounting terminology. Which of the following is incorrect about capital? Now, capital is basically the amount of money which is brought by the owner of that particular company to start the business. It's like that particular amount of money through which I will start my initial days of the business. That is what capital is, right? Amount invested by the owner in the firm is known as capital. Yes, obviously. It may be brought in the form of cash or assets. Yes, because for example, if I'm directly putting the cash, then that will be counted as capital. Or if I'm putting my own vehicle for business use, that will also be counted as capital. For business entity, capital is an obligation and claim on the assets of business. Yes, because business is different and the owner is different, right? So whatever owner puts in the business, it's the liability of the business to pay him back. This is what entity concept of accounting says. Right? Now, is capital shown on the asset side of balance sheet? No, capital is shown on liability side because it's a liability of a business to pay back the capital only at the time of liquidation. Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number D because they have told you to identify the incorrect one, right? So answer over here will be option number D. Now let's move forward to seventh one. Which one of the following statement is incorrect with respect to accounting principles? Only those transactions happening in the book of happening in the organization which can be expressed in the terms of money are recorded in the books of account. Yes, this should be correct. It looks correct right now. Accounting period refers to the span of the time at the end of which financial statements of the enterprise are prepared. Yes, it looks correct. The accounting records are made in the books of accounts from the viewpoint of owner. No, 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 no. Because we always follow the viewpoint of a business. Owner is different, business is different. And remember, we are doing accounting for business, not for the owner. So therefore C is incorrect. And if C is the correct answer, then why you have to read D? Right? The accounting transaction should be recorded in objective manner, free from biasness. Obviously, yes. So the correct answer over here will be option number C. Right? This is a very basic assumption of accounting principles, right? Now, next question. Which accounting assumption allows us to charge the revenue from the revenues of that particular period only to that part of an asset which can be consumed or used to earn that revenue in that period and carry forward the remaining amount to the next year over estimated life of an asset? Now see, this definition prima facie looks for matching principle, but full disclosure, dual expect, consistency, money measurement, going concern. So matching is not available to us. So what will be the correct answer? You can pause the video and then answer. Yes, it will be going concern because in through growing concern only you have a force, like I would say, unlimited business future, right? You have a kind of saying what that I will continue my business for a longer period of time. I will just keep on doing my business for a longer period of time, and therefore you carry your, I would say, what expenses to the next year, because if expenses are not carried to the next year or if incomes are not carried to the next year, then your business won't survive, right? So over here, if you see, yes, the most appropriate answer should be matching, but matching is not given to your options list. Therefore, I'm going with going concern. It makes sense also because my business will go on for a period of time, right? My business will go on for a period of time. Therefore, going concern is the right answer over here. Full disclosure basically means what? That you have to disclose all the material and all the important facts. Dual expect is a very basic fundamental principle which says that every transaction will account how many accounts, at least two, minimum two accounts will be impacted. Consistency principle says that you have to follow one particular principle of accounting for a period of time. Money measurement says what? Money measurement basically says that you have to measure the money. You have to measure the transactions in the form of money only. And going concern says that you have an unforeseeable future in the, I would say what, accounting, and you have to do the accounting for unlimited period of time, right? Now let's move forward. The correct answer was E, which I have told you. Question number 9. On Feb 1st 2022, an old plant was purchased for 50 lakh by Ramar Enterprise, which is into the business of manufacturing soaps. So their business is of manufacturing soaps. An amount of 20,000 was spent on transporting the plant to the factory site. In addition, rupees 30,000 was spent on repairs of bringing the plant to the running position, and rupees 25,000 was spent on installation. The total amount at which plant will be recorded in the books of account will be what? Now see, there is one concept in accounting which we call it as cost concept. So if you see the total machinery cost is 50 lakhs, so you will make an entry with 50 lakhs like machine account debit to cash? No, you will make an entry with all the cost which is associated to that particular machine. This is what cost concept says. So I will add 20,000 because this amount is directly on the transporting of the plant, transporting of the machine to the plant, right? 30,000 was spent on the repairs of bringing the plant to the machine or bringing the plant running into the running position, and 25,000 was spent on its installation. So all of these expenses are directly related to this particular machine itself. So it will be 50 lakh plus 20 plus 30 plus 75 plus 25. So total will be 75, right? 20 plus 30 is 50 and 50 plus 25 is 75. So you will record the entry at 50 lakh 75,000, and entry will be what? Machine account debit to cash, because you are purchasing this is cash, right? Old plant was purchased at 50 lakh by Rama Enterprise. So it will be what? Machine account debit or plant account debit to, I would say, cash. So the correct entry will be 50 lakh 75,000, and this is as per the cost concept which I have already explained you. Question number 10. Suppose the firm purchases a machine of 10,000 on credit. Now you are purchasing a machine on 10,000 on credit. It is clearly given that you have purchased on credit. Credit means what? Udhar. Credit means what? Udhar mein liya hai. So if you are purchasing machine on credit, then it will be machine account debit to creditor. You have to pay the money to the creditor, right? So machine will increase, your asset will increase, and your creditor will also increase. Creditor is a liability, machine is an asset. So identify that wherein your asset is increasing and your liability is increasing in the option number 3. Right? Increase in asset on one side and a liability on the other. So you are increasing both. Therefore, the correct answer will be option number C. Right? I hope you would have also got it correct. Question number 11 now. Under the accrual base of accounting, under the accrual base, revenues and costs are recorded on the basis of period in which they have occurred rather than when they are paid. No distinction between the receipt of cash and the right to receive the cash, or the payment of cash, or a legal obligation to pay cash. Monetary factory of the transaction is taken place into the account in a period in which cash is actually received or paid by an enterprise other than the period in which they are earned. So what will be the correct answer over here? Definitely option number A. Is this tough? Is this really tough? The answer is no. This is hell easy, right? And we are currently revising all the concepts. So answer will be option number A. What is accrual concept? Accrual concept basically says that you do not have to worry about receiving of cash or paying of cash. You have to record the transaction only when it becomes due, or only when it is bound to become due. So once it becomes due, you record that particular transaction. Simple. The cash methodology is not followed in accounts. Now, if I say that accrual focuses on revenue and cost, name that particular principle which only focuses on revenue side. Okay, revenue side, like it's a kind of a sub part of accrual base only. So if you know the answer, then please comment and I will definitely like to read the correct answers. Right, so the answer in the previous question will be A. Then question number 12. If the assets of an enterprise are 680 and the outsider claims are 130, then the value of capital would be what? Now we all know that assets is equals to liabilities plus capital. Assets are directly given to you 680. Outsider claims are basically your liability. So liability is also given to you as 130. So 680 is written over here, 130 is written over here, plus C, which is capital. So take this to the, I would say, LHS side, which is your asset side. So 6,80,000 minus 1,30,000 will result into what? It will result into 5,50,000. Therefore, the value of your capital will be what? The value of your capital will be 5,50,000 rupees. And remember, this is one of the basic concept of accounting which says what? That balance sheet will always match. This is also known as balance sheet equation. Assets is equals to your liabilities plus capital. right? Now let's move to question number 13. Which of the following is true regarding rules of debit and credit? Now if you know this answer, then it's good, otherwise your journal entries are not good. An increase in asset is debited, yes. A decrease in asset is credited. An increase in liability is credited and a decrease in liability is debited. Yes, it is also correct. Increase in expenses and loss is debited and a decrease in expenses and loss is credited. Increase in revenue and gain is credited and a decrease in revenue and gain is debited. Yes, all these statements are correct. Therefore, your answer will be option number E. Just remember, whenever your asset increase, debited. Whenever your liability increase, credited. Right? So this is debit, this is credit. Just remember the one side, another side is very, very easy. All the incomes will be credited, all the losses will be debited. Right? Nominal account rule. So I hope you know about this. This is very, very basic, and the correct answer over here will be option number E itself. Now, moving forward, you can see the rules of debit and credit. Asset increase debit, capital is a liability, right? So capital increase is credited. Revenues and gain increase credited. Liability increase again credit. Expenses increase is debit, right? And if you know journal entries, then this part is quite easy. You don't have to do that much of rote learning. Moving forward, my friends, to the next question, which is, I would say, question number 14. Which of the following is incorrect with respect to capital expenditure and revenue expenditure? My friends, capital expenditure is basically that particular expenditure which you do once in a time. Like it's like non-reoccurring, and it will definitely impact the position of your assets and liabilities. But revenue expenditure is like reoccurring in nature and they are related to day-to-day business operation. So the economic benefits of capital expenditure enjoyed more than 1 year, yes, because if you do a capital expenditure, then definitely you will get its advantage for more than 1 year, right? For example, if I purchase a machine, purchasing a machine is a capital expenditure only. But will that machine only serve me for first year? No, it will serve me for more than 1 year, right? So that will be called as a capital. The economic benefit of the revenue expenditure will be enjoyed within that particular year, yes. For example, if I pay salary, so salary again I have to pay in the next month. So it's like every now and then I have to pay salary. If you just want to remember one thing, capital expenditure is one shot, like it's not reoccurring in nature, whereas revenue expenditure is reoccurring. Capital expenditure are non-reoccurring. Yes, this statement is also correct. Revenue expenditure are reoccurring in nature. So this is also correct. So question is asking you to identify the incorrect one. Now only option E is left. Therefore, E is the incorrect one and that will be your answer, because all revenue expenditure eventually become capital. No, vice versa is true. Vice versa is true. Like your capital expenditure of depreciation will become operating if you charge it regularly. Right? So the correct answer over here will be option number E. Next, this table is given for you, so please read it once you get the PDF of this class. Question number 15. Which of the following is correctly matched? Journal, the book of original entry, yes, because in journal all the different I would say what all the different books, all the different journal entries will be passed in which particular order? Chronological order. What do you mean by chronological order? Date wise, right? You will do the transaction date wise. Ledger is a principal book of accounting, obviously, yes, right? Then trial balance, verify the arithmetical accuracy, yes, because your debit needs to be is equals to your credit. Balance sheet tells you the overall position of assets and liabilities. So all of them are correct. Is it tough? According to me, no, but yes, in SEBI you can get easy questions also. Right? Next question, question number 20, question number 16. A bill of rupees 2750 for extension of building was debited to the repairs account. And yes, by the way, I hope you know that what is the principal book, what is arithmetical accuracy. Principal book is like from this particular book only the trial balance will be made, right? And trial balance checks your debit is equals to credit. So it checks the arithmetical accuracy. Very basic stuff. I hope you are aware of it. If not, then please revise. A bill of 2750 for extension of building was debited to the repairs account. Now, this is a kind of a mistake. This is a kind of an error. Which kind of error? It cannot be omission. It cannot be omission. Omission means that you have completely skipped or partially skipped. You have completely skipped or partially skipped. Commission deals with your laziness. It's a kind of a clerical error. Error of principle, yes, this looks me correct answer, because over here what you have done is the journal entry should be what? Like if you are doing an expenditure on building, then building should be debited, right? But you have debited repairs account. So this is a kind of a principal error. Your principles of accounting is not clear. Principles of accounting is not clear basically means that you should you should have debited buildings account, but you have debited a repairs account. A building is a real account, right? And repair is a kind of a nominal account. So if you are doing kind of a hera-fairy in identifying the different type of accounts itself, then it basically means that your principles of accounting is at flaw, and therefore the correct answer will be option number C. Right? Now, there can be a commission error also, but commission error is like a laziness mistake, a wrong entry passed or a wrong recording done. That is commission, right? Error of posting is also commission. But if you see error of principle, this is like your fundamental principles are not clear, right? Then you have error of omissions. Error of omissions are basically completely skipped or partially skipped. Then you have compensating error. Compensating errors is not a new class. It comes from commission, omission, and principle only, right? Compensating errors are basically those errors which will not impact your trial balance. The net effect will be same, like debit will equals to credit. So that is your compensating errors. Question number 17. Which of the following is incorrect? Match. Which of the following is incorrectly matched? Trademark is intangible, yes, and it's a kind of an asset, so it's intangible real account. Wage, prepaid account. Wage you will be paying to one particular person, right? So wage can be a personal account. Salary is a nominal account. Income, is income your asset? No, income is a nominal account. Therefore, answer will be option number D. You know about real, nominal, and I would say personal, right? Real basically tells you all about your assets, whether it's tangible, intangible, or whether it's current asset, fixed asset, whatnot. Any asset will come under real account, right? Then you have nominal. Nominal is for, I would say, what? Your income and expenses. And your personal accounts are for specific persons like debtor and creditor, all that kind of stuff. So the correct answer over here will be option number D, because you have to identify the incorrect one. Income is not real, income is nominal. Income is nominal, right? So answer will be option number D. Cool. Now let's move to question number 18. A theoretical question. Dash prescribes the manner in which a company should prepare its financial statement. So financial statements is given under the Schedule 3 of Companies Act 2013, not Section 3, Schedule 3. Right? So answer will be option number B. A very basic, straightforward question. I hope you would have also got it correct. Question number 19 now. Trade payables. Trade payables are basically your what? Shareholder fund. Will it be shown in non-current liability? Will it be shown in current liability, reoccurring liability, or what? See, if you are making balance sheet, then there is nothing like reoccurring liabilities. So this was just given to confuse you. Now trade payables are basically those liabilities which you have to pay in next coming 1 year. So they will be classified as a current liability. Therefore, the right answer will be option number C. Now the moment you see this question, you should mark your answer in 10 seconds. You should not take more than 10 seconds, my friend. Right? Now let's move ahead to question number 20, and this balance sheet format is given to you so that you can revise the important points of your balance sheet. Right? Inventories. Inventories is a current asset, non-current asset, deferred tax asset, or investment. Definitely inventories are again a kind of a current asset only, because these I will be using in less than 1 year to make my final goods. Right? But remember, inventory is a current asset, but it is not a quick asset. True or false? You have to let me know your answer in the chat box. Right? Now, moving forward to the next question, 21. Which of the following is not shown as a part of shareholder funds under the equities and liabilities? Equities and liabilities may you will not show what under shareholder fund. So shareholder fund basically includes your capital plus reserves and surplus. So share capital will be there, reserves and surplus will be there. Money received against warrants, yes, this is also kind of a, like you are selling shares only, right? So that will again be included. Long-term loan will never be in your shareholder fund. That is a non-current liability which will be shown differently. So your answer will be option number D. Right? Your answer will be option number D. Cool. Now let's move to 22nd. Which of the following is a non-cash expense? Which of the following is a non-cash expense? Wages paid to the worker, depreciation to a machinery, interest paid on loan, rent paid on office building, payment to suppliers. See, if you are talking about non-cash, then depreciation is a non-cash. Why, my friends? Because in depreciation, you don't pay any cash to someone, right? In depreciation, you don't pay any cash to someone. It's just like what? It's just like you are doing an expenditure, but you don't know to whom you will pay. So that's a depreciation. You are not giving hard cash to anybody. In wages, you are giving hard cash. In interest also, you are giving in hard cash. Rent, payment to suppliers also. But in depreciation, it's a kind of a showcase expense. It's not a hard cash. So answer will be option number B. Right? Moving forward to 23. Now this explanation is given, which you can definitely read. A credit sale of 8,000 was made to Rohan was correctly recorded in the books, but it was mistakenly posted to Roshan account. So sale was made to Rohan. So entry should be Rohan accounted debit to sale because Rohan is a dater now. And it has been done Roshan account to sales now. So now see, Rohan and Roshan both are personal. So your accounting principle is correct, but it is a mistake of what? It is a mistake of clerical. It is a mistake of laziness. So therefore your answer will be option number C, which is error of commission. Error of commission is basically laziness mistake only, right? So the answer will be option number C. Question number 24. Uh, Given the following information, calculate the amount of current asset. Okay, so the total of equities and liabilities is given to me as 20 lakh. So the total of liabilities is 20 lakh and non-current asset is given to me as 5 lakh, right? So total of asset side is what? Non-current plus current, and you have total of balance sheet 20 lakh. And we will not take this creditor because this is included over here, right? In 20 lakh, it is totally given total of equity and liabilities. So it is like 20 lakh is the total of my 20 lakh is the total of my what? It is the total of my, I would say, liability side, which will be carried forward to asset side also. So this will be a total of my asset side also, right? 20 lakh over here as well, right? 20 lakh will be written over here as well. Now, if you have 20 on both, and if you deduct 5 lakhs as your non-current asset, 15 lakh will be left for your current assets. So your answer will be option number C. Your answer will be option number C, which is 15 lakhs. I hope you are able to connect with me, right? Now comes your question number last, which is question number 24. A company is facing a major lawsuit that may significantly affect its future profits. A final judgment is still pending, but the management decides to mention the lawsuit clearly in the notes of account so that stakeholders are aware about the possible impact. This practice reflects what? It cannot be materiality. Materiality deals with the amounts, right? It deals with the amount, whether this 10 rupees amount will be recorded or whether an amount of 10,000 will be included. Prudence, no. Prudence basically means that you will try to pay safe for the future. The correct answer will be full disclosure, because under full disclosure you disclose all the relevant stuff to your stakeholders or to your, I would say, people, right? So the correct answer will be option number C, not D, C, right? If you see, today we are covering 15 more questions of commerce and accounts, and in my tomorrow's class, which will again happen on 2 p.m. itself, we will be doing 40 questions. So indeed, from commerce and accounts we are doing 80 questions. That will help you a lot, but today I have kept the quota low only because I want you to revise and then come prepare for tomorrow mega session in which we are going to solve 40 questions. I hope this is very, very clear. Will you all come tomorrow? Yes or no? Please do let me know in the chat box. I hope you will all turn out and we will solve multiple MCQs related to numericals also. Now let's start. First of all, the question number 1 is quite theoretical. Which accounting standard deals with the preparation of cash flow statement? So they are asking you accounting standard. They are not asking you Indian accounting standard. So I will pause for 5 seconds because this is very easy and you can answer this question. Right. So what will be your answer? AS1, AS3, AS5, AS7 or none of the above? Yes, the correct answer will be accounting standard 3, which is your accounting standard number 3, which basically deals with the cash flow statement, like preparation of cash flow statement, right? And I hope you know that in cash flow we have 3 set of activities: operating, financing and investing. All these 3 are important for your exam, so you should prepare it. Next, question number 2. Which of the following would not be considered as an application of cash while preparing a cash flow statement? Which of the following will not be considered, right? So you have to identify the odd one out, right? And you have to remember that which of the following is not an application, right? Application means what? That over here you have used your money, right? So redemption of preference shares, yes, this is an application because I'm using my money to redeem the preference shares which I have previously issued. Purchase of investments, yes, if I am investing certain kind of shares or any kind of that, then definitely I am again using my money to purchase something. Payment of dividend, yes, this is also an application of cash because I am using cash to give dividends. Issue of shares is not a application, rather it's a source. Source means what? That you have got some money from this particular activity, right? So if you issue the shares, shares will be issued from your company to the general public and general public will give you the money, right? So issue of shares is not an application, rather it's the source. It's the source of money. Therefore, my correct answer will be option number D. And if you see loss on operation, again, if you are writing your losses with the help of the cash which you have in your business, then again it's an application of cash. Therefore, the correct answer over here will be option number D as well. Right? Next question, question number 3. Chalo, try to answer this question. Which of the following is classified as an operating expense in the income statement? So once you prepare income statement, you first have gross profit, then you have your operating profit, which we also call it as EBIT. Then you do certain adjustment of non-operating income and expenses, and then you reach to the figure of earning before tax. Right? And once you deduct tax, you have your final figure, which is a profit after tax, which is like net profit of the business. But the question is asking you which of the following is an operating expense. Operating expenses are generally those kinds of expense which are related to your day-to-day business operation. So sale of machinery, no. Interest paid off loan, no. Cost of goods sold, no. This is cost of goods sold is basically adjusted to calculate your gross profit. Managerial salaries, yes. So managerial salary is your operating expense. Sale of machinery, if I am a kind of a garment seller, like if I'm trading in garments, then sale of machinery is not a regular activity for me, right? Interest paid on loan is again not an operating activity. Dividend paid is again not an operating activity, rather it will be a financial one. But if you see managerial salaries, this you are paying on day-to-day basis, therefore your correct answer will be option number D in this particular case as well. Now let's move to question number 4, a small numerical. From the following information, find out the cash flow from the operating activities. From the following information, you have to find out the cash flow from operating. Cash receipts from the sale of good and rendering of services given to you as 5 lakh. Cash payment to suppliers and goods and services is given to you as 2 lakh. Cash payment to employees is given to you as 0.5 lakhs. And cash receipts from the sale of property, plant and equipment is given to you as 1.5 lakh. Now let's wait. Let me first see that in the chat box how many of you are answering this particular question. So please answer, my friend. I am waiting for all of your answers. I hope you will give the right answer in this particular case as well. Yes, I can see some students are answering. Very good, very good. Please answer, please answer. Yes, now see, over here you have to identify the operating activities. Again, those activities which are daily, like they are kind of daily associated to your business. So cash received from the sale of good and rendering of services, this will result into cash inflow. Cash payment to supplier, cash payment to employees. Total is 2.5 lakh, which is outflow. Right? These two activities will be outflow of cash. 5 lakh I am getting. Right? 5 lakh I am getting. And cash payment to supplier, cash payment to employees. This is something outflowed. Right? This will move out of your company. So 5 lakh you are getting, 2.5 lakh is getting out. So net currently it's 2.5 lakh only, which is kept in your business. Cash received from the sale of property, plant and equipment, will we include this particular amount? No, because we are dealing with operating activities. Property, plant and equipment is investing one. So over here the answer will be 2.5 lakh only, because 5 lakh you are getting as inflow and minus 2.5 lakh as your outflow. So net if you see it, you will be 2.5 positive only. Right? So the correct answer will be option number C in this particular case. Very good to those who have given the right answer. Next, from all of the following would be shown as a part of cash flow from financing activities except. So now we are asking you the concept related to financing activities. Financing activities basically related to my capital structure, debt and equity part. Right? Cash proceeds from issue of shares or other equity instruments. Cash repayment from the amounts borrowed. Cash proceeds from the issuing debentures. Cash receipts from the sale of equity shares and debt instruments of other entity. So this is not your entity, right? So now please try to answer your question. Right? The correct answer over here will be option number D. Why, my friends? Because see, cash proceeds from issuing of equity shares will bring the money. But this is of your company only. You are issuing shares, so it will definitely impact the capital structure of my company. Cash repayment from the amount borrowed. This is a kind of an outflow, right? You are making a payment to the borrower, or you are making a payment to the, like that particular person from whom you have borrowed. So you are a lender over here, right? Because you have borrowed the money. Rather, you are a borrower. You are making a payment to a lender, right? So this will again affect your, I would say, capital structure. Cash proceeds from issuing debentures. So again, you are issuing debentures and getting the money in your piggy bank. right? So this will again impact your capital structure, but option number D won't impact, because this is where you are selling your investments. You would have done certain investment in some other entity and now you are selling that and you are getting money through it. So it will not impact your capital structure, right? Because this is dealing with some other entity. So the correct answer will be D. Don't get confused in your option number B. In option number B, you are making a payment to the amount borrowed. So I have borrowed from somebody, so I am a lender in this case, right? I have borrowed. Now I'm making a payment. So that will definitely affect my capital structure. My debt will reduce. So the correct answer will be option number D in question number 5. It is like kind of phase 2 level if you see. Next, which of the following aspect of accounting transactions or event is and are covered by accounting standards? So if you see which kind of an following aspects of accounting transactions is and are covered by accounting standard, the question is basically asking you to identify that what accounting standards basically help you in. They will definitely help you in recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure also. So the correct answer will be all of the above. You pick any accounting standard, whether it's AS2, AS9, AS10, AS13, whatever accounting standard you pick, right? All of that will help you that what to recognize, how to measure it, and how to present the financial information with full disclosure. So the correct answer over here will be option number E. This is your phase 1 kind of question, phase 1 level, right? Now, yes, please try to remember majority of the accounting standards which you are able to do so. Question number 7. Which of the following accounting standard has been withdrawn pursuant to the revision of AS10, which is property, plant and equipment? So we have AS2, we have AS9 also, we have AS13 also, AS10 also, but there is one particular accounting standard which has been withdrawn as per the revision done in AS10. Yes, if you know, AS6, which deals with your, I would say, depreciation accounting, has been removed and now it has been merged into AS10. So AS6, as told to you, it was related to depreciation, now has been removed and it has been merged with AS10, property, plant and equipment. AS8 was accounting on research and development, has been withdrawn consequent to the issuance of AS26, which is intangible asset. So this is also an important information for you to remember, and in total we have 27 accounting standards. Now I will not recommend you to remember all the accounting standards, but remember those which are quite famous and which are directly related to your syllabus, like AS3, cash flow, right? So remember these different accounting standards, that will help you a lot. Next question. Dash are the IFRS converged standards issued by the central government under the supervision and control of ASB. ASB is your accounting standard board of ASI, ICIS, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, in consultation with NFRA. So we now have a new set of accounting standards which we call it as what? IAS, Indian IFRS, Ind AS, GAAP, or none of the above. The correct answer will be Ind AS, right? Now we have Ind AS, which is like Indian accounting standards, which are kind of compiled and made sure, like these are made so that our accounting standards are compatible to the world, right? So these are a new set of accounting standards which you again have to remember. And yes, we have multiple accounting standards which now have been tweaked to become an Indian accounting standard. So how many Indian accounting standards we have? A list is like quite endless, but again I will request you to remember only those which are directly related to your syllabus, right? For example, you can remember AS2 and Ind AS2 deals with inventory only, right? AS7 is Ind AS7. Ind AS7 is cash flow. But remember, AS3 is cash flow also. So AS is accounting standard. We have done some changes in that and now we have Ind AS. Ind AS is basically Indian accounting standard. And why we have done the changes? Basically simply because we want to make our accounting standards compliant to the international community, right? So I will request you to, once the PDF will be available, you can take a go through of all these Ind AS, right? Next question, question number 9. A company deals with 3 products ABC which are neither similar nor interchangeable. From the following information below, compute the value of closing stock as per AS2. AS2 is your inventory one, right? Now AS9 is revenue recognition, so don't get confused. So you have A, B, C items, historical cost is given, net realizable value is directly given to you. Now if you know, as per AS2 we have to record our closing inventory with the lower of historical cost or net realizable value. So in item A, the historical cost is 40, net realizable is 28. So I will take 28 because I have to take lower of it. In item number B, it's 32, 32. So you can take any of it. The value will be same only. In item C, in historical cost is 16 and net realizable is 24. So I will take a total of 16 because 16 is lower out of 16 and 24. Now do the total of 28 plus 32 plus 16. And if you do this 28 lakhs, 32 lakhs, 16 lakhs, your answer will be around 76 lakhs, right? So as per AS2, remember we have to value our inventory at the lower end of your historical cost and net realizable value. Therefore, the correct answer in this particular case will be option number C, right? Now let's move forward to question number 10. The uncertainty of collection of revenue arises subsequently after revenue recognition. When uncertainty arises, AS9 simply says that you have to make provisions. You have to make provisions. When there is no uncertainty, then definitely you will recognize the revenue as and when the event has happened, right? So adjustment is already recognized, revenue should be immediately. Adjustment is already recognized, revenue should be immediately recognized, or it is better to make a provision. I told you, right, that you have to make a provision. Therefore, the answer will be option number B itself, right? Nothing should be done now. No, you have to act right now, and this is why we are acting, because of principle of prudence. Principle of prudence is what? That you have to act right now only so that you can offset certain losses which will happen to you in the future. So I will create a provision and I will make a buffer of it, right? Next question, question number 11. Depreciation on the asset ceases to be charged when? Now you will charge depreciation when your carrying value is definitely more than the residual value. Carrying value is the, basically you can say, is the book value which you are currently recording in the books, right? But if your residual value becomes more than your carrying value, in that case you have to stop depreciation, right? Because now my residual value is more than the carrying value. So I will go and sell my asset at a residual value and I will recover the money, right? So choose this particular option wherein your residual value is more than the carrying value. Choose this particular question. Option, I mean, asset residual value exceeds its carrying amount. Okay, so answer will be option number A only, because I am able to find this particular statement, this particular equation rather, in statement number 1 is itself. Asset carrying value exceeds residual value. So in this case, you will be applying depreciation, right? So answer will be option number A only. So the correct answer will be A. Next, these are not making any sense, so you can avoid it. Question number 12. Under written down value method. Now remember, under SLM, your value of depreciation remains the same, right? But under written down value, your value of the depreciation keeps on reducing. So you will charge higher depreciation in the initial years and you will charge lower depreciation at the later stages of the life of an asset. So the under written down value method, the amount of depreciation remains the same. No, the amount of depreciation reduces every time, right? Rate of depreciation remains the same. Yes, rate of depreciation will definitely remain the same. Rate of depreciation is different from the amount of depreciation. Remember, right? Amount of depreciation will reduce under your written down value, but rate will remain the same, right? So the correct answer will be option number B itself. Amount of depreciation increases? No. Rate of depreciation decreases or increases? No. Rate will remain the same, right? For example, if my asset is of rupees 10 and I have applied rupees 10% as a depreciation, so my now value of asset will be left is 10 minus 1, which is 9. Now I will apply 10% of it. So the rate will remain the same, right? I will not change the rate. Therefore, the correct answer will be B. This was quite logical. Next question, question number 13. AS 13, the carrying amount for a long-term investment. Any long-term investment as per AS 13 is recorded at what? At their cost value, at their fair value, at their lower value of cost or fair, or at their higher cost of fair and value. So I'm seeing some chat happening in the chat as well. So please tell me the correct answers, my friend. I'm looking for it. Yes, the correct answer will be option number 1, which is at their cost. Simple things like these are directly theoretical questions which can be asked in your paper as well. Question number 14 now. Rent paid for the factory building under will be included in COGS. Rent paid for factory, it is clearly given, right? So if you are paying a rent for factory, it will be included as a direct expense or a direct cost for you. So definitely it will be included in your cost of goods sold. And by the way, what is your cost of goods sold? Opening stock plus purchases plus your direct expenses minus your closing stock. right? So if you see in this particular scenario, my friend, definitely if I am on your place, I will say that yes, in your direct expenses, the rent paid for factory will be included. So answer will be option number A in this particular case, right? And remember, rent paid for office is not included. Rent paid for factory will be included. Why? Because office is an administration expense. But when you are doing with factory, when you are dealing with factory, factory cost will always come under COGS. So answer over here will be option number A. Next question. Okay, so this is the easiest one I think of the all the 15 which we have solved today. Which of the following is the correct formula for calculating COGS? COGS, my friend, is A, B, C or D or E. The answer will be option number B. Opening stock plus purchase plus direct expenses minus your closing stock is your COGS itself. Right? So answer will be option number B. Now we will solve 40 questions today. So let's start with the very first question. Which of the following is an example of composite ratio? Composite ratio means what, my friend? That particular ratio from which you need data. Like composite ratio is that particular ratio wherein you need data from income statement or from balance sheet or from other different financial statements. Like see what happens in a ratio, there is a numerator and denominator. And if you are getting data of numerator from income statement or balance sheet or vice versa in numerator or denominator, then definitely it's a composite ratio. Now see, current ratio is what? Current assets upon current liability. Now both these figures will be available to you in balance sheet. So this is not a composite ratio. Asset test ratio is your quick assets divided by your current liabilities. Quick assets again is available in your balance sheet. Current liabilities is again available in your balance sheet, right? Debtors turnover ratio के लिए the formula is what? You have your credit sales divided by the average debtors. So sales is not available in the balance sheet. It will be available to you in the income statement, which we also call it as profit and loss account, right? And the denominator over here, which is your total average debtors, that will be available to you in your income in your balance sheet rather, right? So one part of the numerator is coming from income statement, another one is coming from balance sheet. Therefore debtor turnover ratio is a classic example of composite ratio. So your answer will be option number C over here, right? Net profit ratio, again sales divided by net profit. So both these figures will be available to you in the income statement, not in the balance sheet, right? So the correct answer will be over here what? Option number C. Net profit ratio is your net profit by sales, right? So I hope you know. So the correct answer in the first question will be option number C. Second, which of the following is a solvency ratio? Solvency basically tests that how like leverage you are in the terms of debt or in the terms of equity. Is quick ratio a solvency ratio? The answer is no. Quick ratio is basically showing you liquidity, which is not a solvency, right? It might show you short term kind of, I would say what, short term kind of liquidity, but not long term solvency. Yes, debt to equity is a solvency ratio because in debt to equity you have debt, total debt divided by equity, right? So debt to equity will basically show you your total solvency. Therefore the correct answer will be option number B. Working capital ratio is not again a solvency ratio for long term. It might help you in short term but not in long term, right? Net profit is a profitability ratio. So the correct answer will be option number B over here. Good. Now these are the four categories of ratio we have. Liquidity measures your short term liquidity. Solvency measures your long term, I would say, solvency position, like whether I have enough money to pay my obligation. So that will solvency ratio will test. Activity ratio will basically test you how quick you are converting into one particular thing to final issue. Profitability ratio will basically check that how profitable your business is, like gross profit, net profit, EPS, P, that all will come under profitability. Next question, come on. So we have one numerical. Calculate quick ratio. Now, first of all, whenever a ratio question is there, write a formula on your left hand side or on your right hand side, whatever the case is. Quick ratio is your quick assets divided by current liability. Quick ratio is what? Your quick assets divided by your current liability. Now, quick assets is equals to current assets minus your inventories and prepaid expenses, right? So they have given you current assets, current liabilities, inventories, prepaid expenses, land, building, share capital and goodwill. See, you can directly eliminate land, building, share capital and goodwill because this will never help you in your quick ratio, right? You only need quick assets divided by your current liabilities. So if you see, your quick assets will be current asset, which in this case is 4 lakh, minus 25,000 of inventories, minus 25,000 of prepaid expenses. So your quick assets will be 4 lakh minus 50,000, which will be 3.5 lakhs, or you can say 3,50,000 also. And your current liabilities is directly given to you as 2 lakhs. So divide 3.5 by 2 and your answer will be somewhere around option number B, I think, right? 1.75 is to 1. And if you do the calculation, you will get the same figure. How this 3,50,000 came? Quick assets is equals to your current assets minus your inventories minus your prepaid expenses, right? Divided by current liability. Now this is a kind of a moderate level question, not tough. So the correct answer over here will be option number B itself. Now question number 4, my friends. I can see someone in the chat. Rishi is participating. Question number 4. Calculate gross profit ratio from the following figures. Now, gross profit ratio is gross profit divided by sales, right? So, you have to first calculate gross profit because gross profit is not directly given to you. Sales is directly given to you. So, your denominator will be 5 lakh. But for calculating the gross profit ratio, you first need to find gross profit. Now, gross profit is what? Gross profit is your sales minus COGS or sales minus cost. Now, sales is directly given to you as 5 lakh. Cost, COGS, again you have to apply a formula. Opening stock plus purchases plus direct expenses minus closing stock. This is what the formula of closing, this is what the formula of COGS is, right? So your closing stock, opening stock and purchases will be used for calculating COGS. So try to do the like mathematical equation. 3,50,000 plus 70,000 minus 35 will be what? This will be your COGS figures, and whatever COGS figure will come, that you have to deduct from sales and then you will get your gross profit. So if we check, let me do the calculation also so that we all are connected and we are all able to solve the question. So first, my friend, you have to calculate gross profit, but to calculate gross profit you need COGS. So therefore the overall formula of COGS is what? Opening stock plus purchases 3,50,000, which will be 420 minus 35,000, which will give you 385. So my COGS is coming as 3,85,000. You can also use calculator because SEBI allows calculator, but use it to the minimal extent, very minimal. If you are good in mathematics, then avoid it. And I will deduct this particular 385 from my 5 lakh. So it will be somewhere around 1,15,000, right? So now you have got your gross profit. Gross profit kaise aaya? Simply 5 lakh minus your COGS, which is 385. So your overall, I would say, gross profit will be 1,15,000. 1,15,000 divided by 5 lakh again, because you are calculating your, I would say, what gross profit ratio. So in my case, the answer is coming out as 23%. So you just have to do 1,15,000 divided by 5 lakh. Very easy question, nothing tough to explain. This is your answer number C, and I have solved it in front of you. Now, if you want to look at the explanation, over here we have the explanation. You can directly see over here, my friends, that we have not done any kind of very hypothetical science. Very basic, gross divided by sales, but to calculate gross profit, you have to apply the formula of COGS. So if you do this, your answer will come out as 23%. Next question is on my screen, try to solve it. Next question is on my screen, try to solve it. Yes, very good, Rishi. From the following information given below, you are required to calculate operating profit. Now, operating profit is basically your EBIT, earning before interest and taxes. Now, to calculate EBIT, first you need gross profit. Have they given you gross profit? No, you have to find it, right? Now, see, gross sales, sale return is given. So, sales return, we have to minus it because we have to take net sales, right? So, I have done a sale of 6,50,000, but out of that, 50,000 has been returned. So net sale is 6 lakh only. So my net sales will be 6 lakh, right? My net sale will be 6 lakh divided, or not divided, because this is my overall, I would say, what sales. This is my sales minus my 4 lakh 5,000, because your COGS this time is directly given to you. So if you do this, your gross profit will somewhere be around what? 6 lakh minus 4 lakh 5,000. 6 lakh minus 4,05,000. So your answer will come out as what? It will come out as 1,95,000. So my gross profit is coming as 1,95,000. I'm very sorry for my bad handwriting, but this is how it goes. Now from gross profit, you have to deduct. You have to deduct multiple, I would say, operating expenses. In this case, there are two operating expenses, which I will deduct 50,000 and 40,000. So 1,90,000 minus 50,000 minus 40,000. And if you are wondering that why we are doing the subtraction part, because from gross profit, if you have to come to your EBIT, you have to reduce your operating expenses. So in my case, I am getting my operating profit as what? 1,05,000. So now I have what? Now I have my EBIT divided by sales. Sales in this case was 6 lakh. So let's test that whether we are getting the answer or not. So I'm getting it as 17.5. Is it the correct answer from your end? Yes, answer I think is option number A only. So what we have done, we have calculated our gross profit first, then deduct the expenses from it, operating expenses. So my total operating income was coming as 1,05,000. 1,05,000 I have 1,05,000 I have divided by 6 lakh, because your operating profit ratio is operating profit divided by sales. In sales, this case is 6 lakh. So 1,05,000 divided by 6 lakh will give you answer as option number A. Now this is your phase 2 level question. If you are practicing, then practice at a very good scale. This is what the explanation is, but we have done it, so we are not focused on explanation anymore. Question number 6, my friend. Calculate dividend yield ratio. Calculate dividend yield ratio. Let me see in the chat how many of you have given the right answer. Yes, very good, Rishi. Now we have next question, which is question number 6. Calculate dividend yield ratio. So for dividend yield ratio, you need EPS, right? You need EPS. And if you see, net profit after taxes 48,000. Oh, sorry, not 48,000, 4,80,000 divided by the number of equity shares will give you EPS. So your EPS will be what? 12? Your EPS will be 12 if I'm not wrong. Yes, 480 divided by 40. And then you have your market value also. So it will be 12 divided by 60 into 100. So it will be 20, right? It will be 20. Why? Simple, right? So 12 by 60 will give you 20% only. Dividend yield basically tell you that how much dividend you can expect, right? So earning per share divided by market value per share. So market value was directly given to you as 60. And you have calculated EPS. EPS is what? Net profit minus preference dividend divided by your number of equity shares outstanding. So in this case, number of equity shares was 40,000. Net profit after tax is 480, and they have not given you any preference dividend also. So 480 minus 0 divided by 40,000, you will get your EPS as rupees 12. It basically shows that your earning per share is 12. Higher the better for most of the investors. Now this 12 will be divided by 60, because your market value in this case is 60. So dividend yield is EPS by market price into 100. So my answer was coming out as option number B. Good. Question number 7 now. From the following information, calculate debtors turnover ratio. Now this is again a phase 2 level question, so try to solve it. Debtors turnover ratio is your credit sales divided by your average debtors. Average debtor is like opening plus closing divided by 2. So now first I need to calculate my credit sales. Credit sales के लिए they have given me total sales, cash sales, sales return from credit sales. So if I do total sales में से cash sale minus, if I deduct cash sales from the total sales, I will have my credit sales which will be 80,000. Which will be 80,000, right? But they have also given me net sales return. So I have to take net credit sales. So my net credit sales will be 75,000. Very easy. This is 75,000, right? So my numerator is 75. Total sales minus cash sale is 80. 80 minus 5 is your, I would say, 75. So you have 75,000 as your numerator. Now you have to calculate your denominator. Denominator will be what? Opening debtors plus closing debtors divided by 2, which will be 12,500. So your numerator is 75,000 divided by 12,500. And I'm doing this on my calci also, so answer will come out as 6. Answer will come out as 6. So correct answer over here is option number B. I hope you are also solving. In the denominator, we have to take average debtors. This is like ratios chapter. You should know ratios, right? Now average debtors is 10 plus 15, 25 by 2 is 12,500. So 12,500 will go into the denominator. So your answer once you solve this fraction, 75,000 by 12,500 will be 6. Okay. So seventh answer is option number B. Next question. Which of the following is not a liquidity ratio? Which of the following is not a liquidity ratio? Current ratio is, it tells you about short-term liquidity. Current ratio formula is current assets divided by current liabilities. Quick assets upon quick assets divided by your current liabilities quick ratio. Cash ratio is cash plus cash and equivalents divided by current liability. Debt to equity ratio is not a liquidity, it's a solvency ratio. So answer will be option number D. Asset test ratio is the another name of quick ratio only. Right? So the correct answer over here will be option number D. Very good. Now let's move to question number 9. Again a numerical. So we are taking some numericals because in commerce and accounts you can expect some numericals. From the following information, calculate PE ratio, price to earning ratio. So you will calculate this as what? Market price divided by the EPS. Market price divided by EPS. Market price is directly given to you as 12.5, so we don't have to budge about that. But again, EPS you have to calculate. EPS के लिए profit available for equity shareholder is given to us as what? Profit given to us as an equity shareholder is what? 1,75,000, right? Now this we have to divide by 70,000 because 70,000 is the number of shares. We don't have to take the value of shares. It's the number of shares, right? So 75,000 divided by 70 will give me 2.5. So my total P ratio will be 12.5 divided by 2.5. If you do 12.5 divided by 2.5, your answer will come out as option number C, which is 5. Right? So answer will be option number C. I hope you are able to solve this. Yes, very good, Rishi. Now we are moving ahead to the next question, question number 10. Debt to equity ratio of a company is 0.5 to 1. So over here, debt is given as the numerator and equity is your denominator. Which of the following will decrease? Which of the following will decrease debt to equity? So if a fraction has to be decreased, either you decrease the numerator or either you increase the denominator. This is what happens, right? If a fraction is there, x is to y. If I have to increase this fraction, I will increase the numerator or either I will decrease the numerator. In both the cases, the fraction value will increase. Now, if you have a debt to equity ratio is given, which of the following will decrease? So you have to see all the options and then mark it. Issue of equity shares. Issue of equity shares. Right? Cash received from debtors. Now, if you see, my friends, if I see the overall fraction value of debt to equity is what? Debt upon equity. Right? This is what the fraction is of debt to equity. Now, if I issue equity shares, that basically means that I am increasing my equity part. If I issue equity shares, that basically means I am increasing my equity, right? So that will lead to the fall of debt to equity ratio. So answer will be option number A itself. Although it was very, very easy and you could have directly solved it, right? If your numerator increases, then the value of fraction increases. If your denominator increases, the value of fraction will fall. So equity is increasing over here in the first transaction, that will lead to the fall of debt to equity. Therefore, your answer will be option number A, right? And in this, cash receipt to debtors will not affect like anything because over here your asset side is getting impacted. Issue of debentures. If you issue debentures, then your debt will increase. Once your debt increases, that definitely increases the value of fraction. Purchase of goods on credit, this will not impact your, I would say, long-term debt. Only short-term debt will be affected. So therefore, answer will be option number A over here. Question number 11 now. Question number 11. Which of the following represents the correct formula of cash ratio? Cash ratio is your total cash and cash equivalents divided by your current liability. Very basic question. Yes, so answer over here will be option number A itself because cash and marketable securities is your cash and cash equivalents only. Cash and cash equivalents are basically substitute of cash. Like demand deposit is a substitute of cash, right? So my answer over here will be option number A. Cool. Question number 11 done. Now we are moving to question number 12. Which of the following is the correct formula for capital gearing ratio? Capital gearing ratio basically means what? That particular ratio which tells you the relationship between interest bearing capital or fixed dividend bearing capital divided by your equity shareholder. So equity share capital will come in denominator, not numerator. So A is incorrect. Preference share capital divided by equity share capital, it can be correct. Total liabilities, no. Equity share capital plus reserves, total debt, no. Fixed interest bearing funds divided by equity share funds is the correct answer. So 12 E will be correct. Now in fixed interest bearing fund, we are including debt also, which is your non-current liability, plus your preference capital also, because in preference capital you have to pay a dividend which is fixed irrespective like what amount of profits you have. Even if you have less profit, you have to give dividend to the preference shareholder. So the correct answer will be E. Very good. Now we are moving ahead to question number 13. Which of the following correctly represents the formula of proprietary ratio? Proprietary ratio is the owner's ratio, right? So we will check about shareholders fund in relation to the total assets over here, right? Total assets divided by equity share capital, current asset by shareholder fund, this is incorrect. Shareholder fund by total assets or long term debt, no, long term debt is not there. Fixed asset is also not there. So either your answer will be A or C. No, proprietary ratio is in the term of shareholder funds and total assets. Therefore, the correct answer will be option number C. Right? Proprietary ratio basically means that out of total funds which I have, how much are in the relation with the total assets, or you can say how much my total assets are covered by my shareholder funds. So the correct answer will be option number C over here, right? This was again a good question because I can see many of you have not answered it correctly. Question number 15. Which of the following correctly represents the formula of interest coverage ratio? Interest you pay from your EBIT, right? From the profit which is left. So interest coverage ratio is not measured on sales. It is measured on the EBIT. So basically it shows that how much interest obligation has to be paid from the EBIT which is left in your business. So is it net profit divided by interest expenses, EBIT by interest, EBITDA by total debt, operating profit divided by interest income, or PBT divided by finance cost? Yes, the correct will be option number B, which is EBIT divided by the interest expenses. Next, moving forward to the next question, which is your question number 15. Question number 15. So let's see, Rishi is saying, Raghav is also answering, Viral Trends is also answering. Good. What is the generally accepted current ratio for a healthy business? Current ratio is what? Current assets divided by my current liability. So this ratio is considered as 2:1, which is good. So my answer will be option number C. So for every current liability, if I have 2 units of current assets backing to it, then definitely my business is safe. So answer over here will be 2:1. Very good, those who are saying C. Now we are moving ahead to question number 16. So ratio is finished up. Now we are moving ahead to different I would say other chapters. The amount of money received by the company on the issue of shares of multiple installment is ultimately credited to what? So if you see the journal entries for your share applications, share allotment, share call, share second call, it will ultimately lead to creation of your share capital account. So answer over here will be option number A, credited to share capital. Even if you receive money on the application stage, you do what? Bank account debit to share application. Then later on you transfer the money in share application to share capital. So it will be share application account debit to share capital. Same goes on allotment. First you make allotment due, right? Share allotment account debit to share capital, right? And then you collect the money on allotment, which is bank to share allotment. So the correct answer over here will be option number 16A. Remember, share capital account is credited and which particular account will be debited? Bank, because the entire money will go in your bank account only. So ultimately one account is getting debited and ultimately second account is getting credited. Bank debit to share capital is what the situation will be once you complete all the different entries related to share capital. Question number 17. When a company issues shares at premium, the premium amount is shown credited to a separate account which we call it as security premiums account, and this particular account is shown under what? This account is basically shown under your equities and liabilities, reserves and surplus, right? So asset, no. Equity and liabilities, company balance sheet under reserves and surplus, yes. Non-current liability, no. Title of assets, no. So my answer will be option number B itself. Okay, 17, the answer will be B. Securities premium account or your retained earnings account, capital redemption account, capital redemption reserve rather, journal reserve, you have multiple other reserves, right? So that will be shown in the reserves and surplus, therefore your answer will be B. Question number 18 now. A company purchased a machine of 380 and purchase as per the purchase agreement, rupees 20,000 was paid in cash. So your total net balance for issue of shares of 100 each. Okay, so the total machine cost is 380, out of which 20,000 you have paid in cash. So you are left with what? 360, 3,60,000, right? Now see, you have issued the share on premium and face value is 10. Face value is very, very important because we calculate premium and discounts on face value only. So if you see, you have 3,60,000 total value to be issued. This is the total number of, I would say, value, right? Now the question is asking you how many amount has to be credited. What amount has to be credited to the security premium? So for that you have to calculate number of shares. So 3,60,000 divided by 120. Why 120? 100 face value, 20 of premium. So if you do this, this will give you 3,000, right, as a number of shares. Now on per share you are collecting 20 rupees as a premium. So your total value will be what? 6,000 or 60,000 rather, which you will be crediting to the securities premium account. So your answer will be option number B. Okay, cool. So this is your journal entries machine account debit because machine is coming into your business. Asset increase is always debited. To bank, to machine which you have bought, right? And you are issuing 3,000 shares for which you will be having a premium of rupees 60,000 because 220 is a premium which you are collecting on each share. When a company forfeits shares, the forfeiture account is debited, credited, or what? When a company creates a forfeiture, the amount is credited in the forfeiture account and share capital accounts is debited. Share capital account is debited by the called amount, right? And share forfeiture account is credited with the paid amount. So my answer will be option number A in this particular case, not B. शेयर फोर फीचर में हम वो वाला बैलेंस डालते हैं जो अभी तक हमें मिल चुका है, राइट? सो वी विल एंटर द एंट्री, वी विल मेक एन एंट्री विद द पेड अमाउंट. टोटल कॉल्ड अमाउंट इज बेसिकली योर शेयर कैपिटल दैट विल बी डेबिटेड. सो जितना कॉल किया उसे कैंसिल करेंगे और जितना हमारे पास पेड है उसे शेयर फोर फीचर में ट्रांसफर करेंगे एंड देन येस वॉट एवर इज ड्यू योर नेक्स्ट इंस्टॉलमेंट विल कम लाइक 2 शेयर अलॉटमेंट, 2 call in reserves and surplus, 2 call in arrears, whatever the case is, that will be followed. Now moving forward to the next question, question number 16 in this case. A company forfeits 200 shares at 10 each. A company forfeits 200 shares at 10 each, on which 600 has been received and reissue of shares of 1800 as fully paid. So a company is forfeiting 200 shares at 10 each, out of which 600 has been received. Now this 600 has been received, right? So this is basically the amount which you will transfer in share forfeiture because this is the paid amount. Now company is issuing this particular shares at 1800. This basically means the share of 2000 is issued at 1800. So I'm charging this 200 as a discount. I'm charging this 2000 as a discount. Now this discount will be charged to share forfeiture only. Please remember, as per the regulations, the total discount which you can give on the reissue cannot exceed the balance which is there in the share forfeiture. So in this case, the maximum discount which we can give is 600. But is company giving 600? No, company is just giving 200 as a discount. So my balance is left which is of 400. This balance will be added to the capital reserve account because the unused balance of share forfeiture is transferred to capital reserve. So my answer will be option number B in this case. Yes, security premium amount, if it is paid, or if it is received by the company, then it is not paid. That is a very good observation by Rishi. Question number 17. Which of the following statement is not true? So you have to identify which of the following statement is false. Preference shareholders are given more priority over equity shareholder when it comes to dividend. Yes, this is what is mentioned in section 43 of the Companies Act. Preference shares do not have voting rights. They do not have, yes, this statement is correct because they are just a passive owner. The rate of preference fluctuates. No, no, no. The rate of preference remains fixed. So my answer will be option number C because C is incorrect. C is incorrect. Preference shareholder do not have voting right. This statement is good to go. This statement is correct because they don't have voting rights. They are just there for passive shareholding, right? But the rate of preference dividend does not fluctuate. It remains the fixed. So my answer will be C. Right, question number 18 now. Which of the following is correctly matched? Section 62 right, Section 63 bonus, Section 68, 69, 70 is associated with buyback. According to me, all the three sections are right, so answer will be option number D. Now these questions should be addressed very quickly in front of you because you should be aware of section 62, 63, 68 also. 43 also, section 39 also is important for Companies Act, right? So I hope you are able to revise multiple of the sections. Section 39 is the amount collected on application, 0.5% of the total, 5% of the total face value you can receive, right? Then you have section 39, section 43 is also important. Section 62, 63, 68 are directly related to your syllabus. Right. Question number 19. Buyback of shares. Buyback is as per section 68, 69 and 70. Buyback of shares cannot be made from the proceeds of the earlier issue of the same kinds of shares, free reserves, security premiums, both B and C or none of the above. See, buyback can be made from free reserves and security premium reserve, but buyback cannot be made from the same kind of shares. For example, 10 years back, I have issued preference shares. The proceeds which I have collected from preference shares can be used to buy back some other kind of share or some different kind of share. Like I can buy back equity shares from the proceeds which I have collected from preference shares. For example, 5 years back, I have issued equity shares. Now the proceed which I have collected from the equity shares, this can be used to buy back other different class, not equity shares. So over here same nahi hona chahiye, it should be different. So answer will be option number A itself. Yes, the answer will be option number A. Cool, so this we have discussed. Now moving to question number 20. From the following, which of the following is correct? Capital redemption reserve is created out of profit of the company. Capital redemption reserve may be applied by the company in paying unissued shares to the company. The purpose of capital redemption reserve, this is your CRR, is capital redemption reserve, is to make sure that company has a capital base intact in the case of capital demutation. Yes, all these three statements are correct because these are the journal features of your capital redemption reserve. So the correct answer will be option number D. Right, all of these are correct, so answer will be option number D. Very basic stuff. This is what the basic objective of capital redemption reserve is. Like even if I have done certain redemption of the capital, I should have enough balance in my capital redemption reserve. This basically ensures that your business is safe. So come on, we have done the half of the questions, 20 more questions to go. Let's move ahead to question number 21. A very basic question, which is like the foundational question of balance sheet. If total assets is 36,000, liabilities are 16,000, what is the amount of equity? Total assets, like I hope you know, assets is equals to what? Assets is equals to your liabilities plus capital, right? Assets is given to you as 36,000, liabilities are given to you as 16,000, and capital you have to identify. So 16 minus 36, which will be 20. So my answer will be option number A. Right, 36 minus 16 will give you capital is 20,000. Cool, very easy. If this is a phase 1 level question, not phase 2 by the way. Come on, next question. Rent expenses were charged to the books of account for 11 months, but it was not charged in the 12th month. So you have done the accounting only for 12 months and you have forgot to enter a transaction for 12th month. This is basically which particular kind of omission? Is it a clerical error? Is it a principal omission, or there is no error? Yes, if you know, as per principle of omission, if you skipped something, that will be counted as option number B, which is error of omission. Now, error of omission can be of two types. It can be error of full omission and it can be error of partial omission also. In this case, you have completely forgot. So my answer will be option number B, which is error of omission. By the way, this is a previous year question of SEBI or of PFRDA, right? Question number 21. Provision of tax is under which subhead in balance sheet? So if you are creating a provision to be paid for tax, this will be shown in long-term provision. No, horrible. Short-term assets, no, it's a provision, so you have to pay. So it cannot be your liability, it cannot be your asset. It has to be your liability. Long-term liabilities, no, long-term liabilities is non-current liabilities. Short-term provisions, yes. So my correct answer will be option number D. Yes, the correct answer will be option number D in the question number 21. Moving forward, my friends, let's move forward. Question number 22. Now, what is the total cost of machine? They have given you the original purchase price 15 lakh. Cartage is given to you as 2000. Freight is given to you as 25,000. Installation and testing charges are 40,000 and 18,000 respectively. So as per the cost principle, you will record the machine at what particular price? 15 lakh, or will you add certain expenditure? Yes, what happens is, as per the cost principle, I have to include all the expenses related to that particular machine in the overall cost itself. So it will be 15 lakh plus 2000 plus 25,000. So this is 27 plus 40,000 plus 18. So if you do this mathematics, 15 plus 2 plus 25 plus 40 plus 18 will give you the answer as 15 lakh 85,000. Right? So my correct answer will be option number C. Very good, Rishi. Now moving to question number 23. When the company dissolves, which of the following debenture holders have the right to receive? Debenture holders are basically the people who have given you debt, right? This is borrowing, and on every borrowing you return dividend? No, right? Dividend is return on the shares. On every borrowing you return the principal and interest. So the classic example over here is option number A, right? So you will return what? You will return what? Question number 23, right? They are in serial 22, 21, 20. Right, I think there is some, I would say, error, but not an issue. We are just solving the questions. 22, right, but not an issue. Don't worry, you have many questions to solve. Yes, the correct answer will be what? Option number A over here. Cool. Now let's move to 24. Profit on forfeiture of share will be reissued. After reissue will be transferred to what? Profit on the forfeiture shares is after reissue is transferred to what? So if you have any profit on the forfeiture of shares, it after reissue it will be transferred to what? So if you have any profit on the forfeiture of shares, that will be transferred to the capital reserve. This is what we have just now discussed on the previous slide as well. Any amount which is left, on the share forfeiture account, that will be transferred to the, I would say, what, capital reserve, right? And remember, there is a difference between capital reserve and reserve capital. Capital reserve is a reserve. Reserve capital is basically the capital which you have not called. You will only call this particular capital at the time of liquidation. So capital reserve is different and your reserve capital is different. Don't get confused. Question number 25. Which of the following is not a component of cash flow from operations? Cash flow from operation basically means those particular activities which are directly traced to the main operating business of your, I would say, main operating activity of your business. Settling of trade payable, yes, this is very basic, right? It will be done in the normal course of business. Collection from debtors, yes, it will be there again in the normal day-to-day activities of business. Payment to a supplier of machine, like this is not a regular activity. You will purchase machine, and it is not like every now and then I'm purchasing machine. So payment to a supplier of machine will not be categorized as your operating. Rather, it will definitely be counted under a different activity itself. Right? So my answer will be option number D in this particular case. Right? Now let's move forward to the next question, which is question number 26. Question number 26. A company has an outstanding preference shares of 15, I would say what, lakh, out of which 9 lakh will be redeemed using receivable profits, and for the rest equity shares will be issued having a face value of 8. Calculate the number of equity shares. So the total obligation is 15 lakh. This you have to pay, right? Out of which 9 lakh will be redeemed using receivable profits. So now what the question is saying, that you have 15 lakh of total amount to pay, and from this 15 lakh, 9 lakh you will be using from your receivable profits. So the leftover amount is 6 lakh, right? And the question is asking you how many equity shares will you issue when the face value is 8. So 6 lakh divided by 8, if I'm not wrong, 6 by 8 will give you answer as option number B, 75,000. Option number B, 75, right? 6 lakh divided by 8, simple. And again, this is PFRD Grade A Phase 2 level question. So this certain times easy questions can be asked in your Phase 2. Question number 27, my friends. Question number 27. A company has purchased 50,000 units at rupees 2 per unit. Market price of the unit as on 31st March 2021 is 0.90 per unit. Now calculate the closing stock of the company. Now closing stock, whenever you are talking about the inventory's closing value, as per AS as per AS2, right? Inventory valuations, you will always value your inventory at a less of cost or at the less of net realizable value. Whatever is lower end of cost or a net realizable value will be used. So if you see, I will be using 2 or 0.90, I will be using 0.90 because this is lower than the cost and net realizable value, right? Now, if you see 50,000 into 0.90 will give me answer as 45,000. Therefore, the answer will be option number B. Yes, the correct answer will be option number B. Question number 28. Payment of dividend by a company will be classified as which of the activities under cash flow? So if you are paying dividend and dividend is paid on shares, so shares is not an operating, it's not an investing, it's not it's a financing activity, right? Yes, lower of cost and NRV. So if you see, it's not an operating activity, not investing, so my answer will be option number C. Payment of dividend by a company will be a financing activity under the cash flow prepared as per accounting standard 3 and Indian accounting standard is 7. Remember it. Right? So the answer will be option number C. Question number 29. As per accounting standard 10, property, plant and equipment, depreciable amount of an asset should be allocated dash over its useful life. Ad hoc, irregular, systematic, random or none of the above. Now see, this is again a previous year question if I'm not wrong. The correct answer will be option number C, which is systematic over the useful life. Systematic means what? That you are charging depreciation every year, not randomly. Right? Question number 30 now. Question number 30 is dash are the investments by which their nature are readily realizable and are intended to be used for less than a year from the date when such investment is done. Current assets, non-current investments rather, reoccurring investments, immediate investments. What will be your answer? Question number 30. If you are realizing something in less than 1 year, then definitely that answer will be option number A, current investments. So my answer will be option number A in this particular case. Let's move. This was easy one. Now we have a question related to buyback. Maximum buyback permitted through a financial year through board approval route is what? Now see, total buyback you can do is 25%. Maximum buyback, right? 25% of your paid up and your reserves and surplus, right? But out of this 25, 10 can directly be approved by board and next 25, like 10 to 25 has to be approved through a special resolution in your journal meeting. So therefore, in this case, they are asking you board approval route, right? So board approval route will be what? 10% only. So your answer will be option number B. Very good. Maximum limit for buyback from shareholder special resolution. So say if special resolution is taken, then it will be 25%. Then it will be 25. I have just now explained this to you. If it's 10%, then board approval route. If it's 10 to 25%, 10 to 25% will be a special resolution taken by your shareholders. Now coming to question number 33. Who has the right to renounce? Renounce means what? That company is giving you right issue, but you have renounced it. You are selling your rights in the open market. So who has the right to renounce the right shares? Only promoters, only directors, all shareholders, only institutional investors, or only resident investors? Yes, the correct answer will be option number C. All shareholders can do it. Right? All shareholders can do it. Right? Question number 34. Come right price refers to the price of the share. If you see, come is basically used for before and X is used for after. Right? So very easy question, theoretical question. This can appear in your phase 1. Come right price refers to the price of a share after the issue. No. After the issue is your X price. It's your X price. Before, yes, before is the correct answer. Therefore, your right answer will be option number B itself. Now moving forward, and difference between come and X is known as the value of right. Remember it. A difference between come and X is basically known as what? Value of right. Bonus shares, once they are allocated by the company, can be withdrawn before the record date, only after the shareholder approval, with SEBI permission, or cannot be withdrawn or only after NCLT approval. So if bonus issue has happened, then they can be withdrawn by which particular method? They cannot be withdrawn at all costs. SEBI regulations had made it very clear. If you have approved if you have gone with the bonus issue, then you cannot withdraw it. Right? Do remember. Question number 36. What generally happens to a company market price after bonus issue? So if you see after bonus issue, rights issue and whatnot, multiple corporate actions, so you should remember that what will be their after effect. So what generally happens when a company's market price per share immediately after bonus issue? So company's market price immediately after bonus issue reduces, although market cap remains the same. Your market capitalization remains the same. So answer over here will again be option number B. Right? 35 B, not D. It becomes fluctuates randomly, no. Right. Now let's move to question number 37. As per SEBI's latest circular effective for bonus issue 1st October 2024, the issuing company must apply for in principle approval for bonus issue within how many days? 2 working days, 3 working days, 5 working days, 7 working days or 10 working days. Now this is factual. If you know the answer, then you know it. Otherwise you have to ignore it. The correct answer will be 5 working days. Remember, approval has to be taken in principle in 5 working days. Allotment will happen on T+1 and your share trading of bonus shares will happen on T+2. T is over here record date, right? So once you get the shares, T+1 pe allotment, T+2 pe you will do your trading. Right? So the correct answer here will be option number C. Now I'm giving you 3 questions for homework. Question number 38, question number 39 and question number 40. Right? But we will solve these questions in the class. For those who are doing homework, my duty is there to give you the answers, right? A script issue. A script issue is basically that particular issue which is done for bonus. Right? So bonus issues are like free. So look for the option. Issue of shares to an employee under ESOP? No. Issue of shares under cash? No. Issue of shares to the existing shareholders without payment? Yes. So my answer will be option number C in this particular case. So we are solving your homework also. Question number 39. Which of the following is not a possible scenario for a shareholder in a right issue? Accepting the right offer and paying the shares? Yes, this is the most good one because this will not lead to dilution of shareholding. Selling of rights to someone else if articles of association permit? Yes, this is what your renunciation of right is. Doing nothing? Yes, you can also opt for doing nothing. Converting rights into preference? No, 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 no. You cannot convert your rights shares into preference. So answer will be option number D. Right? Renouncing rights in favor of other. This we have seen. This is your basically renunciation of right itself. So in the previous question, the right answer was option number B. The maximum period for which right offers must remain open is what? The maximum period for which right offer must remain open is what? So you have to let me know the answer of this particular question in the comment box. So I'm giving you just one answer as a homework. I hope you will be able to.
Today's video. So we'll be covering the first 5 chapters of your costing today. Okay, the first 5 chapters are, that is, the first 5 chapters: overview of cost and management accounting, the second material cost, labor cost, overhead cost, and activity based costing. These are the 5 chapters that we'll be covering today. Okay. Just give me a minute. It's not working. Okay, so we'll be covering the first 5 chapters today, and in the second part we'll be covering the next 6 chapters. Okay, our unit and output costing, job costing, contract costing, process costing, joint and byproduct costing, that you can see all our methods of costing, and our service costing. Okay, so we'll be covering the next 6 chapters in our part 2, and in part 3 we'll be covering the next 4 chapters that are all your techniques of costing. Okay, marginal, standard, budgetary, and lean system. Okay, so coming to our first chapter today, that is overview on cost and management accounting. We'll be covering, I'll try to cover this subject wise only. and I've tried to incorporate all those questions which are concept based so that I can make you understand the concept better, plus some previous year questions as well. Okay, so starting with our first question, that is, which of the following correctly describes cost accountancy? So this is the first concept that you should know in cost accounting. Okay, that there are three words that you need to know. First is my costing. Okay, costing, then is cost accounting, and the third is my cost accountancy. Okay, and the third is cost accountancy, for which the question has been asked. So what is costing? Costing is to determine the cost of our product. Okay, for example, my product is, say, a cake. Okay, a cake. So I have to determine what all expenses, what all cost is being incurred to manufacture this cake, right? So we'll say materials, and material is rupees 50, then my labor is rupees 20. Okay, labor cost is rupees 20 for making one piece of cake. So this is what, this is to determine the cost of my product. What is cost accounting? Cost accounting is when I have to record all these expenses. Okay, I have to list down all the expenses so that my expenses are all, integrated in one part, so that I can make the decisions better. Now, how will we make the decisions? Cost accountancy will help us to make those decisions. What is cost accountancy basically? So I'll tell you here, the practice of applying both of these, costing and cost accounting. Okay, applying the principles and techniques of costing and cost accounting for cost control and profit determination. So what we are trying to do here in cost accountancy, when we have determined the cost, okay, and then we have recorded our cost, okay, so what we will do, we will now try to ascertain the profit and also try to control these costs. Okay, so cost accountancy is what? It is to apply the principles and techniques of costing and cost accounting, right? Now, what are the other options? So I think you have understood that option B is the correct option. What is the option 1? The process of finding out the cost of a product or service. When we have to find out the cost, what it is? It is costing. Okay, this is the feature of costing. C, the process of recording the expenditure to prepare these cost reports is what? It is cost accounting. Okay, and the method of classifying the cost into direct and indirect is also a feature of cost accounting only. When we are recording and classifying our expenditures, this is a feature of cost accounting. So when we are talking about cost accountancy, the option B describes it much better, right? I hope it is clear. Moving on to the next question. Financial accounting reveals total profit, while cost accounting is what? Now, you tell me, what is the difference between financial accounting and cost accounting? Can you give me the answer? Let me check if anybody is giving the answer to it. Okay. For second, everybody is saying B. Okay, let me tell you. Financial accounting is what, and what is cost accounting? So I think in accounting, in your accounting subject, you must have learned about financial accounting, right? So what is financial accounting? Just a second, please. Yeah. So what is financial accounting? It is basically, when we are talking about financial accounting, it tells us the total profit of the organization. Okay, when we are making the P&L account, okay, or our income tax income statements or P&L accounts, we determine that the profit of the firm is, for example, we are assuming the profit of the firm is rupees 30,000. Okay, so what is this 30,000? This is the total profit of the firm. Okay, now coming to cost accounting. Cost accounting tells us the profit of each product that the company is making. For example, I have two products. One is like cake and the second is biscuits. Okay, I'm manufacturing both of them. So the profit in manufacturing a cake or selling a cake is rupees 20,000, and for biscuits it is rupees 10,000. So can you see, cost accounting tells me that what is my profit or what is my loss or how much profit I am making in manufacturing one of the product. So this tells me the differentiation, different products, how these different products are making profit, whereas the financial accounting tells me the overall profit of the firm. So yes, you all are right. The answer is B. This financial accounting reveals total profit, while the cost accounting discloses the profit and loss for each product or job. Let us look at the other options as well quickly. Helps in tax compliance? No. Financial accounting can help in tax compliance. Records transactions only in monetary terms. Both of them records in monetary terms only. Is mandatory for all entities. Financial accounting is mandatory, whereas cost accounting is somewhat voluntary. Okay. Now, the next. So the answer is option B. Now coming to your question 3. So you tell me what is the answer for question 3. Financial accounting is for the whole of. Very good. Very good, Arjun. You have given the correct explanation of the previous question. Now tell me for question 3, which of the following pairs is correctly matched? Correctly matched. Okay. So their expenses are being given to you and they are telling, is it under variable cost, fixed cost, committed cost, or product cost? So first is factory rent, and is it a variable cost? Is my rent a variable cost? Okay, what is variable cost? The cost that changes. Okay, the variable cost, the cost that changes with the level of output. Okay, when my level of production changes, that means I was producing 10 units, but now I am producing 20 units. Okay, so when my cost changes, okay, so variable cost, does variable cost changes? Variable cost like raw material. Of course, raw material to produce 10 units, if it was 100 kg, okay, so and okay, let us say 100 rupees. Variable cost to produce 10 units was 100 rupees. Now, when I am increasing my production to 20 units, of course, the price for raw material will also change. The cost of raw material will also change. Maybe it can be 200 rupees now, right? So, variable cost changes with the level of output. So, factory rent changes or not? No. If your rent, if you are paying the rent for your building, even if you are not incurring any, you're not doing any production, then also you will have to pay the rent. Okay, the rent dealer will not say that, oh, you did not, produce this month, so I will not take the rent. No, rent has to be paid. So hence, rent is a fixed cost. Okay, rent is a fixed cost because fixed cost does not change with the level of output. Next is electricity for production. Electricity for production is a fixed cost or it is a variable cost. Of course, if we produce more, electricity will be used more. And if we are not producing, then electricity will be used less. Hence, this is not a fixed cost, it is a variable cost. Okay. So hence, this is also not correctly matched. Then C, option C, salary of CEO is a committed cost. What do you understand by the word committed? that means you have to pay this cost irrespective of the fact that production is being done or not. That means you have committed this cost, like you have said that I will pay you irrespective of the fact is my production of just 100 units or I'm producing 1000 units, I will pay this much salary to you. So this is a committed cost, so hence this is correctly matched. The option C is correctly matched. Let us see the option D. Advertising expense is a product cost. Okay, so there are two types of cost. One is product cost and the second is period cost. Okay, so the period cost is what? Which are not directly attributable to the product. Okay, so advertising expense is not a part of production, whereas product cost, what is a product cost? All those costs which are incurred for producing or manufacturing a product. Okay, and period cost is the cost that are not included in the manufacturing cost. So advertising expense is a period cost and not a product cost. So hence this is also a incorrect pair, right? This is also incorrect pair. So the option C is the correct one, right? Shall we move ahead? Um, there is a doubt in the previous question that says if they take production in the short run. Okay, here electricity for production is basically what? When electricity is used for production, okay, when we will be producing more, we'll be using more electricity. For example, machines, if the machine is working through electricity, okay, so then if we'll use this machine for producing more products, okay, then the electricity will be used more. So hence here there is no concept of short run or long run. Here we are talking about electricity for production. Okay, coming to question number 4, please try to answer the question 4. Which of the method of costing suits a bicycle manufacturing company using different costing methods for parts, for their parts? So, process costing, batch costing, job costing, and multiple costing. So, let me know, what do you understand by all of these costings? What is process costing, batch costing, job costing, and multiple costing? So let me tell you one by one. Then I think you'll be able to answer it more accurately. So what is process costing? When do we use process costing? Okay, when there are homogeneous or similar products, okay, similar type of products are being made, but there is a large process to complete this manufacturing, and there is also mass production. So when we are producing similar type of a product, for example, sugar is similar, right? There are no various varieties in a sugar industry. Sugar is a homogeneous type of a product, so we can use process costing in sugar because we are producing it in mass and there is a homogeneous product. Whereas batch costing is what? When we try to understand the cost of separate batches, for example, tires or shoes or ready-made garments. Okay, here what we try to do is we make separate batches or lots. How? Let me take the example of tires only. Okay, for example, there is a company Apollo tires, and this Apollo tires is making tires for different companies, like it is making tires for Maruti Suzuki and it is making tires for Hyundai also. Okay, so when this Apollo tires is making different tires for different companies, they will produce in batches. So there will be a different batch of tires of Suzuki and there will be a different batch for Hyundai. Okay, so separate costing is done for separate batches, right? So batch costing is done for those where we have to produce in lots or batches, and also here the product is not very similar. Here in one batch the product is similar, but in the second batch the product will be different, right? So batch costing is what? When we are producing in lots. What is job costing? Job costing is when we have to make customized products. Okay, in batch costing also we were making customized products, please note that. Job costing, we are making customized product, but it is according to the special requirements of the customer. For example, the customer wants to get his wall painted in red color. Okay, I as a customer, I want my wall to be painted in red color, but you might be wanting in a white color. So job is what? When manufacturing of a product is being done differently for different customers. So hence the product here is not homogeneous. So, and what is multiple costing? Multiple costing is when we are using different techniques of different methods of costing in one product. So let us see in cycle. In cycle there are different parts, as we said. So there are brake wires, there are wheels, and there is painting of the bicycle. So to manufacture the brake wires, there is a standardized process. Okay, these brake wires are made, okay, and then these are assembled into the bicycle. So for brake wires, can we use process costing? Because there is a standard process to make these brake wires, right? Then for wheels, as we told in tires, similarly in wheels, can we use batch costing? Because in a wheels manufacturing company, there might be different, it will be manufacturing for different companies. Hence we can use different batches for different companies. Hence we can use batch costing for wheels. Similarly for painting can be done for job costing. Why? Because it can be according to the trend, like only 10 bicycles out of 100 bicycles, for 10 bicycles can be painted in red color, some can be painted in blue, for girls it can be painted in pink. So it is mostly customized according to the fashion trends or for the customer. So job costing can be done for painting. So hence here we are using different methods of costing. Hence the answer is D, multiple costing, right? Okay, I hope it is clear till here. Let me move ahead. The option D is the correct option. Now, question 5. 1 lakh spent on an old machine that cannot be recovered is, okay, 1 lakh spent on old machine that cannot be recovered is relevant cost, opportunity cost, sunk cost, and imputed cost. So I hope you know the meaning of all of these types of costs. Okay, so tell me the answer first. I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, what is a relevant cost? What is a relevant cost? All those costs which are taken for the future, or that affects the cost that affects future decisions. So a machine that a value of machine, this is 1 lakh, that is old machine, now it cannot be recovered. Will it affect my future decision? No. Will it affect my future decision? No. Why? Because it is in history, it is in past. Second is my opportunity cost. What is my opportunity cost? The cost of choosing an alternative method. Okay, so for example, I have to make a decision that either I should invest in my business, in my capital, okay, invest as a capital in the business, or I can use this money as a FD. Okay, so if I invest my money as a capital and if I ignore my FD, so whatever cost that is that I have foregone in FD will be my opportunity cost. So the sacrifice that I make to choose one option, the sacrifice that I have made to choose this option is the opportunity cost. Okay, now what is sunk cost? Sunk cost is the historical, you can say, or the past cost. So can you say this 1 lakh that is spent on old machine that now cannot be recovered is my past cost? Yes. So this is my sunk cost. Okay, because this is the past cost and it does not affect my future decision, right? So this is my sunk cost. What is imputed cost? Imputed cost is that cost which is you can say notional in nature, or what can you say, that is not out of a pocket or a non-cash expense. Okay, the correct word can be the non-cash expense. For example, I am working in a building, okay, that I own, okay, that I own. So I don't have to pay the rent of it. But if I had to pay the rent, then what? So that is my imputed cost. The rent of the building that I still own, okay, that I'm not paying out of my pocket, but it is still an expense. So that is my imputed cost. That is my non-cash expense, or you can say depreciation also. Depreciation also we don't pay out of my pocket, right? So that is my imputed cost. Right? So I hope you have got the answer. What is the answer? C, sunk cost, because it is the past cost. Right? So sunk cost is what? Past expenditure that cannot be changed. Right? And rest we have discussed. Now coming to next question, under which technique are only variable costs considered for decision making? So now we are in brief, we'll be understanding what are different techniques: standard costing, absorption costing, marginal costing, and budgetary control. For all those who know, please try to answer this question. Under which technique only variable costs are considered for decision making? Okay, now what is standard costing? So if you understand this word standard, you might know what do you know about it. So standard costing is the predetermined cost, or whatever cost we have decided in advance of a product. Okay, there is a different method to determine this cost that we'll be discussing later, but this is the predetermined cost. But here we include both my fixed cost and my variable cost. Okay, both of these will be considered while determining the standard cost. Then what is absorption costing? What is absorption costing? When there are several overheads: manufacturing overhead, then there is office and administration overhead, selling overhead. So all these overheads are to be charged to the product, irrespective of the fact there is fixed cost or variable cost. Both of them will be charged or absorbed to the product. Okay. So basically, if the value of the product is, for example, before any overhead, it is rupees 100. Okay, before any overhead. So, and if my manufacturing overhead is rupees 20 that I need to charge on this product, that I need to absorb on this product. So now the value of this product will be rupees 100 plus 20, that is 120. So this is what absorption costing, that I need to charge my cost, that I need to charge my manufacturing overhead to the value of the product. Okay. So this is absorption costing, but here also, irrespective of the fact it is fixed cost or variable cost, we are charging the manufacturing overheads here, all the overheads. So both fixed cost and variable costs are taken into account. In marginal costing, what is marginal costing? It is the additional cost. It is the additional cost incurred to produce one more unit. Now, what do you understand by this? Let me take the example of pens. Okay, so I have a manufacturing company where I manufacture pens. So the quantity changes from 1 to 2. This is the quantity. Okay, first there was 1 unit of pen, now I am producing 2 units of pen. Okay, the total cost is you can say 100 rupees here, and here it is 120. Okay, right? Now this total cost comprises of 2 costs, that is my fixed cost and my variable cost. Okay, so fixed cost remains the same, at all levels of output. So fixed cost won't change. For example, it is 50 rupees is my fixed cost. So this won't change if I'm changing the level of output. But my variable cost, such as my raw material, okay, raw material to produce one pen was rupees 50 rupees. But when I have to produce the second pen, my variable cost changes from 50 to 70 rupees. Okay, my variable cost changes from 50 to 70 rupees. So can you see what is the difference in the total cost? 20 rupees. And what is the difference in the variable cost? Rupees 20. So can you say that whatever change has come in the total cost, that is 20 rupees, has come from the variable cost only? Whatever change has come in the total cost has come from the variable cost. Okay, so this is what we are talking about in marginal costing. The additional cost, that is my rupees 20, the additional cost to produce one more level of output is marginal cost. So what is the additional cost? Rupees 20. What is the change in variable cost? Rupees 20. Hence, my marginal costing is the technique where only variable costs are considered. Hence, answer C is the option C is the correct one. Okay, right? Now, what is budgetary control? Budgetary control is also a technique of costing where you determine or predetermine the budgets. Okay, what should be your sales budget? Okay, what should be your cash budget? What should be your cost budget? So you determine in advance that what should be the budget according to which you will produce, you will sell your products, right? So budgetary control also takes into account both of them, fixed cost also and variable cost also, when we are talking about cost budgets. So I hope your answer is clear. What is marginal costing? Very good, Himanshu. And marginal costing is the correct one. Okay, I hope it is clear. Moving on to the question 7, which is a numerical based question, and it's very easy. Try to answer this question on your own. Calculate the cost of production. We have to calculate the cost of production with the following information. We have material cost, labor cost, setup cost, manufacturing overheads is not given to us directly, but we can solve it, and selling overheads is also given to you. So you tell me, in cost of production, what all do we consider? Do you remember the cost sheet? Do you remember the cost sheet? Let me introduce you to it if you don't know. When we are making a cost sheet, we are first of all including all our direct cost, our direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, and then we find out the prime cost. Okay, so that means the sum of all the direct material, labor and expenses makes my prime cost, right? Then in prime cost, I add my manufacturing overheads, or you can say production overheads, right? When I add my manufacturing overheads or production overheads, I will get my either the works cost. Here I'll add some factory overheads first. My factory overheads, which I also can say manufacturing overheads only, right? So then I'll get my cost of production, or you can say works cost also. Works cost also. Then here I can also add my office and administration expenses. Okay, office and administration expenses can also be added. Then I'll get my works cost and cost of production, and then I can add my selling and distribution overheads. I think I've selling and distribution overheads, and then I get my cost of sales, right? So I need my cost of production only. So here direct material is given to me, direct labor and direct expenses. So it is 600 plus 150 material cost plus labor cost, plus my setup cost is my direct expenses, because these are the direct expenses that I need to incur on my production. So 200, this gives me my prime cost. 5 and 3, 9. 950 is my prime cost, right? Then manufacturing overheads are given to me, that is 20% of the labor costs. Can I calculate my manufacturing overheads? That is 20% of what is my direct labor? 150. Can you tell me what is the manufacturing overheads by calculating this? 20 divided by 100 into 150. That is rupees 30. So when I add my factory overheads, or you can say my manufacturing overheads here, rupees 30, I get my works cost. 980 gets my works cost. Okay. When I add my office and administration overheads, which are not given here, so we'll treat it as 0, we will get our cost of production. Okay. So this is a small correction that you can make here. When I add my factory overheads here, okay, it is works cost plus office overheads, then I'll get my cost of production. Okay. Can you understand this? So 980 is my answer. Why will you not consider selling overheads? Because it is after the cost of production. Selling and distribution overheads is included to get the cost of sales. Understood? Selling overhead will not be included. Very good, Arjun. That's excellent. So the answer is D, 980. I hope you have understood. Coming to question 8, again it is a numerical based question. Calculate EOQ from the following data. What is EOQ? Can you tell me what is EOQ? Please try to calculate this, and firstly tell me what is EOQ. It is economic order quantity. What do you understand by this? What do you understand by economic order quantity? That means this is the quantity that is, we should order. This is the most economical order that we should make at the reorder level. Okay, so when our inventory reaches our reorder level, that means I have to call the supplier now and I have to order. Okay, so what quantity should I order? That is my EOQ, that is economic order quantity. This is the quantity that I need to order from the supplier, so that my inventory does not overstock, and also it is not understocked, right? So this is my economic order quantity. How do we calculate this? The formula is 2 into annual consumption. 2 into annual consumption, I'm writing AC, into the reorder cost, or you can say the buying cost per order, upon the carrying cost, you can say storage cost, carrying cost, storage cost, or holding cost. Okay, per order per annum, storage cost per order per annum. So can you substitute the values? 2 into 1200 into what is the buying? 24, buying cost 24, upon storage cost is 16. So 2, 8, 8, 3, so it is 3600. Square root of 3600 is 60 units. So the answer is 60 units, option C. I hope you have answered it correctly. Yes, Arjun, very good. Right? So this is the formula, economic order quantity, where A is the annual consumption, okay, B is the buying or ordering cost per order. Okay, whenever you're solving the question, please see if per order value is given to you or not. Then storage cost per unit per annum. Okay, so storing cost of 1 unit per annum, that is my S. So when you have substituted the values, you will get 60 units. Now question number 9, this is a previous year question also, so please be careful while answering this question, and it's very easy, so I'll wait for you guys to answer. Who is responsible if raw material purchases are more expensive than expected? Who is responsible if the raw material that you are purchasing is more expensive than you expected it to be? So you expected that the raw material would cost you rupees 100, but now it is costing you 120. So who is responsible for that? You tell me the answer. Production manager, finance manager, purchase manager, marketing manager, or the operations manager? Who will be responsible? Okay, Himanshu and Arjun both are saying purchase manager. Very good. So the answer is purchase manager. Why? He will be responsible for negotiating the price. He will be responsible, right? That he has to see from which supplier he should, take the supplies or the raw material, so that it can cost you how much you have thought of, right? So the answer is option C, the purchase manager, okay, because he is responsible for negotiating the prices and also ensuring that the materials are bought as expected or at standard cost. Now for production manager, if you see, like what does production manager do? He is overseeing all the manufacturing part, okay. He is there to supervise the manufacturing cost, not the cost to procure the material, okay. He basically issues the raw material. He doesn't go and buy the raw material from the supplier. He gets it issued from our own inventory only. Now, who is a finance manager? He will manage the funds. He will say what is the budget. He will, what you can say, he will prepare the budget, right? He will not purchase it. He will prepare the budget, that what should be the expected rate. Then marketing manager is basically, he is in the sales and the promotions. He is not related to the raw materials only. Then operations manager, he will basically see how efficient my labor is going, okay, how efficient is my raw material being processed, right? So he is in the operations team. He is not in the purchasing one, right? Moving ahead, question number 10. Canteen expenses for factory workers is classified as administration overheads, selling and distribution overheads, direct costs, or production overheads. So can you see what are we trying to say here? There is a canteen expense, that means canteen like food and beverages for factory laborers. So for example, my factory worker is going to have a tea, he is going to have lunch. So it is classified as which cost? He is my factory worker. Please note, he is my factory worker. Will it come under administration or office administration overheads? No, he is not my office staff. Selling and distribution, again, he is not my selling, executive, sales executive. He is not my any person who is involved in sales. Then is it a direct cost? What is a direct cost? What is a direct cost? All those costs which are directly attributable to the product. So again, canteen expense, I cannot say this is my expense which I can directly add to my product cost. No. So this is what? This is my indirect cost. This is my indirect cost which is linked to production. So hence it is my production overhead. See, such easy questions can come in your exam, but the only thing is you have to be wise enough at that point of time that you are able to answer it correctly. Okay, people get confused during the exam because there is so much pressure, but please read the question very carefully. Okay, so the option is D, production overheads. Now the next, this is a part of your labor cost. The Emerson's efficiency plan guarantees A, only piece rate wages, B, only bonus wages, C, minimum time wages plus a graded bonus for efficiency, and D, time wages without any incentives. Okay, so with this I will also give you advice that please revise all those plans, wage incentive plans, and piece rate and time rate plans. Okay, all the Taylor, then there is Merrick, then there is Emerson. So please revise them all. Here in this question we are revising the Emerson's efficiency plan. What does he say? So Emerson said that I will guarantee you that I will give you the time wage. Okay, if I have decided that for 1 hour, okay, that for 1 hour I'll give my labor rupees 100. So even if my labor has not produced anything, I will still be paying him rupees 100. Okay, and if my standard unit is that in 1 hour he has to produce at least 2 units. Okay, he has to produce at least 2 units. So I will now compare that if he is efficient or not. I will see if he is efficient or not according to the standard unit that I have decided. If in 1 hour he has done nothing, then also he'll get the time wage. He'll be guaranteed a time wage. But if he has completed the work or he has done some work, then he'll get a bonus for his efficiency. Okay, so even if the worker has not achieved these 2 units, but he has achieved 66 2/3% of the work. Okay, I'm not going to calculate here, but if he has achieved this much work, 66 2/3% of the work he has done, then he'll be given some bonus also. He'll be given for 66 2/3 plus till 100%. If he's done the work, then he'll be getting 20% of the bonus. Okay, so 100 rupees he was getting, 100 rupees so he will get. But if he has done 100% of the work or he has done 66 2/3% of work, then he'll get 20% of bonus. That means 100 plus 20%, that is 120 rupees he will get. Okay, if he has just completed the standard units. But if he has achieved more than that, then gradually his bonus will be increased. For example, he has completed more than this. If he has done 101% of the work, then he'll get 21%. If he has done 102% of work, he'll get 22%. So gradually his bonus will increase. So can you see, only piece rate wages? No. Only bonus wages? No. Minimum time wages plus a graded bonus for efficiency? Yes. Yes. Minimum time wages he will get plus a graded bonus for efficiency also. Then D, time wages without any incentive, is also wrong. So the answer is option C. Very good. Next, question number 12. Now we are talking about Taylor's differential piece rate system. Okay, Taylor's differential piece rate system says what? Is mainly designed to provide guaranteed wages, penalize the inefficient workers and reward the efficient workers, or reduce the labor turnover, or D, to promote group bonus schemes. Okay, now what did Taylor say? Taylor said that I will punish those workers who are inefficient. Okay, so if they have not completed the work, That means my my standard output was 2 units. Standard output was 2 units in 1 hour. In 1 hour. So if my labor has not completed this work, he will not be given the full wages. His wages will be deducted. That means whatever wages we have decided, he will get just 80% of it. Okay, if he is inefficient, he'll just get 80%. And but if he is efficient, that means if he has completed the work or he has completed more, okay, or more than this, so he is efficient, so he will be getting 120% of the decided wages. Okay, so he says that he will penalize the inefficient workers and he will reward the efficient workers. He does not provide any guaranteed wages. He do not provide any guaranteed wages. Will this reduce labor turnover? Will this reduce it? If I know in this company or in this business, if I don't work properly, my salary will be deducted. Will I try to go here? Or even if I go, will I be retained in this company? No. This does not reduce the labor turnover, but it increases the labor turnover. That means my labor changes here in Taylor's differential piece rate system. Does it promote group bonuses scheme? No, that is a very different concept. So here the answer is B, penalize the inefficient workers and reward the efficient ones. Right? Moving ahead. Everybody has answered very correctly. Yes, like carrot and stick. Now, there are two main terms that you should now know in labor cost. One is time study and one is motion study. I have included both of these questions. First of all, let us understand what is time study and what is the main objective of it. If you know it, please write the answer in the chat box. What is the main objective of time study? Okay, so let me take the example of a painter. Okay, a painter who is painting one painting. Okay. So, what does time study say? It says that how much time this painter takes to complete one painting. For example, he paints this one painting in 1 hour. So this is the time that I will fix. Now, in the second time, when this painter will paint the second painting, I will suppose that he will now also take 1 hour only. Right? So what I am trying here, I am fixing the standard time that is required to complete this job. Okay, here I do not consider the cost of doing this work. Here I am just trying to figure out the time, that how much time is required to complete this job. So can you now guess the answer? Right? Very good. 13th is the option B, fixing the standard time to complete a job. Right? Now, in A, determining the cost of labor, no, cost is not considered. Measure the quality of work done, again, no. I don't consider that how he has painted. I have to just see that is he has painted in 1 hour or not. Then record the total number of workers in a department, again, no. Here I am just focusing on the time. Right? Moving ahead, this was my time study. Now the next concept is motion study. Now again, taking the example of this painter only, who is painting the job, who is painting basically, right? And he's a painter. So when he is painting, right? When he is painting, he lost one brush and he kept on finding it. He kept on finding that brush. Then when he found out the brush, then one of his color went missing. Okay. Then when he found out that color also, he had to go to and fro because his color palette was kept on some other shelf and the canvas was kept on some other area, because there was too much garbage kept on the side shelves. Am I clear? Am I making the picture clear to you? So there is a canvas, there is a lot of waste on the right side of the shelf. So he had to go to and fro because he had to go some other shelf to take the color palette. And there was a lot of the ingredients that he wanted, the material that he wanted was missing. So this is what? This is some wastage of time. This is wastage of movement. So what does motion study say? Motion study says that before you start your work, you should eliminate any unnecessary movements, okay, so that you don't get tired, okay, and there is a lot of efficiency in your work, okay. So here what we are trying to do is we will eliminate all the unnecessary movements and we will improve the method of doing the work. So everybody has answered it correctly, that is the option B, right? So A, standard time, here we are not focusing on the standard time. Measure the labor cost, no. Record the time taken, again time is not considered. Now please see one thing very clearly, that motion study is conducted first and then we will conduct a time study, because when we have eliminated all the waste, wasteful time and everything, when we have eliminated all the unnecessary movement, only then we will note down the time that needs to be taken for one job, right? Okay, so motion study is conducted first and then the time study. Please note it down somewhere. Now again, next concept, when material prices fluctuate widely, which pricing method helps to smooth out the effect of such fluctuations? Okay, so do you know about the FIFO, LIFO, simple average price method, weighted average price method, and the replacement price method? What is it? So quickly I'll tell you. For example, I have purchased two lots. of the same material. There were 10 units that I purchased first at the rate of rupees 100, you can say. And then I purchased the next lot where there were 100 units, okay, at the rate per unit, this is per unit rate, at rupees 120 per unit. Okay, so there are two lots. So what does the FIFO method say? FIFO method says whenever the production department will ask me that please issue some raw material, from the store, what I'll do? From which lot will I give first? Under the FIFO method, FIFO says first in, first out. Please write it down somewhere. First in, first out. So which lot will I consider first? The lot that entered into my supplies first. This lot will be considered first. So if I had to give 5 units to the production department, then at what price will I give? At the price rupees 100, because this is the lot that I will consider first. Okay, fine. FIFO method, first in, first out. Then second is LIFO. LIFO says that I will consider the lot that came second, okay, or the latest lot that entered into my inventory. At that price I will issue to the production department. So when my production department will ask again for 5 units of production, 5 units of product, then I will give the production department at the rate of 120 rupees. Okay, so in both of these methods, can you say the material prices are fluctuating? Because in the inventory I have the material which is priced low or it is priced high, whereas I am issuing at another rate. Okay, so in both of them the prices are fluctuating here, right? So these are both unstable methods, right? Then comes our simple average method. Simple average method says that I will not see which came first and which came second. What I'll try to do here is I will average my price. I will average 100 plus 120, because there are two lots, so I'll divide it by 2. Okay, so 100 plus 120, it is 220 divided by 2, that is 110. So when my production department will ask for any units of production, I will give it at 110 rupees. So can you say here it is a stable method? Is it a stable method here? Tell me please. Again no. Again no. Because can you see, just for 10 units my material price has fluctuated. Okay, for 10 units it was 100 rupees, but most of the units that I purchased, okay, 100 units I purchased at the rupees 120. So my pricing should be near to 120, but here it is 110. So what I'll do here is I will consider the weighted average price method. Now first of all I'll tell you this is the answer. Now you will understand it how, because in weighted average price method we will consider the units as well. Okay, so when we have taken 10 units at the rate 100 per unit, what is the total cost? 10 into 100, 1000. What is the total cost? 1000. And in this case, what is the total cost? 100 into 120, 12,000. Am I right? Right. So this is 13,000. 13,000 is my total cost of the material that is kept in my inventory. Now how many units are there? How many units are there? 110 units are kept in my inventory. So when I have to figure out what is the cost, what should be the cost per unit, I will divide the total cost with the total number of units, that is 13,000 divided by 110. Just solve it and tell me the answer. Just solve it and tell me the answer. 13,000 divided by 110. This is 118.18. So that means it is now close to 120, because most of the units that I bought was 118.18. So hence when I'm also considering the quantity that I have bought, the quantity that I have held in the inventory, when that is also considered, it will smooth out the effect of fluctuations, because now it will not fluctuate, because here the quantities are also taken into account. So this is the correct answer. Okay. Now what is the replacement price? What do you understand by the term replacement? Let me see if you have answered it correctly now. I hope it is clear. What is replacement price method? That it is the price at which that will be charged if you brought the material today. We will not consider what is the price in our inventory. We will see what is the price today. If in our inventory it was 100 rupees, it was 120 rupees, but today when you go into the market and buy, it is at the rate of 130. So you will give the production department at the rate of 130. So this is a completely unstable method, wherein we are altogether changing the price only, right? So I hope you have understood this. FIFO, LIFO, simple average price method, weighted average price method, and replacement price method, right? So the answer is D, weighted average price methods, because we take both price and quantity into account. Now next question is again your numerical based, and it is using FIFO method here. So opening stock is 100 units at the rate 10. That means in our inventory 100 units are there at the rupees 10. Then we have purchased 100 units at the rate rupees 12. We have to issue 150 units. Okay. Using FIFO method, we have issued 150 units. What is the value of closing stock? That means what is the value that is left in our inventory? So opening stock is 100 units at the rate 10, and we have purchased at the rate 12. So when we will issue these 150 units from which lot will we give out first? First in, first out. So this was our first lot, this was our second lot. From this we will give out all our 100 units. So this will be cancelled out, this is not in our inventory now. From the next lot, 50 units will be given, 50 units will be issued, so at the rate of 12. Now what is the value of closing stock? How many units are left? 50 units are left. From which lot it is left? From lot 2. So at the rate 12 rupees. So 50 into 12, it is 600. The option D is the correct option. Right? Good. Question 17. If the amount of overheads absorbed is more than actual overheads incurred, it is called dash. Now what are overheads? What is absorption? I hope you know it now because we have discussed it in the previous question. Absorption is when you have to charge that amount of overheads. For example, your overhead was rupees 20. When you have to charge this overhead to your product cost, okay, that is known as absorption, right? So here they are saying if the amounts of overheads that is absorbed is more than the actual overheads incurred. For example, the actual overheads that were incurred was rupees 100, okay, all the indirect expenses that were 100 rupees, but the amount that we have absorbed is rupees 120. That means 20 rupees more you have absorbed in the product cost. So the value of the product has risen. What is it? It is known as over absorption of overheads. When it is absorbed more. If it would have been absorbed less, it would have been under absorption. Okay. Normal loss and abnormal gain are different aspects. Okay. Not in the not related to here overhead absorption here. So over absorption is the correct answer. I hope this is very easy. Everybody has answered correctly. B. Moving ahead. Question 18. A single overhead rate used for the entire factory regardless of the department products is known as what? So irrespective of the department, irrespective of the product, we are charging a single overhead rate. Okay. For example, we have taken that labor hours or labor cost. Labor hours only. Labor hours is my absorption rate. According to the labor hours, I will consider the absorption rate, right? And I am using this labor hours for my material also, for labor also, for quality inspection also. For everything, I am using this single overhead rate only. What is this known as? Tell me please. Tell me the answer quickly. It's very easy. Very good, Himanshu. It is blanket. When I am using a single overhead rate, it is known as the blanket overhead rate. Okay. As the name suggests, in the departmental overhead, it is according to each department. The overhead rate would be different for each department. Hence, this is wrong. For multiple overhead also, there will be multiple overhead rates for every, department, process, product. So, hence, this is also incorrect. Predetermined overhead rate is this to decide the overhead rate in advance. This can also be different. So, hence, the answer is blanket overhead rate when we are using a single rate, right? Next, continuous stock taking is a part of dash. Continuous stock taking means we have to record our inventory every time an issue or our receipts are done. Okay, so there is a store department. So every time new supplies come in or every time there is an issue, okay, we have to record this. This is known as continuous stock taking. So it is a part of what? It is a part of what? Please tell me the answer. Very good, Himanshu. Again, perpetual inventory is the correct answer. Perpetual inventory says that we will record our inventory, whenever there is receipts, whenever there is supplies, we will record it. So it is perpetual inventory. What is ABC analysis? What is ABC analysis? When we categorize our inventory into three parts, A, B and C, where A is the high value goods, B is of moderate value goods and C is of low value goods. Okay, and we try to control our inventory. So this is a inventory control technique wherein we categorize our inventory, ABC analysis. And what is JIT? That is just in time analysis, wherein we order our products, order our raw material as and when we require. So continuous stock taking part is relevant here. Very good. The answer is perpetual inventory. Whosoever answered it correctly is very good. Okay, so understood. Next, each job has a dash prepared for it that bears the job number. Okay, there is a job number and which is used to collect all the cost data relating to the job. Okay, each job has a dash prepared for it and which is used to collect all the cost data relating to that job. Although this is a part of job costing, we can do it in our another video also, but you can still answer. It's very normal question. Can you tell me the answer? Again, very good. Because it's very normal. It is job cost card or job cost card or job cost sheet, because here we bear the job number and also collect all the cost data relating to the job. What's a job time sheet? Wherein we see the labor hours worked in an organization, when the employee came, when he went out, what is his arrival time, what is his departure time. So all that record is in job time sheet. What is the job box? Job box is, for example, the job number is 55C. Okay, 55C is the job number. So there is a job box that is created with this number, and all the information related to this job will be, all the documents that are related to this job will be put this in box. We will put this in box. Okay. So B, job cost card sheet is the correct answer. Very good. Next, salary paid to the plant supervisor is a part of what? Salary we have paid to the, please keep in mind, plant supervisor. Plant, or you can say factory, or you can say production supervisor, is a part of what? Direct expense hai, or manufacturing overheads, quality control cost, administration cost, or selling and distribution cost. Very easy. Quickly give me the answer. It is a part of Arjun, please read the question carefully. Salary paid to plant supervisor is a part of dash. When this supervisor is working in the production department, is he supervising just one product, or will he supervise all the full production of all the products? He'll be supervising every product. So he is not, this is not a direct expense. We cannot attribute it to just one product. Okay, when he is supervising, he will supervise every product, whatever product is being manufactured from that factory or plant. Okay, so this is not a direct expense. This is a manufacturing overhead. Okay, so this is an indirect expense, but it is related to manufacturing or production. So it is manufacturing overhead, right? Very good. B. Now quality control cost. Quality control cost is also a part of manufacturing overhead. Okay, because it is also indirect expense related to the product, right? But plant supervisor and quality control costs are two different types of cost. So it cannot be a part of each other, right? So manufacturing overhead के part हैं दोनों, salary of plant supervisor also and the quality control cost also. Then administration cost and selling and distribution cost are two different costs which are not related to the plant. So let's move ahead. Now, next question. In inventory control, the maximum level and the minimum level are fixed mainly to. So basically this is a technique of inventory control, right? In which what we are trying to do here is we are fixing the maximum level of stock that we should have in our inventory, and what should be the minimum level of stock that there should be in the inventory. Why do we do that? Why do we fix the maximum level and minimum level? That this much stock should be there in our inventory. Maximum stock and minimum stock. Why? So that we don't overstock, okay, and also there is no understocking, or you can say stock out. Because if we'll overstock, of course the holding cost, the carrying cost of that units will be too high, okay, and if and also our money will be blocked if we'll if we'll do overstocking. And if we'll understock, if there is a stock out, then our production can have some obstacles. So hence the answer is B, avoid overstocking and stockouts. So option A, maintain equal stock of all materials. No, not equal stock. We have to see overstocking and understocking here. Then ensure that suppliers get regular orders. Suppliers, do we care about the suppliers that they should get regular orders? No. These statements are very confusing if you read them. Do we have to ensure about our suppliers? No. Reduce the lead time for materials? Of course, lead time will not be reduced if you overstock or understock, or there is a maximum level or minimum level. We cannot reduce it. So hence, again, D is also not the correct option. Answer is B. Next, okay, there's a question of lead time. Lead time depends upon supplier's delivery speed, distance from supplier, internal processing time for purchase order, or all of the above. What is lead time? Basically the time taken by the supplier to restock our material. Okay, when I call my supplier, for example, I call my supplier on day 1 and I tell him that I want this material. On day 7, he gives my supplies to me. Okay, so these 7 days that were in between is my lead time. Okay, so it depends on what? Lead time depends on what? Yes, very good everyone. It is D. It depends on the supplier delivery speed, distance, and also the internal processing time. Okay, internal processing time of the purchase order is also my lead time. Okay, when I decide that is I have to order my product today, so then I will go to my head office or the production, my purchase manager, and I'll tell him that I want this product. So this internal processing time that I take will also be considered under lead time. Next, now again a little numerical based, I think. Yes, a firm decides to produce 1000 units instead of buying them. Okay, so there is a decision taken by the firm that they will now make the product rather than buying it. Okay, so the extra material and labor costs are 50,000 and the fixed cost remains the same. Fixed cost is same, it doesn't change, but there will be extra cost of 50,000. So the relevant cost for decision making is, what is the relevant cost? Will it be 0? Of course not, because there is a change. What is the change? What is the change? Change is in the variable cost. That is my material and labor. So 50,000 that is changed, okay, and it is affecting my decision. This 50,000 will affect my decision or not? Either I should make it or buy it. Yes, it will impact my decision. I'll see if I should incur this 50,000 or not. So this is a relevant cost for decision making, this 50,000. Now why C is not the correct answer? Because the fixed cost is same only, it doesn't change. The total cost of 1000 units is basically a a past cost, and historical cost is also not considered. Again, it is a sunk cost. So 50,000 that is changing will be my relevant cost? The answer is B. Very good, everyone. I'm so proud of you guys. The last question for the day, and very important, because it covers one more important concept. Okay, although it's not important from the paper point of view, activity based costing is not in your syllabus, but we can expect questions like these also. Now, which of the following explains the main advantage of activity based costing over the traditional costing? Now, what is the traditional costing? What is traditional costing? Traditional costing says that when I add my all the direct expenses, okay, my direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, this become my direct cost, and I can directly attribute it to my product. But there are some costs which are indirect in nature, okay, like rent, okay, or there can be some stationery or any salary of a supervisor. These are some indirect costs. I cannot directly attribute it to my product. So traditional costing says that I will figure out a overhead rate. For example, according to the labor hours, I will figure out a rate, and then I will charge my indirect expenses, the whole indirect expenses, to the product. Okay, in a proportion according to the overhead rate. For example, we say 20% of my total overheads should be given to the product A. Okay, so this is my traditional costing. But what is activity based costing? Activity based costing says that I have to determine different overhead rates for different departments, different process, different products. So there should be a different cost driver, or you can say different overhead rate for different products. So let us see what we are trying to see here. What are the features that they have given? What are the main advantage of activity based costing? So they are mainly giving the advantages of ABC, activity based costing. So this uses fewer cost pools, making competition easier? No, it doesn't use few cost pools, it uses more. It assigns all overhead based on a single cost driver like labor hours? No, we do this in traditional costing. Okay, then it provides more accurate product costing by linking the overheads to activities that actually cause them. That is the correct choice, because we will directly, very good, everybody has given the answer also correctly, we will have different overheads and we will link according to the product. For example, I have to see the quality inspection. There is an overhead of quality inspection. This is an indirect expense, quality inspection cost. So I will determine the overhead rate according to what? According to the number of times inspection is being held. Okay, the number of times my inspection is being held will become my cost driver. So this has very small cost drivers for every overhead. Then it completely eliminates the fixed cost from the product costing? No, this is completely wrong, because fixed cost and variable cost both are considered here. Okay, so we have done our 25 questions, and this includes first.
What all will be included in this video today? They will be including the 6 chapters, which are all the methods of costing. Okay. All the methods of costing will be including in this chapter. These are 6: unit costing, job costing, contract costing, process costing, joint and byproduct costing, and service costing. Okay, and in the next video we'll be doing the next 4 chapters, that are all the techniques of costing. Okay, so I hope my voice is very clear to you, right? Shall we start? Okay, moving to the first question. Okay, in dash method of costing, costs are ascertained per unit of a single product in a continuous manufacturing activity. So we are here trying to ascertain the cost of a single product, and the manufacturing here is also continuous. That means and there is no obstacle between any process. Okay, our manufacturing goes on and on. So when we have to find out the per unit of a single product, then we'll do unit and output costing. Okay, unit and output costing. But what happens in process costing? In process costing also there is continuous manufacturing activity, but in process costing we are finding the cost of per process. Okay, per step, or you can say in a process we can find out the cost of a per process. Okay, whereas in batch costing we are finding the cost according to the batches. Here also the activity is not continuous. You can say the activity is continuous only for a batch size. For example, we are producing 100 units of one type of a shoe. Okay, of one type of a shoe, then we can say yes, the manufacturing is continuous, but here there is a batch of 100 units. So hence when we have to find out the cost of one batch, then we do batch costing. Similarly in job costing also, we try to find out the cost of a unit of a product, but here the manufacturing is not continuous because here the product is customized, okay, according to the special requirements of the customer. So here the continuous manufacturing activity is not a feature. So hence the best suitable method of costing in which we can find out the per unit of a single product is unit or output costing. Okay, one is A. Okay, unit or output costing. Now question number 2, in unit costing, the cost per unit is generally calculated by. So in unit costing, like I told you, we can find out the single cost, okay, or yes, per unit cost of a value of a product. So let me give you a very bachcho wala example. Like you have 10 chocolates, okay, 10 chocolates, and it costed you about 100 rupees. Okay, total cost is 100 rupees. So how will you find out that what is the price of one chocolate? One chocolate, if you have to find out, so the total cost upon the number of units, right? So here also see the option number C, dividing the total production cost by the number of units produced. Okay, so let us see the option number A, dividing the total cost by total labor hours. Of course not, because why will we take into account the labor hours? Then second, dividing the total material cost by the number of units. Here we will get the per unit material cost, but not the total production cost. In the D also we will find out dividing the prime cost by number of units, we will get per unit value of the prime cost, but not of total production, right? So the answer is C. Everybody is right. Very good. Now, moving on to the question 3, which of the following products is more suitable for unit or output costing? Okay, these type of questions mainly can be expected in SEBI Grade A examination, wherein you should know the features of all the types of or methods of costing, and then you have to find out whether the options given to you are suitable or not. Okay, so in unit or output costing, basically we try to find out the cost of a single product. Okay, single product, or a you can say if I have to say paper. Okay, so 10 kgs or 10 tons of paper, what is the cost of that? Or 1 ton of paper, what is the cost of that? So when there is a homogeneous, or you can say identical product being made, then there is mass production. Okay, mass production is being done for the product, then we can say we can choose unit or output costing. So can you see in the option C, there is a similar example to paper, that is bricks. Here in bricks also, production is of identical units. We can say in 1 month I can produce 1 lakh of bricks. So there is continuous activity also. So the third feature is the continuous production. Okay, so continuous production is also there, mass production is also there, and the product is also homogeneous. So we can say production of bricks is the most suitable for unit or output costing, right? But What are the other options that are given to you? Construction of flyover bridges. Okay, so in flyover bridges, this is a customized, you can say a bridge, because, or a flyover, because for every place there will be a different type of a flyover being made, right? So we have to make customized flyover. So because it is a big project, so we'll say it is contract costing. It is a the most suitable type of costing that can be used is contract costing in this case. Whereas in production of customized furniture, here because it is customized, we can use job costing. Okay, job costing. And if in aircraft also, aircraft is also you can say customized, because according to the company's requirement we will make a aircraft, so hence it is also a big project, so we can say contract costing can be applied here. So the most suitable answer is option number C, that is production of bricks, because you have to keep in mind the features, that is homogeneous, mass production and continuous production is being done. Okay. For aircraft manufacturing, yes, multiple costing can also be used. So you are right. Multiple costing can also be used in that, because there are different parts in it. So that is right. But here we are talking about just unit or output costing. So clearly you can find out the answer, right? So then question number 4, which of the following statements are correct? Which of the following statements are correct about the cost sheet? Can you see? So cost sheet is a periodical statement of cost. What do you understand by the word periodical? That means at for every period we can make. Yes, we can make a cost sheet weekly, okay, or monthly or yearly also. So mostly these are made for shorter periods. So weekly, monthly, quarterly, we can make a statement of cost. So hence this statement is correct. Now second statement, cost sheet reveals only the total cost. Do you think it is right? Only the total cost? No, the cost sheet can reveal per unit cost also. Per unit of cost is also revealed. So here the word only makes it a incorrect statement. So this statement is incorrect. Third, cost sheet discloses the breakup of total cost into different elements of cost. Yes, that is right. In the previous video, I also discussed that how do we categorize different elements of costs. Okay, firstly, we categorize all the direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, and then we say it is a prime cost. Then we add some works overheads or manufacturing overheads. Okay, then we'll get our works cost. Then we'll add some administration expenses, and then we'll get our cost of production and so on. So yes, in different elements of cost it can be broken up. So yes, third statement is also true. So hence the answer is 1 and 3. So you have to find out the correct statement. So the answer is 1 and 3, that is option C. Right? Very good everyone. Option C is the correct answer. Everybody is right here. Moving on. Okay, before that I will like to tell you this cost sheet also. So see here, total cost and cost per unit is also given to you. Okay, we can reveal both total cost and cost per unit, and also there is a breaking up of the elements of cost. Here we find out the prime cost, then we add some works overheads, we get the works cost, then we add some office and administration overheads, we get the cost of production, and then we can add the selling and distribution overheads, we'll get the cost of sales. Okay, after we have found out the total cost, after the total cost of sales, we can find out the profit or loss if the sales is given to you, or vice versa. Okay. Now, question number 5, which of the elements is not included in the cost of production per unit? In the cost of production per unit. So can you see in the previous video, if I previous slide, if I can see show you, prime cost, like all the direct cost plus works overheads plus office and administration overheads will give me the cost of production, the total cost, and also the cost per unit. But selling and overheads will not be included. So can you see in this question also not included is asked, and the option D is a clear winner here, right? Option D is the clear answer. Very good everyone, you are rocking it. It is selling and distribution overheads, right? Shall we move ahead now? question number 6. Question number 6 is the numerical problem, and it is very easy. If you have understood the previous 2 questions, you'll be able to answer it very nicely. Before I explain it to you, give me the answer in the chat box. So meanwhile, I'll also solve it here. Direct material, direct labor is given to you, administration overheads is given to you. They are asking, and also the number of units is also given to you. Okay, so they're asking what is the cost of production per unit. Cost of production we have to find out. So if we can make the as we have done in the cost sheet, so direct material, that is our 1 lakh. Can I write 1 lakh? And direct labor, it is 50,000. And administration overheads, factory overheads are not given to you, so we can assume it to be 0 here. And administration overheads is also a part of cost of production, so yes, 50k we can add of this also. So we get the total cost of production. Total cost of production is 2 lakhs, right? And the number of units are 5,000. So 2 lakh, right, divided by 5,000, it is it comes to 40 rupees. So answer is C. Very good, amazing everyone. I hope you have understood the concept now of cost sheet. Right, now coming to our contract costing. Which of the following is treated as work certified? I hope everyone knows what is work certified, what is work uncertified, and if you know, quickly give me the answer. Till then I'll explain it to you. What is work certified? Okay, now when in contract costing, when the contractor is working on a project, okay, for example, he has to design a room, he has to design one room, and he has completed one part of that room. So the architect comes, he approves that work. Yes, you have done very good work, but there is some other work that he has done, but the architect is still not satisfied, you can say. So he says, so right now he has not approved that work, still some work is left in that. So the part of the room that is complete and that is approved by the architect is my work certified. Okay, who is certifying it? The architect, or the surveyor who is surveying will be approving it. So the answer is C. Everyone is rocking it again. So work completed and approved by the contractee's surveyor is the correct answer. Okay, I hope it is very clear to you. What is work certified? Work completed and approved by the contractee surveyor. But what is work uncertified? Is it still completed or not? What is work uncertified? Let us discuss one more concept through this. What is work uncertified? Is in this, is the work complete or not? Give me the answer. Yes, the work is completed in work uncertified also, but not approved. Completed but not approved, right? Very good. So let us move ahead. You have understood the 2 basic concepts in contract costing. Now, which of the following is credited to the contract account? Now, what is a contract account? Basically, in contract costing, we make contract accounts, and in contract account, basically, we say it is a nominal account also. So it is a type of a nominal account where we debit all the expenses and we credit all incomes and gains. But here they are asking which if the following is credited to the contract account. So let us see what can we credit here. Direct labor that is used on the site, is it an expense? Direct labor used on the site is an expense or not? Yes, it is an expense, so it will be debited, not credited. So hence this statement is wrong. This is the wrong option. Direct material issued to the contract, again it's an expense, so it will be debited, hence not credited. C. Materials returned to the store. Now, whatever material we were using for the contract, we have from that material, some of the material is returned back to the store. That means we have to reduce the expenses now. We have to reduce this the expenses of material, right? So what we will do? We will credit it. We will credit it so that we can balance it out and we can reduce my direct material or my direct expenses of that are caused on the material. So hence material that are returned to the store are credited to the contract account. They are credited to the contract account. Then the option D, site expenses, these are also this is also an expense, so we can say this is also debited. So option number C is the correct one. Very good. Everybody is giving the right answer. Right. So next question in contract costing is the very important aspect here, retention money. What is retention money? Now, as I told you, the contractor is working, there is one surveyor and there is one contractee also. Who is the contractee? Who is the contractee for whom the work is being done? Okay, for I have to, the contractor is designing a room. For whom is he designing? For the contractee. Now, whenever the, part of the work is done, right, the contractee pays some amount to the contractor, right? Some of the amount will be paid to the contractor. Now contractee says, I will keep some of the money, okay, that I have to pay to you, okay, I will keep some money with me until you have completed the whole work, because here only a part of the bedroom is complete, so I have to pay you for that, but I will retain some money with myself, so that in future if you make some defects, or in future if you run away, then what will I do if I make the complete payment? So what does the contractee do? He will keep some part of the contract price with himself until satisfactory completion, right? So B, profit of the contract price withheld by the contractee until satisfactory completion. Everybody has given the right answer before I explain, so that means your preparation is going very well. Okay, so I hope this is clear what is retention money. Now looking at the other options, what is profit there is profit retained by the contractor. There is no relation to retention money here, because profit, if contractor is retaining, that is his own concern. Then advance money to the contractor is again not retaining it with himself, right? We are not keeping that, so advance money given to contractor is also not retention money. Then money kept aside for material purchase, again that is a problem of contractor. Here the retention money is related to the contractee, right? Now going to the 10th question, this is very important. I expect these kind of question to come in SEBI. When a contract is 40% complete, which method is normally followed regarding the profit transfer? Okay, now what is profit transfer? Why do we have to transfer some amount? Where do we have to transfer it? So what is profit transfer basically? Now at the end of the accounting period, sometimes there is still a part of the work which is incomplete, right? Because we know the contract is a very larger contract, it is for a larger duration. So at the end of the period, at the accounting period, it is not mandatory that the work will be complete. So hence a part of the money or profit has to be transferred to the profit and loss account of the firm. Okay, we are making a contract account which is only for a particular contract, but we are also making a profit and loss statement that is related to the whole firm. Okay, because this is a financial account. So a part of the profit will be transferred from the contract account to the profit and loss account. Okay, so why do we do that? Because it is very important, because in every year we have to show some profit, right, in the firm. Now if the contract is 40% complete, which method is generally followed? So I'll show you the chart first. Now if the stage of completion, if it is 25% complete or less than that, then no profit will be transferred. Okay, if 25% is complete or less than that, then no profit will be transferred. But if it is 25% to 50%, then we say 1/3, okay, into the notional profit into the cash received upon the certified work. Okay, and if it is 50 to 90%, then it will be 2/3 of the same. If 25 to 40%, that is 1/3 into notional profit into cash received by work certified, then 50 to 90% will be 2 by 3 of the same. And if it is near to completion, then we will use the estimated profit method. That is a different concept here. But when it is 40% complete, so yes, it is falling under this category. So the answer should be 1 by 3 into notional profit upon into cash received upon work certified. So the answer is D, right? Answer is D. Very good, everyone. Everybody has answered it. So the option D is the correct one. Moving ahead, a contractor incurs the following cost on a contract during the year. So a contractor is incurring some cost on a contract. Let us see what is it. There is material used, wages paid. These are all some expenses. Direct expenses are also there. Then plant depreciation is also an expense. We will all debit it. These are all debited. Now there is work certified. Work certified is always credited to the contract account. And so what is notional profit? What is notional profit? What is the formula? All the expenses, okay, are taken into account. And what do we do? Work certified plus work uncertified. Work certified plus work uncertified minus the total cost to date will be my notional profit. Okay, is that okay? So what is the work certified here? 10 lakh. Work certified is not given to you, so it's okay, minus the total cost up to the date. So it is 4 lakh plus 3 lakh plus 1 lakh, that is 4 plus 3 7 8 and 9 lakh 50,000, right? Oh, sorry. Right, it was right. 9 lakh 50,000. So 10 lakh minus this is, what is the notional profit? I think I've done something wrong. 10, I've made the calculation wrong. 4 plus 3 plus 1 is 8. 4 plus 3 plus 1 is 8. 8 and 8, 50,000. So yeah, sorry, it is 8 lakh 50,000. So it will be 1 lakh 50,000. Sorry, I've made this wrong. Calculation was wrong. So it is A, 1 lakh 50,000. Right, 11 is A. Here I have written wrong. It is A, 1 lakh 50,000. So question number 12. Job costing is most appropriate when? When is job costing appropriate? We are moving on to the next method now. So I hope you know when do we use job costing? When the product is unique in nature, okay, and it is customer according to the customer special requirement, or you can say it is custom made, right? And also the production here is not continuous, okay? Production is not continuous. So let us see what all is given to you. Here it is saying production is continuous and homogeneous, so it is wrong. Production is not continuous. Then work is carried out as per the special requirements. Yes, work is carried out according to the requirement of the customer. Hence it is customized. Okay. Products are identical. No, product is not identical. It is unique in nature. Then costs are accumulated department wise only. No, it is according to the product. So this is also incorrect. Here the most suitable is work is carried out as per the specific customer's requirement, right? Can you give me one example of job costing? Can you give me one example of job costing? That is, I can say, I want a red color shoe, and I want some, designs according to my outfit. Okay, so this is what? This is a unique product. I want it according to my specific requirement. Exactly. And then second one someone gave, that is Arjun, cake. Yes, cakes are often customized as per the requirement of the customer. Furniture making, very good examples. Now, question number 13. In a job order costing system, which of the following cost is not an example of manufacturing overhead cost? So I hope you know what is manufacturing overhead cost. All the indirect expenses but which are related to the production or manufacturing. So let us see, indirect labor cost is a part of manufacturing overhead. So yes, it is. So this is a wrong option. Fuel used in a factory, again it is indirect expense, so this is also incorrect. Salary of the production manager, again it is a manufacturing overhead, indirect expense hai, so indirect labor mein hi aa jayega, so that is also wrong. Then D, sales commission. Sales commission is a part of selling overhead, so yes, option D is the correct choice, this because this is not an example of manufacturing overhead. Okay, now question number 14, in which of the following industries can batch costing be applied? So batch costing is like a variant, is not like a variant, it is a variant of job costing, right? So it is a variant of job costing, so the the features are more or less a little same. So here also customized products are being made, right? But here what happens, here we can make according to the batches. For example, I need a red color shoe. Okay, red color shoes has to be made by Adidas. Adidas is one of a shoe company. So red color shoes has to be made in different sizes, size 8, 9 and 10. So for size 8 of red color, there will be one batch. Then red color size 9 will be one batch, and similarly for the 10th also. So can you see in pharmaceuticals, can we use it? Yes, for example, I'm using, I want to make paracetamol. Paracetamol, um, 325 mg will have one batch, 500 mg will have one batch, 650 mg will have one batch. So yes, we can use batch costing in pharmaceuticals, also in shoes, as I took the example. Similarly for ready-made garments also, I can make different batches of different sizes. So yes, answer is D, all of the above, right? So batch costing is used where the production is of identical units, okay, such as in pharmaceuticals, garments, electronics, bakery, spare parts. So we can use batch costing. Now question 15. Question 15 is a numerical based question. Let us understand what is it. BK Bearing Limited is committed to supply 24,000 bearings per annum to Century Fans Limited on a steady daily basis. So there is an annual demand, you can say, of 24,000 units. So it is estimated that the cost is 10 paise as inventory holding cost per bearing per month. So it is per month cost is 0.10, can I say 0.10 rupees, because it is 10 paise, right? As inventory holding cost per month, but here the demand is given for an year. So can I say into 12, because I have to find the holding cost per year. So 0.10 into 12, that is 1.2 rupees per annum, the holding cost, right? And the setup cost per run is 324 rupees. So I have to find out the optimum number of runs for bearing the manufacture. Now they are saying I have to make 24,000 units. Okay, for those 24,000 units, there is an there is of course there is inventory holding cost, there is setup cost. So they are saying I have to find out the optimum number of runs. For that I need, what should be the batch size. I need the optimum batch size so that I can find out that in a year how many runs should be done, like, right? So first I have to find out the economic batch quantity. I have to find out the economic batch quantity, that says that is very similar to one of the formulas we have done before. 2 into annual demand into the setup cost, okay, upon the holding cost. Okay, quickly just put in the values and tell me what is the EBQ here. The question is not asking about EBQ, but let me tell you what is the economic batch quantity here after calculation. 2 into 24,000 into what is the setup cost, it is 324, upon the holding cost, because you have to find out per annum, that is 1.2. So finding it out, into 10, and then this is 2000. So what will it be? 2 into 24, 2 into 2000, that is 4, and into 324, that would be 324 into 4. Just a second, I'll just calculate it. 324 into 4 is 1296, and there will be 4 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4. So quickly tell me, what is the EBQ here? The root of 1296. Let me see here. It is 3600. It is 3600. You can also find it out. Okay, 3600. Just find out the square root of 1296 and 0000. So it is 3600 units is my economic batch quantity. That means in one batch I should produce 3600, right? So now when I have to find out the optimum number of runs, how will you find out? The total demand upon the economic batch quantity. So that will be 24,000, the total number of units that I have to produce, upon the economic batch quantity, that is 3600. Just calculate this, you will get the answer. This is I'll divide it by 4. This is 9 and this is 60, and then 3 and 20. So yes, I got my answer, that is B, 20 divided by 3. Is that okay? 20 divided by 3, that is 15. The answer is option B. Or you can also say 6.67, can I say? But it is not required here because it is asking in fractions only, right? Moving ahead, question 16. It is again the similar question has been asked. BK Bearing Limited is committed to supply 24,000 bearings, and on a steady basis it is estimated that 10 paise as inventory holding per month, and the setup cost is 324. What should be the interval between two consecutive optimum runs? That means they are saying in 1 year I have to a number of runs that are given to me, or we have calculated, is 6.67, you can say, or 20 divided by 3, or you can say 6.67. These are the number of runs. So they are saying in between two runs, how much gap should be there? So how many days do we have? 365 days in a year. Okay, divided by the number of runs will give me the interval between two optimum runs. Okay, so 365 divided by 6.67 or 20 divided by 3, you will get the answer. It is 54.7. It is 54.7 something. So you can say or 55 days. Okay, you can just calculate this. This is option A, 55 days. Okay, I hope you have got it. How do we calculate the interval between two consecutive optimum runs? Because we have 365 days with us, and we have the number of runs with us. So we have to calculate the interval between two runs. So it is 55 days. So question number 17 is again related to our economic batch quantity. So in batch costing, EBQ is primarily used to calculate profit on each batch. Did we calculate the profit? What did we calculate during our question? The economic batch size, that in one size, how much quantity should I produce or make? So determining the optimal batch size that minimizes the total cost is my answer. That is B, determining the optimal batch size. Okay, then all the other options are not related to, you can say, economic batch quantity. So hence B is the correct one, right? Everybody has given the answer also correctly. So a very good thumbs up to you all guys. Next, process costing is best suited for. Now again we have another method of costing, that is our process costing. I hope you know the features of process costing, because there is a continuous process. So we can say continuous production is being done here. continuous production is being done. And when do we do continuous production? Because when there is identical, or you can say homogeneous products, right? Or identical or homogeneous products. So can I say custom made products? It is best suited for custom made products? No. Homogeneous or continuous production? Yes. Okay, there is one more feature, that is mass production. Okay, that means in larger quantities we make these products. For example, bricks can also be a part of process costing, because there is a process being involved. When I have to find out the cost of per unit of a brick, then I'll say I'll follow unit costing. But when I need to find out the cost of one process to make that brick, I'll follow process costing. Okay, so when there is mass production, then there is process costing. Homogeneous, continuous production, and mass production, right? So everybody has given the right answers. Custom made or one time large products, unique products are all of contract costing, you can say. Okay. So paper, cement, sugar, chemicals are all the examples of process costing. Okay. So moving on to the question 19, which of the following statements correctly describes both normal loss and abnormal loss? I hope you know what is normal loss and abnormal loss. What is it? For example, you're working in a textile industry, clothing industry. Shrinkage of your cloth is very expected. It is expected and you cannot avoid that also. So normal loss is what the loss that you expect. Okay, and this is unavoidable also. Shrinkage, okay, shrinkage of a cloth. And if you are working in a chemical factory, so there is loss of chemicals due to evaporation. This all comes in normal loss. But what is abnormal loss? What is abnormal loss? That we don't expect. Okay, that we don't expect, and it is also avoidable. For example, my labor is working in a factory, and he's taking his goods to and fro from store to production house, to and fro. So during his transit, some of the material falls off from his hand. What is this? Is this carelessness or not? Yes, it is carelessness. We should not do this. We can avoid this if my labor is very efficient and he's more careful while taking things in transit. So these type of losses I don't expect, abnormal loss. Now, so in option A, can you see normal loss is unavoidable? Yes, we expect this and we cannot even avoid this, while abnormal loss is avoidable and unexpected, right? So my option A is the correct one, right? Now let us look at the other options also, because these can be used as some features. Both normal loss and abnormal loss are absorbed into the cost of good units. This is an incorrect statement that we know, because of course we have found out our correct statement. But please understand one thing, only normal loss will be absorbed into the cost of good units. Okay, only the normal loss will be absorbed into the cost of good units, because we expect this कि है ना ये तो हो ही जाएगा. लेकिन the abnormal loss, because that is because of our carelessness, we will not absorb this, or we will not charge this to our good units. Okay, my good production will not bear the cost of my carelessness, right? Now C option, normal loss is always transferred to the costing profit and loss account. No, this is abnormal loss, because we do not charge it to our good units. So we will transfer the abnormal loss. Okay, not normal, abnormal loss is transferred to the costing profit and loss account. Then D, abnormal loss is included in product cost because it occurs regularly. Again, no, my carelessness will not occur regularly. Okay, or abnormal loss, what are the other examples, like chori ho gayi, theft, fire? These are all abnormal losses, and this doesn't occur regularly. So again, wrong. Both losses arise due to standard process conditions. Again, no, standard process conditions, only normal loss can happen, but not abnormal loss. Okay, right? So we have discussed the features of normal loss and abnormal loss, and this is a very important concept. Do not skip it. So question number 20, equivalent units concept is used because, what is equivalent units concept? In process costing also, at the end of the accounting period, some of the units are still not made. So what will we do of that? What will we do? Will we ignore it? No, because a part of that work is complete, but some part is not. So what we will do, because this some part is not complete, we will convert it into equivalent units, okay, according to the percentage completion. For example, 100 units are still not complete, but how much are they complete? I can say 40% na मैम ये complete हो गया मेरा काम, but 60% it is still left, है ना? So what I'll do, I will transfer what 100 units into 40%, that is 40 units I will transfer, even if this work is still not complete. So equivalent units क्या है? Whatever work is complete, 100% is complete, that will transfer, but whatever work is still not complete, we will have, percentage, according to the percentage completion, we will transfer it to the next process. So some units remain partially complete, so yes, equivalent concept is used because of that. Okay, चलें आगे. Question number 21. When several products are produced from the same process at the same time, they are called what? Okay, paneer, ghee, and curd. All of these, we can say, are joint products, because from one raw material, you can say, many products are being made from the same process. So we can say joint products. Similarly, you can say in oil refining, when we refine our oil, how many products can be made? How many? Is it still moving now? Is it okay? Okay, oil refining. Oil refining is like petrol, diesel, kerosene, all can be made from this oil in oil refining through one process. So we can say these are all joint products. So the answer is C. चलें आगे. Question number 22. What is transfer price in process costing is? What is transfer price? Now we know in process costing there is one process 1, you can say step 1, step 2, step 3. ठीक है? Step 3. So in this step 1, we have some inputs. Whatever is generated in step 1, whatever is generated, whatever is the output, becomes what? Becomes the input for my step 2. Becomes the input for step 2. So whatever we have generated from step 1, the output, will we transfer it on the at the same price in the step 2? No. Sometimes what we do, we will add some profit to it. So it is also known as inter-process profits. Between the steps also, between the processes also, we will add some profit to it. So cost plus profit becomes my transfer price. So it is option A, 22 option A, cost plus profit. ठीक है? Transfer price is cost plus profit. It is also known as inter-process profits. Okay, the extra amount added when one process transfers its output to the next process, but at a price higher than its cost. So we will add some value to the cost. ठीक है? Easy. बड़ा ही छोटे छोटे concepts हैं, but you should know it. Next, now we are moving to service costing. In powerhouse costing, cost per unit of service is usually measured as. So please understand, in service costing, okay, service costing, because powerhouse costing is a part of service costing, we mostly use composite units. What are composite units? When we combine 2 or more units together. So can you see in option C, we are combining 2 units, one is kilowatt and one is hour. Okay, so in powerhouse costing, basically we measure it through kilowatt per kilowatt hour. Okay, kilowatt hour. Why don't we do it in joules, kilowatt and horsepower? Firstly, it is not a composite unit. Second, joule is a very smaller unit. We cannot use this for, commercial or as a commercial unit. Then horsepower is too big, very big unit of powerhouse. So hence, kilowatt is the uh, best cost per unit, and also because we use composite unit here, so it is kilowatt hour. So that is 23. The answer is option C. Excellent, everyone. You are doing so good. I'm so proud of you all. Now, which of the following method normally appears in vehicle log sheet? So we are talking about transportation here, which is also a part of service costing. So we are saying what all do we uh, include right in our vehicle log sheet. So let us see what have we included. Trip number, what is the trip number, from where it has from where it is going to where, how many tons of material it is collecting, how many tons of packages it has collected en route, how many kilometers they are traveling, what is the time. All of these are mentioned in our vehicle log sheet. So can we see employee productivity is mentioned? No, employee productivity is not mentioned. We can, although we can make an analysis through it, but not, it is not mentioned. Daily distance covered? Yes. Food bills? No. Even if the driver is eating something, रुक के कुछ खा रहा है, no, we will not include that. Depreciation rate is also not included. The only answer is daily distance covered. ठीक है, done. Moving on to the last question of the day. A hotel has 200 rooms, ठीक है, with an average occupancy of 75%. Okay, so there are 200 rooms. Average occupancy is 75%. That means in one day, only if you calculate, it is 150 rooms are being occupied, right? How did we calculate this? 200 into 75%. That means only 150 rooms per day is being occupied. The average room rate per day is 300. What are the room days sold in 30 days, 30-day month? So in a month there are 30 days. In one day it is 150 rooms are being occupied. So how do you calculate room days? It is number of rooms into number of days. ठीक है? What does room days represent? It represents the total number of rooms available. ठीक है? कितने rooms available हैं or occupied during a given period, right? So how do we calculate? 150 is the occupancy into how many number of days? 30. So in a month, how will you calculate? 150 into 30 is 4500. Am I right? Don't go on my maths, but I think I'm right. So it is 4500. So the option is option A. Yes, am I right? Yes, option A, 4500 is the correct answer. Here the average room per day is given just to trick you. Do not get tricked in your exams. Okay, so with this we come to an end of our 25 questions. I hope you did very well. In case you have any problem, you can always message, you can write down in the comment. In this video, as I told you, we'll be covering the next 4 chapters. That is my techniques of costing. ठीक है? All the techniques of costing we'll be covering today. We have already done the overview of cost and management accounting, where we discussed about all, the basics, material, labor, overhead costing, activity based costing. And in the next, 6 chapters, we did all the methods of costing. Okay, what are the different methods, how we can ascertain the cost of different products. But now we are focusing on the techniques of costing, and part 1 and part 2 was relatively easy, but this part 3 comprises of all those questions which are either related to the previous years, or there are some questions that I have included that are from previous years also. And lots of questions have been asked from the last 4 chapters in phase 1 and phase 2 of your SEBI Grade A exam. So let us start now with the first question. Okay, before that, my voice is clear, right? Is my voice clear? Okay, moving on to the first question. What is the first question? Which of the following statements are incorrect? Okay, always see if they are asking about the correct statement or incorrect statement, and do not get wrong. So they're talking about marginal cost. Marginal cost is taken as equal to fixed overheads, is also known as variable costing, or marginal cost is calculated as the total expenses required to manufacture one additional good. So what do you understand by marginal cost? What is the meaning of marginal? Marginal means the margin, or you can say the additional cost. Okay, so what is the additional cost to manufacture one more unit of output is known as the marginal cost. So before understanding the statements, I would like to tell you something about marginal cost and how do we figure out what is the marginal cost. So the quantity is increasing from one, then we are making two quantities, then three units. Okay, so the fixed cost remains same, it is 100 rupees in all the cases. Okay, because fixed cost doesn't change, but the variable cost changes with every level of output. So firstly it was 50 rupees, then it was 100, then it was 150. So of course, can you see the sum of fixed cost plus variable cost becomes my total cost. So of course my total cost also changes. But why is it changing from 150 to 250 to 200 to 250? Why is it changing? Because of the variable cost. Okay, so the margin here, the margin from one output to the another is 200 minus 150, that is 150, sorry, that is 50 rupees. The margin is 50 rupees. Can I say this is my marginal cost? And here also in the variable cost, can you see the margin is 100 minus 50, that is also 50 rupees. So can I say my marginal cost depends on the variable cost, because the fixed cost remains same at all the points. So on what factor will my marginal cost depend? Of course the variable cost. So let us understand the statement now. The first statement says it is taken as equal to fixed overheads. Exactly wrong, because fixed overheads or fixed cost is not taken into account. Second, marginal costing is also known as variable costing. Yes, because it depends upon the variable costing, that is why it is also known as variable costing. So this statement is true. Then marginal cost is calculated as total expenses required to manufacture one additional good. That is what I was telling you, the meaning of marginal costing. So hence the first statement is incorrect and we had to find out the incorrect statement. So the answer is option D, only one. And everybody has answered it correctly. Rishi has not answered it correctly because he has not understood the statement. He has said he answered for correct statements. So please do not make this mistake. You have to see incorrect statement पूछी है question में. So please read the question very, it can be confusing. Moving ahead, question 2. Contribution is defined as, what is contribution? So have you read the chapter, and learned the chapter marginal costing? So that includes one of the term, that is contribution. What is contribution? It says that after my sales, okay, whatever is my sales, for example, say 1 lakh rupees sales is there, whatever is my variable cost, I will deduct it. Okay, I will deduct all the variable cost, because for doing this sales I have incurred some cost, that is my variable cost, and that is very important for me. My raw material, my labor, I suppose that in my sales at least variable cost should be covered. Okay, for example, it is 50,000 is my variable cost. So whatever is left with me is contributing. Okay, that is my contribution. Whatever will be left after deducting my variable cost from the sales, that is here in this case it is 50,000. This will be contributing to the business for covering two things. That is, it will cover two things. One is fixed cost and one is profit. Okay, so the firm first says that I need to cover my variable cost at least. So what will be the formula for contribution? It is sales minus variable cost, and this is very important from the paper point of view. Questions might come, no, this is a very basic question, but yes, questions in numerical or something might come. So contribution, you should remember that is sales minus variable cost. And I will tell you in this slide only that there is one more formula for contribution. So like I told you, this contribution of 50,000 in my case will contribute to two things, that is my fixed cost and my profit. So there comes one more formula, that is contribution will be equal to fixed cost plus profit. So this is the second formula for contribution. ठीक है? I hope you have understood this. चलें आगे. Now, third question, it is about the PV ratio. Again, the PV ratio is a very important aspect. It says if the PV ratio increases, then break-even point will increase, decrease, remain same, or becomes zero. So, do you remember the formula for PV ratio? Do you remember it? So, what is it? And the break-even point also. So, break-even point, when I have to calculate, you can say in sales or in rupees, okay? Or in rupees, what is the formula? It is fixed cost, the total fixed cost upon PV ratio. This is the formula for break even point when I have to calculate in rupees. So before that, I will also tell you that what is break even point. It is the point at which there is no profit and no loss. The sales point at which there will be no profit and no loss to the organization. Okay. So what the formula is, break even point is equal to fixed cost upon PV ratio. So here they are saying the PV ratio is increasing. Let us take two examples. Fixed cost will remain same. So let us take two examples. My fixed cost is 1000 rupees. Let us take the PV ratio as 40% in case 1, and let us take case 2 where the fixed cost will again be 1000 rupees only because it doesn't change. Let me increase the PV ratio to 50%. Just calculate this and tell me the answer. It will be into 100, and this is 250, 25. So it will be 2500 in case 1. That means 2500 rupees is my break even point in rupees, into 100. In this case, just calculate this. So it is 2000. 2000 rupees is my break even point. So when I increase my PV ratio, can you see what happens to the break even point? It decreases. It decreases. So hence my answer is option B. Right? So very good. Rishi has answered it correctly now. Please read the question carefully. Very good. 3, the option is B. Moving ahead. Question number 4. What do you understand by margin of safety? Again, a very important concept. Margin of safety क्या होता है? So I told you what is break even point. Did I tell you or not in the previous slide? Yes, that is the point at which I'll be having no loss and no profit. So this is no profit and no loss situation. Okay. For example, at 100 units, is my break even point. That means if I sell 99 units, I'll be in loss. Okay. And if I sell 101 units, then I will incur some profit. So at 100 units there will be no profit and no loss. Okay. Now my actual sales are about 150. Okay, my actual sales are 150. So the difference between the actual sales and the break even point sales, okay, break even sales, is my margin of safety. That means 150 minus 100 will give me 50 units. That means if these 50 units were not there, I would have been incurring a loss. So this is my margin of safety. ये मेरा सेफ्टी का एंगल है. सो एक्सेस ऑफ एक्चुअल सेल्स ओवर द ब्रेक इवन सेल्स represents the margin of safety. Everybody has answered it nicely. Very good. Understood the concept? I have introduced 3 major concepts to you, 3 or 4. That is contribution, PV ratio, and I did break even point and margin of safety. ठीक है? Moving ahead. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the assumptions of marginal costing? Okay, we are already doing marginal costing only. All the things that we have done, all the elements that we have done are a part of marginal costing. So now let us see which of the following statement is correct. Okay, अब correct statement find out करनी है. All the elements of cost can be divided into fixed and variable components. So marginal costing says that we have to divide the cost into fixed or variable components. Although in practical, life, it is very difficult because, for example, telephone bill can be fixed till one range. For example, telephone dealer says that 1000 rupees you have to pay. You make calls or you don't have to don't make calls, I don't care, you have to pay 1000 rupees. But if you make for 1000 in 1000 rupees, I'll give you 100 calls. Even if you do 99 calls, I'll still take 1000 rupees only. But for the 101 call, okay, the 101th call, I will charge you 10 rupees extra. So this becomes my semi-variable cost. But in marginal costing, they say no, we have to divide the cost between fixed and variable only. So yes, this is a assumption and this is true. This is the correct statement. Next, total fixed cost remains constant at all levels of output. Yes, we just saw in the previous example also that total fixed cost will not change. Okay, then the total variable cost varies in proportion to the volume of output. This is true. As the volume increases, volume of output increases, my total variable cost will also increase, right? And this will be in proportion, in linear proportion. Okay, that I'll explain you later. But the total variable cost changes in linear proportion, or here also this is correct, because yes, they are saying it changes in the proportion to the volume of output. So this statement is also correct, this statement is also correct. Although I've got my answer that it should be all of the above, but let me discuss the option D also. It says the per unit selling price remains unchanged at all levels of operating activity. This is also true. With this, I will add one more assumption that you should know, and if you are writing it somewhere, so please note down also. That is one more thing, that per unit variable cost will also be constant. Okay, so with this you will get three things that are constant: per unit variable cost, per unit selling price, and total fixed cost. Okay, total fixed cost, per unit selling price and per unit variable cost remains constant, and this is the assumption of marginal costing, right? This is the again very important question, because questions can come according to the assumptions, or statement questions can come, so this is important. Now, so sorry, the answer is E, all of the above. Question number 6, this is a numerical based question. Please keep a notebook handy with you, notebook and a pen, because I want you to solve it with me. So from the following information, you have to calculate the value of projected sales. What do you understand by projected sales? That what should be the sales in future. Okay, so sales is given to you, that is 2 lakh. Fixed cost is given to you 60,000. Profit for this year, that means this year sales of fixed cost and profit is given to you 10,000, and the loss that I'm expecting in the next or coming year is 40,000. So of course I have to calculate the projected sales for the next year, right? So firstly, let me see this information that I have. I have sales, fixed cost and profit. According to this, I will first calculate my PV ratio. Okay, because they have said that variable cost per unit, selling price per unit doesn't change. So hence I can say that my PV ratio will also not change. So I have to first calculate my PV ratio. How will I do that? I don't even have the contribution. चलो पहले आपको बताती हूँ कि PV ratio होता क्या है. PV ratio is the ratio of contribution to sales. ठीक है, ratio of contribution to sales. Now I don't have the contribution. How will I calculate? I told you in the first question only that contribution has one more formula, that is fixed cost plus profit, because variable cost is not given to me, so I cannot take the first formula, that it is sale minus variable cost. So I will have to take fixed cost plus profit. Just calculate. Contribution will be equal to, fixed cost is 60,000, okay, and profit is 10,000. ठीक है, 10,000. Contribution will be equal to 70,000. Sales is given to me 2 lakh. Yes, 2 lakh. So my PV ratio will be contribution upon sales. So 70,000 divided by 2 lakh will give me, just calculate this and tell me the answer. Okay, good. It is 0.35, or you can say 35%, or 35% is my PV ratio. ठीक है, so PV ratio is with me. Then they are saying the loss expected in the next or coming year is 40,000. Now how will you calculate? Now again I have to calculate my contribution for the next year. For next year, how will you do that? Fixed cost will remain same. Fixed cost will remain same. That is my 60,000 plus profit. Profit is, but there is not profit, there is loss. So can I say it will be minus 40,000? So when you calculate this, contribution is 20,000 rupees. ठीक है. So now I have my contribution, I have PV ratio. So can I calculate my sales? Can I calculate my sales? Can I derive one more formula from this? So can I say sales is equal to contribution upon PV ratio? Can I say this or not? Just I have derived this from here only. Sales is equal to contribution upon PV ratio. So it is 20,000 divided by 0.35. Just calculate this, and when you calculate this, now you will get 57142.7 something. Just try to calculate this, and the answer will be B, 57143 rupees. ठीक है. So this is option B is the correct answer. So I have given you the whole calculation also. ठीक है. चलें आगे. I hope everybody understood the example. This was very easy. You don't have to get confused. Now question 7 is, this question came in SEBI Grade A Phase 1 2020, and it is such a easy question. See, if the contribution is 40,000 and sales is 2 lakh, calculate the PV ratio. Isn't it very easy? We just know what is PV ratio. What is PV ratio? C upon S, contribution upon sales. So contribution is 40,000, Hana, and sales is 2 lakh. Come on, give me the answer. So it is into 100, let me say, because it is percentage wise. Again here, so it is 20%. So PV ratio is my 20%. So answer is B. Okay, someone is asking where can I find this PDF? You can find it on the Telegram channel of EduTab. Go and follow that channel and then you will get it. So, okay, moving on. I hope this was easy. 20%, everybody has answered it correctly. Very good. Question number 8. Okay, question number 8 says the selling price per unit is 50 rupees. PV ratio is given to us 30%. Fixed cost is also given to us 90,000. Calculate break-even point in units. So you'll say it's very easy, है ना? Break-even point तो हमें पता है क्या होता है. That is fixed cost upon PV ratio. किया था हमने अभी. But they are asking in units. They are asking in units. So this formula will not be applicable here. What will be applicable? Break even point in rupees. Let me calculate this first. Fixed cost upon PV ratio. I will calculate this in rupees first. So fixed cost is 90,000. ठीक है, divided by my PV ratio is 30%. Just calculate this and tell me the answer. What will be the answer? So this will be 3 lakh. 3 lakh will be my break even point in rupees. ठीक है, but I don't want in rupees, I want in units. So I have the selling price per unit. I have the selling price in per unit. So can I say 3 lakh divided by 50? That is my selling price per unit will give me the number of units. So just quickly tell me. I'll just calculate here. Divided by 50. This will be, have I done something wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, 3 lakh. So it will be 6, 1, 2, 3. No, ठीक है, done. 6,000 units. So 6,000 units, option A is the correct answer. Okay, someone has said 90,000 divided by 15. That is also correct. That is also one of the method. Let me show you how. Because contribution will calculate 30% of 50. That is 15%. So contribution per unit will get. So how do we find out the break-even point in units? In units, how do we do that? That is fixed cost upon contribution per unit. So if that the person is also right. That is it was 90,000. Yes, 90,000 divided by the contribution per unit that we calculated, 30% of 50, that is 15 rupees. Okay, so you will get 6,000 units. I hope this is clear. The previous method or this method, you can use any of that. Okay, and the option is A. Okay, let's move ahead. Question number 9. Again, you have to calculate the break-even point from the following information. Okay, and here you also you have to calculate in units only, because can you see the options? These are all in units. So, sale price is given to you rupees 40 per unit, but there is a trade discount of 5% given to you. So, can I say the selling price per unit will be 40 minus 5%? 40 minus 5% will be 5% of 42 rupees. 40 minus 5% is 38 rupees. You can just calculate this, you will get the answer 38 rupees, because 5% of 40 is 2 rupees, है ना? So 40 minus 2, 38 rupees. Then there is direct material, direct labor, variable expenses are also given to you, and fixed cost is given to you. But variable expenses that are given to you is 40% of direct labor. So can I say 40% of 8 rupees? So that will be 3.2. And you have other variable expenses also, like direct material. This is also variable cost. Direct labor is also variable cost. So it will be the sum of it, variable cost will be 14, that is direct material, plus 8 plus 3.2. This will be equal to how much? 14 plus 8, it will be 22 and 25. 25.2 rupees. 25.2 rupees is my variable cost. Is it right? So, when I have to calculate my contribution per unit, it will be selling price minus variable cost. Please let me know if I've done the calculation right. So selling price is 38 minus 25.2. This will be 12.8. 12.8 rupees will be my contribution per unit. So yes, how will you find out the break even point in units? We just discussed the formula. Fixed cost upon contribution per unit, that will be equal to 80,000 divided by 12.8. When you will solve this, you will get 6250 units, and you have done it correctly. 6250 units. Do you want me to calculate this? Just deduct this 0, 10, and dividing it by 4, we'll get 3 and 2 and 20,000. Then again by 4 we are doing it 8 and 5,000. Then 8 से कर रही हूँ सीधा, it is 625, 6250. So this will be 6250 units. ठीक है, done. Let us move ahead. Question number 10. What is question number 10? If the PV ratio is 25% of sales, then what accounts for remaining 75% of sales? This question is easy and logical based. Okay? So, when PV ratio is 25% of sales, for example, my sales is 100 rupees. Okay? My sales is 100 rupees. So, they are saying PV ratio is equal to contribution upon sales. So, PV ratio is 25. And contribution I don't know. Sales is, they are saying 100 rupees, because I supposed. So contribution will be what? Contribution will be, if you calculate this, so 25% of 100, that will be 75. Sorry, I have done something wrong here. 25% of sales is my PV ratio. Yeah, is equal to contribution upon 100. So sales is my 100. So contribution will be 25. Yeah, contribution will be 25. And yeah, right, I'm good. So 25 will be my contribution. So what will be the formula for contribution? Contribution is equal to sales minus variable cost. Contribution is 25. Sales is 100 minus variable cost. What will be the variable cost? 75 rupees. So that means my variable cost is 75% of sales. That is, answer is B. Right? So the 10th answer is option B, that is variable cost. ठीक है? Is it easy? So moving ahead. Question number 11. Question number 11 क्या कह रहा है? If the desired profit is 50,000, fixed costs are 2 lakh, and the PV ratio is also given to you, that is 40%, what will be the required sales? Okay, so there is a formula that says how do you calculate the sales, required sales or target sales. So sales will be equal to fixed cost plus profit upon PV ratio. Okay, upon PV ratio. This is the formula. So just put in the values and you will get the required sales. But if you say that I don't understand this formula or I don't remember this formula, how will you calculate such questions in exam? Will you leave it? No. You know the basic formulas. Basic formulas you remember? Fixed cost plus profit will give me contribution. So can I say contribution will be equal to 2,50,000? Okay, and we know what is the formula for PV ratio also. These basic formulas you have to remember. ठीक है, इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है. PV ratio is contribution upon sales. So I have my PV ratio also. So 40% is equal to 2,50,000 divided by my sales. So again, I'll take the sales here, 40 here. So sales will be equal to 2,50,000 divided by 40%. Right? And in this case also, if you see, we are doing the same thing. It will be 2 lakh plus 50,000 divided by 40%. So just calculate this, you will get the answer. Into 100 कर लेंगे, 40 है यहाँ पे. So this will be 25 into 25, 625, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it will be 6,25,000. 6,25,000 will be the required sales. Easy? चलें आगे. So I've told you both the methods. If you know the formula, and even if you don't know the formula, you should remember the basic ones, and then also you'll be able to answer. ठीक है? Coming to question number 12. Okay, this is a very easy question. Just read it and you'll get it. Sales units is given to you. Don't get confused. Sales units is given to you 1,80,000. Total actual cost is given to you. Total is given to you. Actual fixed cost is also given to you 1 lakh, and it says it is same as budgeted. So budgeted fixed cost and actual fixed cost is same. Then they're saying the actual total cost is 20,000 higher than the budgeted cost. So that means the total cost that we calculated, the total actual cost is 20,000 more than it is budgeted. So budgeted cost is also not given to you. So that means, can I say budgeted cost will be equal to actual minus 20,000. So can you derive this from here? Right? So the budgeted cost will be actual minus 20,000 because my actual cost is 20,000 higher. So that will be 3,50,000 minus 20,000. So that will give me 3,30,000. ठीक है? Right? 3,30,000 is my budgeted cost, budgeted total cost. Now they're saying budgeted variable cost but per unit. So first let us find out the budgeted variable cost. What it will be? Total cost minus fixed cost will give me the variable cost. Now everything will be budgeted here. So budgeted total cost we have 3,30,000 minus budgeted fixed cost is also there because actual is same as budgeted. So 1 lakh. 1 lakh is equal to budgeted variable cost. So it will be 2,30,000 will be my budgeted variable cost. Now I have to find out the budgeted variable cost per unit. So I will divide this by the sales unit, that is 1,80,000. So just try to calculate this. You will get the answer. This is 1.28. So this is 1.28. That is the option E, or 1.27. You can just try and round it off and see the closest option is 1.28. So you're right. The option E in the case of question 12 is right. Okay. I hope this is easy. And these type of questions have come in the previous year also. Similar type of questions. And it's very easy in phase 1 and phase 2. Now coming to question number 13. Budgeted sales. Budgeted sales for the next year is 5 lakh units. That means in the next year I have to make 5 lakh units. Desired ending finished goods inventory is 1,50,000, and it says that after the sales I have to keep 1,50,000 also as in my inventory, and also an equivalent units in ending WIP inventory, that in work in progress inventory, 60,000 units. So this much amount of goods I have to produce for the next year, 5 lakh and 1,50,000 and 60,000 units. So the opening finished goods inventory for the next year is 80,000. The opening stock we have of 80,000, and equivalent units in WIP inventory is 50,000, and in opening only there is 50,000 of WIP also. So they are saying how many equivalent units should be produced. So this is how much do we have right now? अभी कितना पड़ा है हमारे पास? That is 80,000 plus 50,000, 1,30,000 units are there with us. And for the next year, how much do we want? We want 5 lakh plus 1.5 lakh, right? And 60,000 units. We want this much for our next year. So how much is it? 5 lakh plus 1.5 plus 60,000. This amounts to 6 and this amounts to how much? 5 lakh and 1.5, 6.5, 6.5 and 6. So it will be 7.1. 7.1 lakh I want for my next year. So 7 lakh 10,000 units for the next year, but I have 1,30,000 with me, right? Can I explain you again? Budgeted sales for the next year is 5 lakh. Desired ending finished goods I want 1,50,000, and WIP I want 60,000. So this much amount of goods I want for the next year, 5 lakh plus 1,50,000 plus 60,000. That amounts to 7.1 lakh of units I want for the next year. And how much do we have in our inventory right now? It is 80,000 plus 50,000. That is 1,30,000 units I still have in my inventory. So when I calculate this, 7 lakh 10,000 minus 1,30,000, this gives me 5,80,000 units. Understood? Because they were asking how much should we produce? कितना produce करूँ इस बार? क्योंकि 1,30,000 is still with me. चाहिए कितना? 7.1 lakh. तो कितना produce करना चाहिए? 5,80,000 units. 5,80,000 units I have to produce. ठीक है? चलें आगे. Question number 14. What is question number 14? And this has been asked in the SEBI Grade A Phase 1 2024. Such a easy question. See, in standard costing, costs are ascertained before the production, right? In standard costing, we ascertain the cost before the production and are called as what? Because we are ascertaining it in advance, will we call it the actual cost? Because abhi to pata hi nahi. So no, estimated cost, no. It is predetermined cost because this sets as a benchmark. This is my benchmark, or you can say ascertained predetermined cost. Okay, so the answer is option C. That is predetermined cost. Easy, such a easy question. C. Then coming to question number 15, again it's a numerical based question. Calculate the labor rate variance using the following data, and also this has been in SEBI Grade A Phase 2 2024. Like I told you, I'll be including some previous year questions as well so that you know what kind of questions come in the exam. So what is the labor rate variance? Do you remember the formula? So this is a formula based question and you should remember it. So it is standard minus the actual rate, ठीक है, standard rate minus actual rate, ठीक है, into the actual hours worked by the labor, actual hours worked. So standard hours we will neglect it. Standard rate that is given 2.5 minus actual rate it is given 2.2 into the actual hours, that is 500. Just calculate this. 2.5 minus 2.2 is 0.3 into 500, that is 150 rupees. Now they are saying 150 favorable or 150 adverse, because my actual rate, ये तो यहीं से पता लग जाएगा, when my actual rate is less than standard rate, so it will be favorable. Okay, plus अगर you don't understand this concept, in case, although you should, but in case, but so because it is coming in positive, okay, this is positive 150, so it will be favorable, right? But the concept actual it is that actual rate is less than the standard rate, that is why it will be in positive, hence it is 150 favorable, right? Easy. So option D is the correct answer. Next is question number 16. This is also a similar question that I have taken from your previous year question. Which of the following items would not be included in cash budget? Okay, the first is cash collected from the customers. Cash collected from the customers will always be included in your cash budget because it relates to cash, how much cash is coming. Now, depreciation. Depreciation is a non-cash expense. Okay, it's a non-cash expense, hence this will not be included in my cash budget. Okay, all those things which will help me to understand the flow of cash, how much cash is coming and how much cash is going out, will be included in my cash budget. But depreciation is a non-cash expense, so hence we have got our answer, that is B. But let us see the other options. Receipts from cash sales, of course, then this cash, so it will be included. Then cash payments to suppliers, again this will be included. So the clear winner of this answer is option B, depreciation. Right? Now, question number 17. Question number 17, again we have taken it from the previous year question. Which of the following is not a feature of budgetary control? Again, please keep in mind the word not here. Okay, so the first is budgeting is a plan of action based on past performance and governed by rational judgment of factors that will influence the course of business in future. So what is budget? Everybody makes budget up, our mammas also make budget for our household. What does it, how do they do that? So they do in the previous month, this was my cost of my household, and according to the past performance they do that. According to the previous month they decide that what should be the budget for the next month. Okay, and that will of course influence the course of business in future also, right? So this statement is true, hence this is the incorrect answer. Statement is true. Second, for budgeting, the organizational structure must be clearly defined and the responsibility should be assigned to the identifiable units within the organization. So yes, for budgeting we should know who will report to whom. Okay, and what is the organization structure, from where will the cost come. Okay, what is the hierarchy in our organization, who will be responsible for assigning the cost. Okay, what will be the responsibility center. So yes, for budgeting we need to know everything, the organization structure, also the responsibility centers as well. So this is also a correct statement. C, budgeting does not facilitate management by exception. What is management by exception? It says that you should focus on things which are important for the business. Okay, for example, there is just a 2% fall in direct material. There is a 2% fall in direct material, but there is a 50% fall in direct labor. So which is more crucial? Of course, this 50% that will impact the direct labor, the cost of direct labor way too much. So we have to find out which is the significant deviation or significant problem that has occurred, and this will help. Of course, so budgeting does facilitate management by exception. It does say is that yes, management by exception should be followed. So this statement is a incorrect statement. Okay, then budgeting is quantifiable in monetary or quantity or both the terms. That is true. Budgeting is a quantifiable term. So D is also correct. So option number C is not a feature of budgetary control. Yes, management will intervene when there is some adverse results in the operations. That's true. Okay, moving ahead. Question number 18. Which of the following is a modern management technique? Which of the following is a modern management accounting technique? Again, I've taken this from a previous year question and this was asked in phase 2. So, human resource accounting, statistical reports, responsibility accounting, break-even analysis. See, the responsibility accounting is basically a modern management technique, right? Because we need to know where is the responsibility center, for whom do we have to report, okay? How will we assign our cost to one center? So, responsibility accounting is a modern management accounting technique. The other ones, that is human resource accounting, statistical reports, break-even analysis, are all information or presentation based, reports or analysis. So, responsibility accounting is kind of a management accounting that is accountable, right, for all the management, budgeting, internal accounting of a company. Now, here the primary objective is to plan, to support all the planning that has been done in the organization, to support the cost of the organization, how we have, what is the method, and what are the techniques that have been followed, and there is of course the responsibility centers. Okay, but all the other three, human resource accounting is also a kind of a information to the interested parties. Statistical reports are also presenting the large amount of data. Break even analysis is also used to see if they can, cover the cost or not, if we are able to cover the fixed cost and profit or not. Right. So are we in a profit situation or non-profitable situation? So these all three are not a modern technique of accounting technique. So the answer is option C. Okay, answer is C. Everybody gets confused between human resource accounting and responsibility accounting, but responsibility accounting is the correct answer, because human resource accounting is basically a data about the employees or the labor that has been working in the organization. This is the information given to the interested parties. Okay, so okay, why is modern accounting management technique. Okay, now. So the option C is the correct answer in the previous question. Question number 19. The primary objective of just-in-time system relates to what? Just-in-time is a inventory management system, if you remember. Do you remember that? Just-in-time is an inventory management system which says that we will order the goods as and when we require. Okay, we will not overburden our inventory. So what does it relate to? What will be the primary objective of just in time? To minimize the inventory levels. Okay, so primary objective of just in time is to minimize the inventory levels, and the other options like reducing the selling prices, increasing the advertising efficiency, improving the depreciation methods are all unrelated, right? Question number 20. The primary purpose of MRP2 is to what? What is MRP2 and why it is named as MRP2? So firstly, let me tell you what is MRP2. That is manufacturing resource planning. Now, manufacturing resource planning is whatever will be uh, required for manufacturing, for producing the production, the output will be included in manufacturing resource planning. Why it is named as MRP2? Okay, because this is the second abbreviation. There was MRP1, okay, that was used before, that says material requirement planning. Material requirement planning was the first one, and in this material requirement planning we just used to focus on material, and what is the cost of the material, how much do we need that. The planning was just focusing on the material. So to remove the limitations of MRP1, there came MRP2, that is manufacturing resource planning. That the answer also is B. To coordinate materials, machine and labor is the primary purpose of MRP2. ठीक है, attracting the customers is not a part of manufacturing. Then determining the selling price, again not a part of manufacturing. Preparing capital budgets, again it is not a problem of manufacturing. So the answer is B. It is very clear. ठीक है, moving ahead. Question 21, again a previous year question, phase 2. Which of the following is aimed at eliminating the waste and increasing efficiency? Although it's very easy to identify the options, but they have given very close options. That is why it is a little difficult for you. It can be a little difficult for you to answer, but try to answer this. which of the following is aimed at eliminating waste? Okay, waste को eliminate करना है and to increase the efficiency. That is my Kaizen costing. Okay, Kaizen costing says that I have to eliminate all types of waste and I have to increase my efficiency by continuously improving my productions. So when I am incurring one process, I have done one process, I will now know that what were the problems, what if there was some wasteful activity. So I will try to remove this now. Okay, continuously improving my processes will help me to eliminate my waste and increase my efficiency. This is the funda of Kaizen costing. ठीक है, what is Six Sigma, what is business process engineering? So business process engineering is what, when it is not just focusing on waste elimination, although waste elimination can also be a part of it, but the primary goal is not waste elimination. We have to focus on reducing the cost, increasing the quality and increasing the speed of our production. ठीक है, so basically it focuses on just breaking through the performance to increase the performance. ठीक है, to by reducing the cost, increasing the quality and the speed. And Six Sigma is on focusing on defects, on reducing the defects, not on the wasteful activities. Now eliminating waste can also be the eliminating waste of wasteful movements, wasteful material. But Six Sigma is only focusing on reducing the defect. That means while producing your products, we have to focus that very less number of defectful items are less or zero defects are produced. ठीक है, so Kaizen is the best choice. As I told you, this is a little tricky because in Six Sigma also you'll see here also we are reducing the defects, in business process engineering also, but the primary goal in both of them, in Six Sigma and business process re-engineering, is not to eliminate the waste. In Kaizen costing, we are aiming to eliminate the waste also and increasing the efficiency through continuous improvements, right? So it is Kaizen. ठीक है, प्लीज मेक नोट्स जब भी लगे कि दिस क्वेश्चन इज अ लिटिल ट्रिकी, so try to make notes and try to write down the keywords related to each of the option so that you can figure out in the paper also. Now coming to question 22, this is also a very important question. It has been asked earlier also, and now also I suppose that this can be asked. So which of the following is not a part of 5S? Now what is 5S? 5S is my Japanese workplace system. ठीक है, this is a concept in Japanese that they gave for Japanese workplace management. Okay, how to manage your workplace. So these are there are 5 terms. ठीक है, let me tell you the answer if you know. If you don't know, then I'll tell you the answer first. That is support. Support is not a part of 5S. So I'll tell you the 5 Japanese workplace are. First is my CD. The first one is CD. That means I have to sort everything. Okay, if you're working on a table, just sort your laptop. Your pen stand should be in an approachable, accessible place. Your notepad and your keyboard should be in a proper place. So this is like sorting. Okay, then the next is Seoton. Seoton is to Seoton is to set in everything in order. Sorry, to set everything in order. Like what should be kept first, what should be kept in the second place, what should be kept in the third place. ठीक है, so that everything is accessible to you. Okay, the first is to sort everything. Okay, if your pen stand is very clumsy, so you'll sort it out. Then you'll set everything in order. Then the third is CISO. CISO is to clean everything. Every day you should clean your, on whatever you work, so that you can maintain the hygiene also. The fourth is Shiketsu. Okay, the fourth is Shiketsu, that I'll tell you, that is to standardize. Whatever you have done, you have sorted, you have set in everything in order. So you have to standardize this. Okay, ki every day I'll follow this. And then there is Shizuke. Okay, it's pronounced as Shizuke. It is to sustain or make it a discipline or a habit. Okay, to make it a discipline and a habit that every day you have to do this. Standardize is कि ये ऐसे ही रहेगा अब, ठीक है, and sustain is to make it a discipline कि अगर कोई चीज़ it is लैपटॉप हिल गया है या पेन स्टैंड कहीं और चला गया है, so you have to change this. You have to maintain a discipline कि ये चीज़ ऐसे ही रहेगी. So there are 5 things: Siri, Seoton, Seisu, Siketsu and Shizuke. ठीक है, to sort, set in order, shine, standardize and sustain. ठीक है, these are Japanese workplace management 5S of Japanese workplace management. ठीक है, so the option E, that is support, is not a part of 5S. Okay, although this was a easy one also, because according to the English and the Japanese word also, you can recognize that E option is a different method, a different name. So by the elimination method you can solve this, but nonetheless you should know what are the 5S of Japanese workplace management. ठीक है, shall we move ahead? Question 23, which of the following is not a part of lean system? Okay, not a part of lean system. Okay, this was also a Japanese term which says how to do the production and how to maintain your workplace. So continuous improvement, yes, Japanese says that you have to continuously improve it, so that is our kaizen also. Okay, it is known as kaizen costing also, that you have to continuously improve so that you can improve your efficiency. Now it is based on push system. Okay, this is a wrong statement. Okay, this is a little tricky. It is not based on push system, rather it is a pull system. Pull system. Why? Because Japanese says that we don't have to just push and produce and keep producing our output, and we don't know if sales will happen or not. We will not do such things. What we'll do, we'll have a pull system. We will produce when there is demand. Okay, so we will only produce when there is demand. So this is the pull system. So hence this is the wrong statement. It is based on push system. This is not a part of lean system. Hence I think we have got the correct choice also. But we'll discuss the other options. Identifying value. Okay, whatever the customer wants, what the customer really wants, we will identify that. Okay, then value stream mapping, whatever is needed in the production will be included, like our materials, whatever the actions, processes that are included will be mapped. Okay, this is like a blue map, or the map that we get ready, that whatever things we required should be with us. So that is value stream mapping. So this incorrect statement is, it is based on push statement, so this makes it the right answer. So the option is option B. Okay, everybody answered it right, and it's very good. Question 24, in the framework, have I skipped some? No, okay. Question 24, in the framework of total productive maintenance, which of the following does not form a part of its major maintenance categories? So total productive maintenance, what does it say? It is a innovation model के अंदर है ये. So the total productive maintenance says that we will prevent, and there will be a proactive maintenance of the machines. We will not wait for it to break down. Okay, so that वो खराब हो जाए उसके बाद हम उसको ठीक करें, नहीं. We will try to be preventive and proactive in case of our machines. Okay, so which of the following does not form a part of it will be the breakdown maintenance. Okay, because we will be preventing. So preventive maintenance हम करते रहेंगे, predictive maintenance will also be done, and maintenance prevention also will be done. But breakdown maintenance is not a part of total productive maintenance. ठीक है, हम वेट नहीं करते कि breakdown होगा तब काम करेंगे. So breakdown maintenance is maintenance performed on equipment that has broken down and it is unusable. So TPM is a lean manufacturing philosophy that says near perfection production should be there. The main aim is no breakdown. Okay, or no small stops or slow running. There should be no defects, no accidents. You have to take care of this. Okay, the TPM says that there should be no breakdowns, no small stops, no slow running, no defects, no accidents. So it emphasizes on proactive and preventive maintenance and not the breakdown maintenance. So hence B is the correct answer. Okay, we have to maximize the lifespan of our machinery. Okay, so option B is the correct one. Coming to question 25. Question 25. Try to answer this question. Again, I have taken a important question from previous year, phase 2, 2024. Such a easy question. See, what term describes the implementation of a new or significantly improved production or delivery method? ठीक है, so I have to see which term will describe the implementation of something new or improved production or delivery method. Okay, method including significant changes in techniques, equipment or software. So what they have done, they have given very close options. Okay, you have to figure out this. Now this is delivery method or matlab improved production or delivery method. So what it will be? It will be process innovation. Okay, product innovation is when we are improving our product, not the method. So it will be focusing on product. Okay, if the word was not method here, it was product, then it would have been product innovation. Okay, so very close options have been given. The business model innovation, service business model innovation is what? Oh, sorry, when we are trying to change whole business model, how we will create this production, how we will create the supply, changing the whole production model. Then service innovation, when we'll try to change or improve the service of our products. And organizational innovation, when we'll try to change the hierarchical level or the organizational structure, that in that we are doing some innovation. Okay, so when we are changing is the method, wherein we are changing technique, production or technique, equipment or software, it will be process innovation. Okay, so can you see the questions were easy to solve, but they were a little tricky what they have when they were asked in your exams. So be prepared and try to focus on all the concepts that we have done. Try to read more about it so that you can get more information. Like this Japanese workplace system, there are more Japanese philosophies that you need to learn. Okay, there are 3 M's and 5 S that we have done. So keep focusing on that and keep learning and have a best of luck for your.
So finally, my friends, you have completed multiple MCQs in the video. I hope you enjoyed this particular video and thank you for being there to solve multiple MCQs. I hope your confidence would have increased once you solve multiple MCQs with EduTap. Now just to let you know that EduTap is currently having phase 2 test series and phase 1+2 test series, which will help you to solve multiple MCQs, and we are also providing phase 1+2 live crash course, which will help you to access live classes plus summary sheet plus quiz plus the mocks also. So it's totally up to you that which particular course you have to take. If your objective is to practice MCQs, then I think test series is good, right? But if you want to practice with live classes also, teacher interaction is needed, so definitely you can go with the live crash course also. That's it, my friend. Have a great day ahead.